religious population in Saudi Arabia is Hindus because they import Indians to like workers.
I didn't know, but there are a lot of migrant workers. That's true.
Yeah.
I didn't know it's the second.
Yo,
Wait, so wait, are you an Arab?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Why don't you just say Arab? Why say Arab?
No, it's like
because
the
he's
American
retarded.
accent
Probably that's probably part of
pronunciation.
it. Alright, base shoe. I'm gonna be working, so I'm probably not gonna hear when you call me, because the calls for some reason don't make audio on my end, so just spamming my chat or something.
Asking people who work at Audi what their car payment is. In Montana, what car do you drive?
I have a 2021 Ram Rebel, a 2017 Audi S.
Yes, you Jew.
Why do you spam call me motherfucker? Bam shot,
I called you. I called you 3 times.
Brahmin. I am Brahmin. You are Dalit. Why you calling me so much?
Cause gay.
I am Lin Yue. I have the mandate of heaven of the 50 gods of China. Okay.
What the fuck? Trying to make me kill myself? What is this?
You are Dalit. I am Brahmin. I am #1 supreme.
Wow. I also got a Twitter post with like 4,000 fucking views overnight, so that was cool.
This is Saad. He's cool. He's my favorite Indian Muslim. I think he's Muslim. Oh, but yeah, hey, Llama, that transcript was fucking forged.
Oh, between those two, it does look sus.
Well, I mean, tell me which 22-year-old Gen Z do you know that talks like that?
Huh. Not very many.
And I mean, even a text message, right? A guy who put memes on bullets is going to talk in formal with no grammatical error. And when you ask AI, ChatGPT, and Grok, what do you think of this? Does this look like a 22-year-old typing this, or does it look like a federal agent? The AI even says this looks like it's forged, and that does not look like it's actually the shooter's handwriting.
Damn.
And you know what's funny? I'm actually waiting. As I told Casper earlier, I'm waiting for the federal government to come in and try and take this because they want to hang someone, they want to lynch someone, they want someone to get lynched publicly, specifically him. Why? Because Luigi Mangioni's case was basically thrown out. They can't charge him with terrorism now.
Damn.
They wanted to throw the book at Charlie. I mean, they wanted to throw the book at Luigi, but they couldn't because his case was basically thrown out because no one's going to convict the guy that everyone loves. But Tyler, on the other hand, Tyler is Trump's MLK.
Based.
You know, Tyler shot the MAGA MLK, did he not?
Well, I think anyone in MAGA that was similar to Charlie Kirk getting shot, they would have called him their MLK.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? This is Trump's Nuremberg laws. This is Trump's Reichstag fire. Don't you see?
Trump literally was talking like 2 days later about his, like when asked about it, he started talking about his construction shit going on at the White House when asked.
I don't think Trump's handler was ready to give the statement yet.
I don't think Trump really cares.
Oh no, Trump doesn't care, but if it gets him more power, what do you think's going to happen? Right?
Yeah,
all he has to do now is put out a statement basically calling for MAGA to go after Tyler at the courthouse that's not in federal custody, and all of a sudden, you know, civil war time. The MAGA wants a civil war. They want any reason to open fire.
Nah. I don't think anyone actually wants civil war.
What is it with you and playing Ubisoft games now?
What was the last Ubisoft game I played?
For Honor.
I played that for like 5 minutes. What do you mean? I didn't even play
it. Was longer than 5 minutes.
I didn't even.
You're playing Anno.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially, right? The entire text chain between Tyler and his trans gay boyfriend, right? Which is not even accurate. But I'm gonna say the federal government wants a reason to shut this up.
Maybe.
They want to. The thing about it, right? A regular Utah courthouse, right? That can be televised. You can have cameras in there. You can capture every last emotion and everything that's said. But if it goes federal, what happened with Luigi Mangione? We didn't have any statements that came out of his mouth, did we?
True.
And you can't have cameras in federal buildings.
Well, I think
am
what
right?
Luigi did was fucked up.
Oh no, he was a hero to the American people.
Nah,
did
what he did
service.
was fucked up. It's not cool.
How was it fucked up? How was it fucked up?
Going and killing somebody in broad daylight like that, full
It
stop,
wasn't
is
with
not
anyone.
okay.
It's not like he killed a humanitarian. Well, who did he kill? Go ahead.
Did that guy commit any like crimes in terms of like where he actually broke the law that he killed?
No. Well, most Americans would say no.
Like on
why
paper,
the
was
federal-
that is
it's
that
why
guy
the-
a criminal? Like,
On
did he actually
paper
commit?
only.
Like, what did the CEO do?
Oh well, the CEO did a lot of fucking terrible things.
No, I'm
So
talking about
first off,
I'm talking about crimes. I'm not talking about like court of
so
public
you want to know
opinion.
the crime? So you want to know the crimes of the CEO? Okay, so not officially crimes in the United States, but
Yeah,
anywhere
then
else
I
in the
don't
world,
care.
they-
Then I
they-
don't care.
Hold on,
I don't care
hold
then.
on. Anywhere,
I don't care.
oh,
You
let
just
me
made my
make
point.
point.
You just made
Let
my
me make my
point.
damn point, right?
Okay.
Anywhere else in the world, those would have been considered crimes. Denying more than 75% of claims as a healthcare CEO, manually denying
Nah,
claims
I don't
deliberately to
think so.
try and save your company money when people need fucking healthcare. You're a healthcare CEO. People pay years into this shit, and all of a sudden you're going to turn around and deny all these 75% of claims? No, thank you. Hell, in the 60s, that would have been illegal.
Pretty sure I already know this number, but I'm pretty sure you're just 75% is just correct. Yeah, they don't even
You can get a
report that number.
No, they
Oh
do
yeah,
their financials yearly.
33% of in-network claims were denied as of 2023.
And what about their multi-regional networks? Because they aren't just one network, you know, they're right. The CEO companies, the healthcare companies, they collude. They collude with each other, and they basically, do these things. They do work together, all of them.
22.7 for post-acute. They approve and pay 90% of claims shortly after submission. Company-wide, they only deny 10%.
Go look at their year. Go look
That's
at their
according to
past-
ACA specific
not the
data.
recent years. Not
That's-
the recent years, but past years.
What? What, you want them to like fucking? They need to shed blood even if they had fucked up in the past when they're like currently on the right track?
They only started pushing through claims and accepting them shortly after he was killed.
This is from 2021 on. Is the numbers I'm getting.
Yeah, they were denying a lot of damn claims. Reasonable.
Do you understand how health insurance works in America? Not to be like a dick, but do you know how it works?
Do you know that if you're paying for something for 20-something years and all of a sudden
no, I don't know why you're pontificate. I'm just asking you. Do you know how health insurance works in terms of like, or just insurance in general when it comes to like premiums versus like, how much a company needs to pay of their premiums? How does that work? Do you know? Because you can't. There's
to a degree.
Well, there's a certain amount you have to pay in claims every year as an insurance company in America. It's like it's like a federally regulated thing. Like you couldn't just deny 100% of the claims. You couldn't deny 50%. I'm pretty sure that like, if I'm not mistaken,
there's loopholes.
if I'm not mistaken, 80% of their premiums they have to pay out. It's like 80-20 rule.
You forget the loopholes.
There's no loopholes to the 80-20 rule.
There is loopholes for everything.
No, there's not.
Like a Jew on the Sabbath or a Dalit trying to become a Brahmin.
I don't know why you're making it racial, but...
How was it racist?
I didn't say racist, I said racial.
How is it racial?
You literally just brought up how is that not racial? I don't know why you even bring that up.
What, like a Jew on Sabbath, that's a religion, and Brahmin and Dalit is not racial. It's more of a caste system.
Yeah, you should look at the 80-20 rule. But it's fine. If you don't know what any of that is, it's not a big deal. I wouldn't expect you to understand like American health insurance. You don't. Do you guys have a mixed op? Do you guys have like mixed health insurance there?
Not really. No, it's automatic.
Got it.
I'm also playing Baldur's Gate 3 at the moment.
Nice. I'm about to
Since
start
you want to play
working.
Schedule 1 with me soon. You want to play Schedule 1
I'm
with
trying
me
to get my
on a new
fucking
world.
my work laptop to fucking turn on, but something's wrong with it. It's like having a stroke.
Have you tried turning on and off?
Yeah. What the? I'm not a boomer.
Are you sure it's powered up?
Yep.
So why haven't you played much Baldur's Gate 3?
Oh, just been busy. Not even busy. There's just been shit going on. Just had stuff to do. .30. I can agree that the texts are strange. However, the better argument is why they did the text messages to the charged document. Yeah, the fucking text messages on the it's so strange. Also, it's 6:30 a.m. I'm that guy, Casper. What can I say? Oh my god, I got that bowl cut. It's actually 8:30 a.m., but it's fine. It's like infinitely loading my work laptop. You see it right here, Base Jew?
What? See
See,
who right here? What?
you see the work laptop?
Oh yeah. Press the bell button.
I woke you up, Casper? How did I? Was it my
Casper-
notification on the stream?
Oh, Casper, why is it when you're sleeping you don't have notifications turned off?
Yeah, go on silent mode. Although she might need to answer her phone. Something happens, you know, at work or
At 6:30 in the morning?
I don't know. Maybe she has one of those jobs. See? Oh, there we go. It's starting up finally.
So I wasn't charged enough.
No, I just held restart. I held the power button for like 25 seconds. See, they need their phone loud, so my little ding from starting to stream on all platforms she's following on got her ass. She's like, oh, fuck. And then it woke Casper up.
Dad, why don't you speak to Mr. Llama here?
Oh yeah, saying Sod. What's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, bro? I'm just listening to you all, that's all.
I yap a lot, so.
Uh, yeah.
Dude, my tweets are
No,
getting
no, no.
views, Base Jew.
Well, that's good.
Here, I'll send you my one.
Oh, Ganthari Goldman. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, like around a year ago, I think he was talking about how his daughter actually got married off. Saw pictures, how he was crying and stuff. Yeah, he's pretty popular in right-wing media, Twitter.
Who is?
Ganthari Goldman, this guy. Yeah, yeah. I'm talking about him.
Did
He
you
has a twin brother.
send it in the chat here?
No, no. I'm just looking at your link. That's all.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. I remember how Ganthari Goldman actually a few months ago actually got an angry when he saw that Trump is avoiding Epstein files.
He
Oh man, it was
is.
funny. Yeah. Crazy.
What the fuck is this Turning Point USA thing where the president, the vice president, are like members of the cabinet are all gonna be there speaking at this Republican? This is so gross.
Have you seen what they did to Charlie Kirk show? They hijacked that bitch.
Oh, they had. Oh, JD Vance did it. Yeah. What a great
Yeah,
use
and
of
Ben
our vice
Shapiro,
president's time.
you know, podcaster now in chief, but he hijacked Ben Shapiro's fucking he hijacked the podcast.
Oh, finally, the work PC is up. Turning Point USA is Kirk's like speaking thing. It's all performative. Say it to my face, fishy boy. I can't hear you.
What am I saying to your face?
I have no clue. This must be another one of those instances where Discord audio wants to be like a dumb bitch. I don't know, you had your name in my mouth.
Just admit you'd rather have my cock in your mouth.
Oh, Jesus. My name in your mouth. Fuck, I'm tired. Go to sleep, Casper. Take it. Go get to sleep. Get a nap. No. Not bueno. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Isn't it assalamu alaiki for like the feminine version of that?
Is there even any feminine version? I don't know. I just
I was
know
told
one
it by
version.
this Muslim girl I was talking to for a little bit.
You whore.
Okay.
What? Is that a bad thing to say? She was Palestinian.
No.
Fun fact.
Okay. Oh. From the server? Like politics server?
No, from when I was back in the day when I was in another server. She moved to Canada though. Her and her family.
Oh, okay. I see.
They left.
uh,
Also, there's nothing that's been There's nothing that's been officially reported on that the boyfriend of the shooter is trans, right? Or the guy, the roommate.
Mainstream media has tried to twist the narrative, specifically right-wing
Yeah.
media.
first he was trans, then said that his bullets was trans because there are trans word in it, and now they're trying to portray that his boyfriend is trans. It's so funny. Oh man, they can just get over it that he's a white Christian straight guy. His parents are MAGA.
Yeah, I don't even know if he actually is gay. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but like he could be like one of those repressed gay religious people, you know.
Could be, could be.
It's more like it's just more likely that it was just politically motivated.
Yeah.
Somebody just put a photo on. Somebody had posted a Twitter photo of like Jesus, like it's like Jesus and the two guys that were
Yeah,
crucified
MLK and all
next to
that,
each
yeah.
other, and they said this is the most important moment in human history. I said nope, it was Charlie Kirk's death. What the fuck is this blasphemy? God, I'm such a troll.
Oh man.
You are a shitposter, llama.
You see the posts on my Twitter?
No, but you are a shitposter. I can just tell.
You haven't seen my wait, did you go through and see them? Some of them?
I have not even. I haven't really looked.
Yo, go to my replies.
I will probably do that later.
My replies are hilarious. I love calling people troglodytes. Okay, I gotta work. Fuck. It's so easy too what I have for work to do. It's just a little time consuming type of a deal.
Well, I'm probably gonna head out.
What?
I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, man. It's hard to hear the game over you talking.
Well, I'll shut up. I'll let you play.
Don't guilt from me like that, man. No, you can talk, but I will leave.
I'll just sit here and wait silently and listen to you.
Stop with this submissive shit, you twink.
Oh. Aw.
Okay, you are a
Holy
femboy.
shit, dude, that's a damn, bro.
Fucking closeted homosexual man.
Yeah, bro, you are linked with Charlie Kick's murderer. You are twink. Oh man.
Are you being gay?
You're the one who let out a fucking fat moan.
Damn, dude.
Be careful, you might turn sad on.
True.
You know how most Muslims are. They tend to be closeted.
Are you closeted?
Oh man.
The Dalit be mad.
Uh,
I know you played Baldur's Gate 3, Llama.
I have work to do currently. Like my work, like job. After I'm done working, I might play a little bit.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
Well, I'm gonna leave the call now, Llama. It's pretty boring here.
You whore.
Yeah,
See you
bro.
later, nerd.
Alright.
Yeah, you two can talk to each other. I'm sure you'll.
I welcome Mr. Patel and all the people that are here to observe. This is our annual FBI oversight hearing. We meet today in the aftermath of the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, a school shooting, and the senseless murder of Ukrainian refugees, and also to remember several weeks ago the killings in Minnesota. Charlie Kirk was a man of God, faith, family, and country. I pray for his wife Erica, children, the whole family. God bless you, Charlie Kirk. I've asked Director Patel for an update today on this matter. As we proceed with the hearing, Director Patel, I'd like to note that you've agreed to one 10-minute round of questioning. That's more time than your predecessor agreed to. When Director Ray appeared before this committee, he left early to go on a family vacation, and he wanted me to think it was business he had to conduct. Since your confirmation, you've been acquainted with the bureaucracy that you must reform and hold accountable. And that's no simple task. You've begun the important work of returning the FBI to its law enforcement mission. According to the FBI, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has been involved in the arrest of more than 23,000 violent criminals. This year, the FBI assisted in the arrest of more than 1,500 child predators and 300 human traffickers. And this year, the FBI helped rescue more than 4,000 children from predators. FBI teams nationwide are working alongside immigration and custom enforcement. This teamwork has resulted in the arrest and removal of a historic number of violent criminal aliens, gang members, and child sex offenders. Those are overwhelming better records than at least two of your past predecessors. During the Ray era at the FBI, the Bureau reallocated resources from child crimes to January 6 work.
Keep going to KASH
Director
Patel.
Patel, you've also moved agents from headquarters to field offices to better align with their law enforcement mission. Under your leadership, the FBI has apprehended several most wanted fugitives and secured the extradition of senior leaders of the Central American gangs like MS-13. Now, well, it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. I'm going to provide examples of that today, including making public new whistleblower records.
This guy's just
At your
eating
nomination
KASH
hearing,
Patel's cock.
I made public records that whistleblowers provide me about Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was the FBI case opened and approved by anti-Trump FBI agent Tebow. Arctic Frost then became Jack Smith's elector case against then Citizen Trump and now President Trump.
Oh, are you gonna
These new
cry about
records
it, you
show
little
that
pussy boy?
Arctic Frost was much broader than just an electoral matter. The case was expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of the group that Ray FBI sought to place under political investigation included the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorney General's Association, and various Trump political groups. In total, 92 Republican targets, including Republican groups and Republican-linked individuals,
Oh my God.
were placed under investigation.
For this, I should have put the odds on how many times he brought up fucking
on that
Republicans.
political list was one of Charlie Kirk's
Said the word Republican.
group's Turning Point USA.
Wow.
In other words, Arctic Frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle
Oh,
by
vehicle.
which partisan FBI agents
Oh.
and Department of Justice prosecutors
Yeah?
could achieve their partisan ends
How do you know
and
this?
improperly investigate the entire.
At the end of the day, if Republicans are committing, or if they're being investigated so much because of credible, like, suspicion, is that political prosecution, or is that just Republicans love committing crimes? I don't know. That's the one question I'd ask. Is it credible, the investigations? Was it based off of, like, credible evidence? Or was it, like, non-stop fishing expeditions? I mean, I would like to know. It's interesting. Are you just going to keep here and saying, like, a bunch of Republicans got investigated, it had to be partisan? True! But he's over here crying that, like, Republicans got investigated. Well, maybe it's because they were fucking committing crimes. I don't know. A wild, thought from me. I might actually make this full screen. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to make this the full screen.
Republican political.
Good, I didn't want to see her
apparatus.
face anyways, this
So
gal.
today, Senator Johnson and I are making these records public
Of course you
for the
are.
entire country to see, and I hope a lot of people
Wow.
are interested in seeing what government can do when various agencies have a political agenda.
Can you show that there was like a top-down,
My
like, oh my
investigative
god, this
work-
guy's so cringe. Grassley, whoever the fuck this retard is, how about you show from the, also, they're in public office, we self-audit investigate ourselves often, I found out. Yes, it's important. Checks and balances, keeping people accountable. Lay down. Harry, lay down. It's not only important that you hold your offices and your people accountable, this guy has not shown anything. I mean, I guess, is this him showing that there was a partisan, like, lawfare that was conducted, or is this all that he's doing to show is just saying, like, hey, all these people are investigated, so lawfare? I don't know.
Has also exposed the political way in which Peter Navarro was investigated and prosecuted. When FBI agent Tebow found out that Biden's DOJ would prosecute Navarro, he said, "Wow, great." That's a quote, unquote.
A guy got investigated. Somebody who must have known about his corrupt shit that he was doing was like, wow, that's a good thing. And that's being used as against him in what way? I don't know.
So is this up to date? At my last job, we used this tool called.
Through whistleblowers, I've obtained a audio recording of Special Agent Giagardina and Special Agent Sebastian Gardner's delivery of a subpoena to Navarro. I'm making that audio public today. In a court document filed by the Department of Justice, Navarro's interaction with the FBI was unfairly described as, quote unquote, the word combative.
Wow.
That intervention with Navarro was just as the justification to later aggressively arrest him. Then we get to the Clinton Annex and the Durham Annex. The Clinton Annex showed that the Comey FBI had evidence necessary to complete the Clinton investigation, the one about her mishandling of emails and classified information, but the FBI never did its job because it never reviewed the evidence at that time. The Durbin Annex showed that the Clinton campaign had a plan to falsely tie Trump to Russia, yet the Comey FBI failed to investigate that information.
Wow.
Instead, the Comey FBI used the discredited Clinton campaign-funded Steele dossier to advance Crossfire Hurricane against Trump.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself if I have to hear
Patel.
them repeat these lies.
Thanks in a large
So
part
cringe.
to you. Both annexes were finally declassified. That may be history, but it's history to make sure we don't repeat the history of the past.
It's history
And
to
the
make
people
sure
ought
we
to be
don't beat the
concerned
history of the past.
when the weaponization of government is used in this way.
God, I
whether
hope
it's
that
done
I
by
hope they
Republicans
weaponize
or
the government.
Democrats. Last
Mr. Grassley, I hope that the government, the DOJ and all the investigatory bodies under the next Democrat are weaponized against you fucking retards in the way that you think that they, in the way that you guys lie and purport that they were. I hope that they come after all of you so hard and so aggressive. Oh my god, I have such a hawkish feeling when it comes to government. But it's okay.
last Congress, I made public an FBI document called 1023 form that alleged a bribery scheme with the Biden family. To date, the FBI has never answered Congress whether they investigated the text messages, the audio files, and the financial records referenced in that 1023. Whistleblowers have provided my office with 2 additional FBI 1023 documents. These documents memorialize statements from FBI sources. These 2 new 1023 documents are from separate FBI confidential human sources during different years. So in total, we now have 3 different FBI confidential human sources providing information about the Biden family and potential criminal conduct. Today,
Please. Oh, do you know what? Guess what? They've been pardoned. They've been pardoned. Sorry, but you know, fuck these people. This is why he pardoned all of his family and himself. This is what they were gonna do. Actually pathetic. Actual losers. This evil. Look at this vile piece of shit.
Releasing these records.
God, I'm done listening to this guy like stroke his ego. Can I listen to somebody else? Not stroke his ego, but like
on this
pontificate.
I yield to Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for holding this oversight hearing during a critical period.
Okay, I just hate listening to that retard talk. God, he's so annoying.
At the beginning of this month, another of my FBI whistleblowers got their job back. All told, across government agencies, to the FBI, reinstatement of security clearances, and monetary compensation. At the beginning of this month, another of my FBI whistleblowers got their job back.
Good job, buddy.
All told, across government agencies, almost 20 whistleblowers have received fixes to their retaliation. Today, you'll get a lot of grief from some members of this committee.
Good.
In the short amount of time you've been director, you've corrected whistleblower retaliation, increased transparency more than any other FBI director I've seen, whether that FBI director
Grassley
was appointed by
to Cash
Republicans
Patel.
or Democrats.
Grassley to Cash
And I've been
Patel.
around here more than anybody else
I'm
on this
motioning
committee.
that my ass is getting fucked.
To Senator
Sorry, I listened to just was listening to him
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for
self-filate
holding
the
this
fuck out of
oversight
himself
hearing
and
during a
Patel.
critical period in the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During my 4 years as chair, I held 4 hearings with then FBI Director Wray. As a reminder to Republicans who claim the Biden administration weaponized the FBI, President Biden retained Director Wray, a lifelong Republican who was President Trump's nominee for the office. After his second election in an unprecedented move, President Trump forced out Director Wray and nominated Kash Patel, arguably the most partisan FBI director ever. Director Patel came to the FBI with a political mission, and he spelled it out in writing in detail. He wrote government gangsters, quote, the rot at the...
God, Mr. Durbin is beautiful already. It's worth it to get through the Glaze Fest. True. True. I like Mr. Durbin being honest. Is this a Republican? This guy's a Republican. That's based as fuck that he's like calling it out. Like, we're talking about like actually the most partisan FBI director, not to mention Trump pushing out the other fucking director that he had nominated. Holy fuck! Oh, it's so gross. Mr. Durbin. Is it Dick Durbin? Oh, I like this guy. This guy seems based. Okay.
Core of the FBI is not just scandalous, it's an existential threat to our Republican form of government, end quote. And with the power of his office and the blessings of the president, he attacked the FBI with a vengeance. Mr. Patel had falsely claimed the FBI, quote, was planning January 6th for a year, end quote. He even went so far as to produce a song by the January 6th rioters who violently assaulted police officers in the Capitol.
Forgot
he
about
compiled
that.
an enemies list
I forgot
of
about
servants
that.
he called government gangsters, like former FBI Director Mueller, whom Patel called, quote, an utter swamp creature. Former Trump officials who served with Mr. Patel warned us he would weaponize the FBI to protect the president's allies and target his critics. And indeed, Director Patel has already inflicted untold damage on the FBI, putting our national security and public safety at risk. Since January 20th, the Trump administration has engaged in an unprecedented purge of FBI officials. As we heard from highly credible whistleblowers, Mr. Patel was involved in directing this purge even before he was confirmed, despite his sworn testimony to this committee. It began with terminations and forced retirements of all 6 nonpartisan career officials who run all 6 branches of the FBI, the executive assistant directors. Since then, at least 18 of the 53 special agents in charge of FBI field offices have been removed, along with many other senior officials. Individual agents have been targeted for termination simply due to the work that they were assigned, such as January 6th investigation. In fact, according to former acting FBI Director Brian Driscoll, in a lawsuit filed last week, Director Patel made this very plain, telling Driscoll personally, quote, that his own job depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, end quote. And even though he knew, quote, the nature of summary findings were likely illegal.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name
Oh,
just
imagine.
by thinking about
Imagine.
At the same time, Director Patel has installed MAGA loyalists as political appointees in key career positions, including conspiracy theorist Dan Bongino as FBI Deputy Director, the first time in the history of the FBI that this position has not been held by a career FBI agent. Director Patel has also reportedly initiated loyalty test, requiring dozens of officials to sit for polygraph exams and answer inappropriate questions about whether they've made negative comments about him personally. Of course, as is often the case in the Trump administration, the rules apply to thee, but not to me. As we understand it from highly credible sources, key members of Director Patel's senior executive team and others on the 7th floor had disqualifying alerts on their initial polygraph exam. Well, how did they survive? They survived because of a personal waiver by either the director or the attorney general to remain employed by the Bureau. understand the context here. Political operatives in key positions, given the routine FBI polygraph exam, failed and had to receive waivers to continue their positions. They were lucky to keep their political appointments. They were. But the 5,000 career civil servants the director has so far forced out of the Bureau's ranks were not offered that same courtesy. 5,000. This mass exodus has created a disastrous brain drain, particularly in the fields of cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and counterintelligence. For example, my office has received information indicating that cuts to the Bureau's cyber division will cut personnel by half, despite the ever-increasing threats posed by adverse foreign actors. The brain drain is exacerbated by Director Patel's misuse of remaining FBI personnel and resources to focus on other priorities of this administration. According to reports, the 25 largest FBI field offices have been ordered to divert 45% of their agents from their primary missions to work on the mass deportation of immigrants. Just as concerning is Director Patel's plan to hire fewer qualified agents by removing the college degree requirement and reducing new agent training at Quantico from 18 weeks to just 8. So we have a brain drain and a significant watering down of training. Quite a record, Mr. Patel. As recently fired special agents and others have warned, fast-tracking inexperienced and improperly trained people into critical national security jeopardizes the Bureau's ability to effectively protect America. Director Patel himself had no training or life experience for this position. The result of that incompetence is staggering. For example, after Attorney General Bondi publicly stated in February that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review, that's what she said on Fox, Director Patel diverted more than 1,000 FBI personnel from their critical missions to work on 24-hour shifts reviewing over 100,000 pages of Epstein-related records. These personnel were instructed to flag any records in which President Trump was named. But that
no training or life experience is crazy. And also, he had agents 24-hour shifts reviewing anything that had the name Donald Trump on it. What is the point of this? What a waste of fucking money and time.
Review ended in an unsigned memorandum from DOJ and FBI stating simply, there is no incriminating client list, close quote. Director Patel still has not responded to my letter from 2 months ago asking about his role in this cover-up. On the day of the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Director Patel again sparked mass confusion by incorrectly claiming on social media that the shooter was in custody, which he then had to walk back with another social media post. Mr. Patel was so anxious to take credit for finding Mr. Kirk's assassin that he violated one of the basics of effective law enforcement. At critical stages of an investigation, shut up and let the professionals do their job.
True.
Notably, Director Patel recently forced out Special Agent in charge of Salt Lake City, Mayim Saeed, a counterterrorism expert with 20 years experience who would have led this high-profile investigation. The men and women who serve at the FBI and the American people...
Says they're unavailable. Fuck. Okay, let me find a different one of them. There's multiple videos that do the whole thing. Here's CBS. Kill me. I'll do it, don't worry. I think CBS should have it. Oh shit, my bad. Wait, there's no closed captions for any of them. What? Is it on MSNBC it has captions? Okay, MSNBC has captions.
And all the people that are here.
Briefing into the tragic.
Wait a minute.
I welcome Mr. Patel and all the people that are here.
Wavering support and commitment. We are attacking the and didn't.
Wait, I never heard KASH Patel's initial statement. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to exit it. I can go back, but I didn't see his Oh, this is not it. Wait, what is it then? Okay, yeah, the AP.
Shut up and let the professionals do their job.
Okay, I just paused. How come subtitles aren't available? What the fuck is this? Alright, there's unfortunately no captions. Let me know when you want me to click play. Just message me on Discord. I got you. ANNO. Boom. Okay, boom.
Job. Notably, Director Patel recently forced out Special Agent in charge of Salt Lake City, Mayim Saeed, a counterterrorism expert with 20 years' experience, who would have led this high-profile investigation. The men and women who serve at the FBI and the American people deserve a director who has the ability and the character to restore the Bureau to its place as the preeminent law enforcement agency. I want to close on a personal note. I came of age in the 1960s. We experienced a number of horrific assassinations, including President John Kennedy, Senator Robert Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King. We are going through a similar period of division and political violence. All of us in public life, on both sides of the aisle, have a responsibility to bring down the temperature and to work to unite the American people. Let's be clear. Republicans are not Nazis, and Democrats are not evil, as Mr. Patel has claimed. Democrats are not responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk, and Republicans were not responsible for the murder of Melissa Hortman. Our political opponents are not our enemies. We are all Americans, and we should be working together to keep the American people safe and protect their constitutional rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you please stand? So
What a great statement.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please be seated, and you can give your statement now.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the...
True. So right.
It's an honor to be here with you today as the 9th Director of the FBI. I want to provide by providing a briefing into the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's important that this FBI is transparent as possible without jeopardizing investigations. Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 p.m. on September 10th. I think this timeline is critically important. Less than a day later, the FBI at my direction released the first set of images of the suspect that we captured based on our analysis on the ground. Later that evening, while conducting extensive interviews and cell phone analysis...
God, this guy wants his cock sucked so much. God, he's such a... anyways.
Also, flying out evidence response teams and hostage rescue teams and evidence tacticians who were collecting evidence in live time and flying them back to Washington, D.C. in our laboratories for immediate analyses. We were able to extract video from the campus feed, and at my direction at 8 p.m., in partnership and in promise to working with the public to bring this fugitive to justice, we released a newly, never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new enhanced photos of the suspect. A few hours later, that suspect was in custody, pursuant to the interrogation of the suspect's own father, who stated, "When I saw that video that you released, I recognized it was my son, and I confronted him, and he was handed over to lawful law enforcement authorities." That is the FBI working with the public, as I promised, being transparent and providing critical information along the way in the manhunt for the suspect and suspects involved in Charlie's assassination. We received over 11,000 tips in the first 24 hours alone. We received 16,000 submissions to our digital media enterprise and tip lines. That is a large number of material to go through. I want to thank President Trump and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, for their unwavering support and commitment of resources to this and all investigations. I also want to especially thank our colleagues in Utah, Governor's Office, DPS, and the sheriffs out there. State and local law enforcement partnership has been a cornerstone since I took over at the FBI, and it was no different here. And our teams in Salt Lake City, our SACs out there across the country, our lab technicians in Quantico, who raced to complete the evidence analysis so the public could have the answers they need. These people worked through the night without sleep for days on end. They are to be commended. They are not to be attacked. And many, many, many more people I don't have time to thank here today. But I do want to thank the American people especially. The mission of the FBI is for them and with them and by, with, and through them. And it's that mission and that ethos that I brought to this investigation and so many others, and that's why that suspect is in custody. We cannot do our job without the American public and credible reporting in the media, and that's why Tyler Robinson is in custody today, about to face charges.
I know that we can get you up to speed, but can we get this thing to slow down once it gets there? You're not going to stop.
The last time I appeared before this committee was in January for my confirmation hearing. I told you then that if I were confirmed, I would provide and do everything I can to provide a safe and secure America. I promise to provide the courageous men and women of the FBI the tools and resources they need to crush violent crime and defend the homeland. I pledge myself to commit to full transparency, oversight, and accountability so we could restore the public's trust in the FBI. And that's exactly what I've done. Under this administration, the FBI has arrested more than 23,000 violent criminals. That's more than twice for the same time period from last year alone. 23,000, more than twice from the same time period last year. We've taken over 6,000 illegal firearms off the streets. That number is an exponential increase. We've identified and located more than 4,700 child victims. More than 4,700 child victims have been found by this FBI. That is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. 1,500 child predators have been arrested. That's a 5% increase from the same time last year. 300 human traffickers have been arrested. That's a 10% increase from the same time last year. Over 350 members of Tren de Aragua, foreign terrorist organization, have been arrested, and we have 42 ongoing cases. That is a 250% increase from the same time last year. Those are just some of the things the FBI is doing differently and better because we are leading the mission to crush violent crime and defend the homeland. We have also captured 4 top 10 fugitives from the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. To put that in perspective, that's the same amount I've captured in 7 months than my predecessor did during the entirety of the Biden administration. Those are real results, and the credit is to the men and women at the FBI. We've been able to achieve these results because the FBI recognizes violent crime doesn't just happen in Washington, D.C. That's why one of my first decisions as a director was to get the people, the Bureau's professional staff, out to the field. And we've done that with great speed. And every single one of your districts and states has received a plus-up of FBI personnel, agents, and special operators to the tune of almost 1,000. We did that because crime had unexpectedly and unacceptably exploded across the country. In fact, one of the stats that the American people should thank the FBI the most for is we are on track to have the lowest murder rate in modern American history. The lowest murder rate by double-digit percentages.
We've already on that. We were already trending towards the lowest fucking murder. Oh, this retard.
A major factor in the drop of this violent crime is the FBI's flagship Operation Summer Heat. We use this initiative at the direction of the President and the Attorney General, surging resources to our major and mid-major cities across America, conducting intelligence-based operations to target the worst of the worst, to target the gangs, to target the transnational organizations, to target the TCOs, and to target the drug trafficking cartels. And we have taken them out city by city. There's a lot of work left to be done, but we're off to a great start. Just ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis, Charlotte, Chicago, and so many more places. Specifically in New Orleans and Nashville alone, there has been an increase in the number of violent crime arrests by an average of 250% for each of those cities. And there has been a drastic reduction in crime across the board in mid-major cities across this country, thanks to the men and women of the FBI. How are we doing that? We are attacking the drug epidemic. We've seized nearly 1,000 kilograms of meth and cocaine off the streets of America. We've taken over 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets. Maybe one of the greatest achievements we have this year, 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl. That's a 25% increase from the same time last year. To put things in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill a third of the American populace, 115 million Americans. We're also going after the companies that manufacture these precursors overseas in places like mainland China and their cutting agents. In fact, this month in Cincinnati, we announced groundbreaking charges aimed at the individuals and businesses responsible for flooding these opioids and their precursors and cutting agents into the streets of America. And for the first time that I can remember, we are charging these businesses and enterprises, not just in America, but in mainland China, and seizing their operational necessity to have money by seizing their cryptocurrency wallets. We're also equally important to protecting the homeland. We know we have a no-fail mission. We're committed to keeping our nation safe from terrorism, cyber attacks, and foreign adversaries. Whether stopping threats inspired by foreign terrorist organizations or lone wolf actors or sponsored by hostile nation states. This year, we've already made nearly 60 counterintelligence arrests. 60 counterintelligence arrests this year alone is a 30% increase from the same time period last year for the CI work at the FBI. I'm proud when we can share our successes, such as when an espionage charge was brought against an active-duty U.S. Navy sailor caught spying for the People's Republic of China. But I want the American people to know the FBI is protecting the homeland from foreign adversaries in a way that will never make the news, and a lot of the good work that they do will never be able to discuss in this setting. We're working on cyber threats. We're attacking malware infrastructure, going after ransomware attackers, delivering a new partnership with the private public sector engagements we've taken with the companies who are attacked by these foreign adversaries and nation-state actors and individual enterprise rings from around the world. We are combating Salt Typhoon, Vault Typhoon, Flash Typhoon, and so many other ransomware and cyber threats this nation faces. We're also arresting people such as Tajik national in Brooklyn, who is suspected of sending tens of thousands of dollars to support ISIS. We're going after the new form of what I refer to as modern-day terrorism in America, 764 crimes that involve harming our children by going after them online, causing self-mutilation, suicide, sexual abuse, and steering them in the wrong direction. Currently, we have 3,500 international terrorism investigations. Specifically, we have in this country 1,700 domestic terrorism investigations, a large chunk of which are nihilistic violent extremism, NVE. Those who engage in violent acts motivated by a deep hatred of society, whatever that justification they seem is. The FBI has seen a 300% increase in cases opened this year alone versus the same time last year. In the last couple of months, The FBI secured a guilty plea for a man in Tennessee who attacked an energy facility with drones and explosives. We secured the indictment of a violent Sinaloa cartel faction leader in Chicago on narco-terrorism charges. Our folks in Sacramento collaborated with domestic and international partners to secure a guilty plea for a leader of a transnational terrorist organization who solicited the murder of federal officials. But the Bureau's job is not done. I'm committed to this transparency. Mr. Chairman, you alluded to our work with Congress. To date, in the 7 months that I've been FBI director, we have produced 33,000 pages to the United States Congress. 33,000 pages. Just to put that in perspective, my predecessor in his 7-year term issued 13,000 pages to Congress, and his predecessor in his 4-year term issued 3,000 pages to Congress. I've issued 33,000 pages in 7 months, and we're going to keep going. I'm dedicated to restoring the trust that the public has and needs in the integrity at the FBI, and it's being done every day by the men and women of the FBI. Now, I know that there's a lot of talk about Epstein.
33,000 pages, it's just like every page just has one word on it. Steering them in the wrong direction, that's not your job. True! Also, he can't touch the federal level. Or he is the federal level, you're right. That's what Trump said he was possibly gonna put the natty guard on next. What the fuck? As cool as it would be, I would see a video of people pick... this would be when I see videos of people picked up on the side of the road, I can't help but think that's inflating the numbers on the purpose to look. Oh, it's 100% all just inflating numbers. That's like obviously what's happening here. Arrests not convictions. He's a lawyer. He knows the difference. True. So the citizens did your job for you. Fucko. True. It's so gross. He's so disgusting.
And I'm here to testify that the original sin in the Epstein case was the way it was initially brought by Mr. Acosta back in 2006. The original case involved a very limited search warrant or set of search warrants and didn't take as much investigatory material it should have seized. If I were the FBI director then, it wouldn't have happened. The search warrants were limited to small time periods to include 2002 to 2005 and 1997 to 2001. Mr. Acosta allowed Epstein to enter in 2008 to a plea and non-prosecution agreement, which then the courts issued mandates and protective orders legally prohibiting anyone from ever seeing that material ever again without the permission of the court. The non-prosecution agreements also barred future prosecutions for those involved at that time of those individuals. Still, this administration, at the direction of President Trump, has done more to turn over all the credible information we are legally able to do so, and we will continue to work with Congress to achieve that end. Under the direction of the President, thank you for your support for our mission to working to jointly deliver
Ooh, Freudian slip under the direction of the President. Oh my God. He just let it slip, little silly Billy.
And congressional oversight to the United States. Lastly, I want to close with the President's initiative here in Washington, D.C. as an example of what we're doing around the country. And I think our next city is Memphis. 21,000 arrests in D.C. with our federal partners. A huge decrease in violent crime.
21,000 arrests? What does that even mean? I think this guy's just capping. No, 21,000 arrests in D.C.? There might be 21,000 arrests out of all the arrests in Washington D.C. Alright, let's see. This should be easy. As much as I am in boost of nothing ever happens, in the boat of nothing ever happens, because he was still confirmed, it's important to have this on file for public viewing. Oh, and for public viewing. Didn't the DHS take down the stat for domestic terrorism by party affiliation a couple days ago? No. No way they did. Oh. Because it would show how fucking psychotic and lunatic people that are like right-coded are because of the way they're brought up. They're brought up. They are radicalized. Unironically, it is violent the way they are. Which is fine. Wait. Did this guy just straight up lie? He said in DC there was...
60%, 1,000 arrests in Washington, D.C. to the United States. Lastly, I want to close with the president's initiative here in Washington, D.C. as an example of what we're doing around the country. And I think our next city is Memphis. 21,000 arrests in D.C. with our federal partners.
Okay, quick thing. He just said 21,000 arrests in Washington, D.C. I don't even think that's true. The last I saw was like 3, maybe 4,000 arrests. Wait, according to AP, there's been 2,300 arrests. And then prosecutors have dropped. This guy just lied. There's no way that there was 11,000, that there was 22,000 arrests that occurred in Washington since the September initiative for the Washington D.C. policing. It happened, or no, August, or was it July? All the numbers I'm seeing are since the initiative. There's been 2,000 arrests. Did this guy misspeak?
Huge decrease. And I think our next city is Memphis. President's initiative here in Washington, D.C. as an example of what we're doing around the close with the president's initiative here in Washington, D.C. as an example of what we're doing around the country. And I think our next city is Memphis. 21,000 arrests in D.C. with our federal.
21,000 arrests. Quick thing. This guy just lied.
Are we surprised? One, two. As much as I think this guy is a liar completely, he might have statistics that we don't have. But at the same time, if he outed those statistics, isn't that like a national security threat?
Yeah, because everything I'm finding, NPR, AP, ABC, OPB, they're all like in the 2,000 to 3,000 range for arrests since that August initiative for Washington D.C. Unless he's talking about over the course of this year, but there wasn't really that big of a push until literally like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, max.
Also, there used to be like statistics of like breaking it down by party. I'm searching the DHS right now. I'm well versed in this website. So I had to do it for my citizenship stuff. But yeah, it only has up until 23. It doesn't even have 24.
Oh, for the bi-party affiliation.
Yeah, it doesn't even. I can't even find it for 23. But I'm also searching underpage documents. So.
Yikes.
Also, I have the independent review panel report of the assassination attempt in I'm assuming was Trump's assassination attempt. Pennsylvania, yep. Okay.
I'm assuming they're gonna say
Yeah,
that
no,
it wasn't a Republican, not a party affiliate, is
Yeah.
what they're gonna say.
No.
Even
But
though,
anyway, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
Back to Cash Patel. Yeah, he's either straight up inflating the numbers or lying somehow, or we could go to the FBI website and see if we can find the stats ourselves, or he's outing the or he's outing private, not safe for public viewing stats yet.
Or he's straight up just lying.
That was number one.
Or he's no, I'm saying, or he's when it comes to the inflating, I think a chance for the inflating, he's doing the whole thing like any type of law enforcement encounter. He's just saying that that's part of the arrest numbers, because there's no way.
That's what I was saying. I was like arrests, not convictions. And it.
But when you heard 21,000, that it wasn't just like, what the fuck, 21,000, my ass.
That's like, well, that's. Is he counting like, because you'll see later in the thing, the FBI was told to go and help ICE, go and like do something.
There was only
go and help ICE with arresting people.
There was less than 1,000 ICE-related, immigration-related arrests is what every statistic I'm getting. Do you think there's like 18,000 illegals that have been arrested in Washington, D.C.? No way.
No, it wasn't. We're talking specifically Washington, D.C., but
That's
you'll
what
see later.
Yeah.
He gets his ass handed to him.
Well, but
which is why I'm like, it's worth it. Just get through the Glaze Fest.
I know, but the 21,000 arrests in Washington, D.C. is what he specifically just said, is just cap.
What's the population of Washington, D.C.?
Not enough to where there's 21,000 arrests. I could see maybe 1 million, 2 million.
Almost 8 million.
Oh shit. Okay, that's a lot, but
oh,
still.
Sorry. That's the state. That's the state.
Oh, yeah, it's 700,000. Yeah, 21,000 people. My ass. What? No shot. I just don't believe that.
That's almost 3% of the population.
I thought 1 million was old. When I said 2 million, I was like, that's a lot of people. I don't think there's that many in Washington D.C.
Yeah, no, it was. I forgot to put the D.C. part.
No, you're good. Yeah, the whole state.
I
was
like, the East Coast. I'm a California girl. I don't care about the East Coast.
Yeah, get fucked, East Coast. Okay, back to this. Oh, I gotta go in little under 2 hours. I got a errand to run, but then I will be back. But that's a while from now.
No worries, I do too. I gotta go to like road trip like an hour away. So I got you.
Based. Hell yeah. All right. Talk to you in a bit. Well, I'm gonna have the video playing, but no, I'll just mute in here unless you have to hop out.
I'll be quiet.
Partners. Huge decrease in violent crime. 60% decrease in gun crimes in Washington, D.C. in the last month. 74% decrease in carjackings in Washington, D.C. in the last month. 53% decrease in homicides in Washington, D.C. in the last month. The drugs are disappearing, people are freely walking around the states, and we're restoring the nation's capital to its glory. That work is through the interagency process that the FBI is proud to be a part of, and the initiative spearheaded by President Trump and the Attorney General. And perhaps most notably for investigations in Washington itself, it was the intelligence that the FBI gathered through our source network here in D.C. that helped us identify the suspects in the horrific murder of the D.C. intern Eric Tarpinian. We're proud to be a part of that investigation. We're proud to put the resources to bear of the FBI. And in closing, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and Ranking Member Durbin, I'm honored to be the 9th director of the FBI. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to criticize my 16 years of service, please bring it on. Over to you.
If you want to criticize my service,
please bring it on. Over to you.
Jesus.
I've observed whether it's Republican or Democrats want a yes or no answer, that the witness and the senators talking over each other. So I thought what I'd do this time, rather than have that happen, if there's something you don't get a chance to answer because of the demeanor of a Republican or Democrat senator, before when we get done with that questioner, I'd give you a chance to fill in if there's something you didn't get a chance to say.
My good,
Since
my KASH
2019,
PATEL.
I've sought greater transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and the government handling of the matter. I've continued to investigate during this Congress. Director Patel, was Jeffrey Epstein an intelligence asset for the United States government or the foreign government? And if so, which agencies or governments?
Mr. Chairman, I can only speak to the FBI as the director of the FBI, and Mr. Epstein was not a source for the FBI.
Okay. Would you commit to providing my office with all classified and non-classified records relating to the Epstein matter?
I will commit to providing all records I'm legally permitted to do so under the court orders.
It seems to me that I accept your answer to my question, but the broader intelligence community ought to answer these questions as well. Victims deserve an answer. Regarding the initial FBI 1023 document that I made public last Congress, that document mentioned 1, text messages, 2, audio recordings, and 3, financial records that allegedly proved a bribery scheme with the Biden family and foreign interests. Regarding those records, did the Ray FBI make any effort to determine whether they existed? Did the Ray FBI make any effort to obtain those records?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
Since this matter hasn't been fully investigated, the FBI has an obligation to the public to do exactly that and figure out why it wasn't investigated. Next question. I've done a lot of oversight relating to sexual misconduct by the FBI agents. In fact, I believe this is something I discussed with Ray, one of his appearances before this committee. According to the FBI Inspection Division, it opened nearly 300 investigations based on sexual misconduct referrals between 2017 and 2024. According to whistleblowers of Biden Ray, FBI totally dropped the ball on this question. One credible accusation of sexual misconduct is too many, of course. Are you committed to reviewing the Bureau's policies to...
Sorry, Casper. Errand's happening now. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Hey, thanks for the follow. Who's that? Somebody followed. Thank you, whoever did that. Thanks for the follow, Mike. Back me up. Sweet. Okay. BRB. All right.
Ensure responsible responses to credible allegations of misconduct, that they're swift and adequately protect victims.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Relating to a similar subject, during child crimes and sexual misconduct related investigations, are any private sector companies less than cooperative with you? What improvements in information sharing need to be made to catch those criminals?
Mr. Chairman, we can always do better with their private sector companies. I've reached out to the leaders of most of them, asking them to provide more material so that we can be responsive and take legal action and protect the youth of this country. I'm happy to discuss, possible legislation that we can do to allow for these companies to continue.
When stink lingers.
No,
use
when
Lysol
stink
Air
lingers.
Sanitizer.
Fuck.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your brand.
Yeah. Say maybe 1 inch up on the microphone.
Sorry.
Not. I think you're close enough.
Sorry, I'm
just a
gonna
little bit
be
lower when
eating,
you
so
raise
don't
your
want
head.
my face to be
It's,
on cam while
difficult to
I'm
hear.
stuffing my face.
Director Patel, since 2021, I've raised concerns about the Biden administration failure to properly vet Afghan evacuees. Director Gabbard informed my office that as of August 2022, approximately 1,600 evacuees located in the United States had ties to terrorism and other derogatory information. That's why I and many others have opposed bills giving blanket approval. Are you aware of what steps your predecessor took to investigate these evacuees? And what steps have you taken to investigate them? And what, if any, national security concerns still exist?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to the steps my predecessor took, but I will make sure we do a sweeping review and get back to you on that. As far as the Afghan refugees and evacuees, as during my tenure, we are going through the databases to make sure that no known or suspected terrorists enter this country to harm our nation. And also, as my resolve as FBI director, one of the first acts we undertook was a manhunt of one of the Abbey Gate bombers and leaders in that crime spree that killed 13 brave Americans. And within 2 weeks, we caught one of the leaders of the Abbey Gate bomber and brought him to justice here in 2 weeks from Pakistan. And so my commitment to you on Afghanistan in all matters is complete and without border.
Through my and other investigations, we found that the Biden administration lost thousands of undocumented children. We never heard a peep from senators wanting to help find them, even after I invited them to do so. In September 2025, the Trump Health and Human Services announced the creation of an interagency crime coordinator cell to find these and other missing children. That interagency group reportedly includes your agency. What resources and personnel have the FBI assigned to this new interagency effort, and what steps have the FBI taken to assist in locating missing children that the incompetent Biden administration lost?
Protecting our youth is maybe the top priority for the FBI. As it specifically relates to your question, Mr. Chairman, as I stated, we've searched resources not just to this cell, but across the nation to our FBI's field office to locate children who have been trafficked, who have been victims of sexual abuse. And we have located 4,700 children in the 7 months since I've been FBI director. And that is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. And we're not stopping, and we're committed to doing that work on our tribal lands as well. And we are finding victims of child trafficking and child abuse every county and every district, and we're not going to stop.
Okay.
Oh my god, they actually found 257,000 million billion children. The FBI stopped trafficking of 180 trillion kids.
As I mentioned during my opening, I'm releasing documents with Senator Johnson about Arctic frost. Specifically, the documents show its scope expanded to include 92 Republican organizations. From evidence that I've seen, it looks to me like another political hit job against Republicans. What steps has the FBI taken to make sure improperly predicated investigations and weaponizations like this don't happen again?
The simple answer, Mr. Chairman, is the FBI will only bring cases that are based in fact and law and have a legal basis to do so. And anyone that does otherwise will not be employed at the FBI. We are doing a prospective and retrospective analyses of individuals who may have weaponized the department and the agency. And as I've committed to you during my confirmation hearing and my conversations with you, this FBI will not be weaponized anymore in either side of the aisle.
In June of this year, I raised concerns about the FBI's use of restricted access and prohibited access systems. According to the FBI, quote,
Fuck your back.
Teams,
Casper!
Teams that exist
No!
in a prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel.
Yes, I am back. I'll pause for you. I want you to rewind like 5 minutes and tell me your thoughts. All right.
Ensure responsible, adequate private sector sharing.
Reached out to and protect the youth to continue.
For your work community.
Not
I'm
here.
stuck.
Of the Biden administration office in the step investigate.
Well, FBI director, one of the first Act 13.
Undocumented help find help the FBI system.
Specifically, and we increased.
They actually found 200. Oh my god. They actually found 257,000 million billion children. The FBI stopped trafficking of 180 trillion kids. Okay. Jeez. I see how it is. I see how it is, Casper. Whoa, why does it look like that? Oh, duh, because it's my... Alright, see you in a sec, Casper. Fuck. No, did I just... Oh, okay, it's right there. Whew, got scared there for a second. Oh no, shit, I accidentally... Ah, it is what it is. I'm just curious, I gotta see, Come on, Grok. Oh shit, I gotta at Grok. Delete. Paste, hey. Yes. Thousand billion kid. That's how they talk. It's so cringe. It's such like virtue signaling too. It's like the FBI that's like their entire job is to stop like that stuff. Like that's what they do. Oh, gotcha. Grok, respond. You slut. Grok, you piece of shit. Just curious, this is coming from a sitting member of Congress, right? Yeah, so I want to see if like it's true what he's saying. Do I have to sit here and wait for it to... God damn it. Grok! Whatever. Okay, as we edge closer to September 30th government funding deadline, Republicans remain committed to keeping the government open so we can continue making progress. Guess what? Democrats are committed to... It's not how you spell committed, Isaac. Committed to fucking over your ability to not come to the table and make joint decisions. Fuck, that's not how you spell decisions. Decisions. You Republicans will be no longer able to affect all the gross, illegal, illiberal, unconstitutional, and unconstitutional unconstitutional acts. We will no longer fund y'all. Hey, what's up?
You're in stream chat.
Heck yeah.
I'm just here.
Hell yeah. Y'all's... I'm waiting for Zan to... He's about to hop out of the shower. He'll be on.
Okay.
Heinous.
I'll be
And then he's gonna
quiet.
watch the KASH PATEL thing with us.
Awesome.
Government. Hell yeah, based. I really want to see a response from Grok. Okay. Claims FBI targeting under Biden are debated for parents. A 2021 memo addressed threats to school officials, not speech. Fact checks find no broad targeting through though some probes occurred. For Catholics, a retracted memo linked some traditionalists to extremism with reviews finding no malice but critics alleging bias for pro-lifers increase FACE Act cases like raids on activists, but selective enforcement claims persist. The sources vary by perspective. It shouldn't vary by perspective. It should just be like the truth, right? How is there different perspectives? Hey, Casper, we're gonna have different perspectives on the amount of the crime per capita, gun crime per capita in Chicago. You know, there's different perspectives on what that actually is. So, you know, we can't give you a complete concrete. No, you just look at the fucking crime data. Oh my god, kill me.
What crime data? I've been searching and searching for fucking crime data, and I can't find it anymore. There used to be, like, really easy fucking charts. I've been reading, all of the little bulletins that DHS has been putting out. But honestly, DHS is only caring about immigration and shit. So it's like, alright, I don't even know where to look anymore.
Oh my god. We have Republican senators calling for senators or congresspeople that are calling for Ilhan Omar to be deported. That's kind of crazy.
It's incredibly crazy, and it's unprofessional, and it makes us look like idiots, and I'm not surprised other countries are fucking laughing hysterically at us anymore. Yep.
That is absurd.
Oh, we're no longer number one in the world, that's for sure.
Do you support I don't know, the whole thing about providing proof of citizenship to vote, like I don't know, like, what the thought process is on all that stuff. Like, you're making voting a more cumbersome process. That's like what we want to do. We want to make it harder for people to vote.
Yes. I mean, that was the whole thing about the whole something. It was either one of the EOs or if it was one of something that Republicans brought up, a bill that they brought up, and it's like you have to, a part of that, and it's if your ID doesn't match your birth certificate, you can't vote. So anybody who changed their name for various reasons, I'm sure it meant for like trans people or something, but anyone can change their name for any reason. But it also hit like married women because they're often change their name after they get married. And
it would make you unable to vote.
Like, new age people who are deciding that when they get married, younger people, that they're gonna create a family name instead of take one or the other or hyphenate.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was actually gonna do. Just switch my last name to Winchester is what I'm thinking about doing.
Yeah, like create a new family name, which is something I've heard a lot about. So it's gonna hurt more people. It's supposed to make voting more cumbersome.
It's intentional. They know why.
It is absolutely intentional.
But at the end of the day, when it comes to making voting harder, that hurts Republicans more than Democrats. It just does, statistically. So I guess that might be a good thing for us, not in a good way, but not that I think it's good that we're making voting cumbersome, but do they think that, like, more educated, wealthier people are voting for them who aren't going to struggle with these cumbersome... Although maybe the point is to make it to where, like, the higher castes of society are the ones making the decisions. Even then, that's still kind of fucked if you care about, like, democracy. Well, they don't. Never mind. We're not a democracy, remember? We're a constitutional republic. No democracy there.
No. Oh my god.
You know, it doesn't actually say democracy once in the entirety of the Constitution. You know, it actually doesn't say that, Casper. It doesn't say democracy once. They don't cite it. Sorry. Not to debate bro you from a conservative perspective, but that's unironically what gets said.
That's shit that I heard in high school. That's shit that I said in high school, and then I turned around and was like, oh wait, no, I'm very, very fucking wrong. Never mind.
Yep. Oh no. Wait. Fuck. We have democratically elected representation. Oh fuck.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was like, oh wait, no, it's literally just a subclass of democracy. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind.
True. Like, I don't believe in pure, infinite, unabashed democracy. Of course not. You. What? We wouldn't want that. Who argues that? Breaking. Trump proposed swapping out Pride Month for Veterans Month. How do you feel about that? Is Pride Month an actually like nationally syndicated like month?
We have a Veterans Month. It's May.
Yeah,
May
but
is Veterans Month.
also is Pride Month like nationally syndicated, or is that just something that everyone kind of agreed to?
No, it's a social thing.
Yeah, it's like a social thing. It's not syndicated by like the government or like nationalized by the government, right?
I think Biden was considering. I could be completely lying here. I think he was considering having Stonewall be a holiday, but like not like a take the day off holiday. Just like put it on the record calendar. Like Trump's put every random ass holiday on the calendar, but.
Okay, yeah. So the Pride Month isn't even like actually like a nationally recognized thing. It's just something that everybody kind of like does. Okay.
No, it's like it's a societal thing, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just our society.
What do you mean swapping out Pride Month for Veterans Month? Why don't you just you can also I mean, you're right. May is Veterans Month and we have Veterans Day and Memorial Day. We can have a Veteran Month, I guess, also in July. There's okay. Or June or whatever it is. Is it June? Fuck, I don't remember what month. It's June or July.
One of those.
All I know is that like, who cares? Like, not to say who cares, like fuck gay people or fuck veterans, but it's just like, this is like just for like corporations to.
Right now,
this is just for corporations to like push advertising. That's really all it gets used for. I don't know, like who cares? Like.
It's a Hallmark thing now. Hallmark's taken it over.
Yeah, and also like I have no problem with like LGBT stuff. I have no problem with Pride Month. I have no problem with like any of that stuff. It doesn't bother me. Like I'm in support of it, you know, that's cool, but like I'm not going to I guess lose my fucking mind over. No, I think it's cringe to try to like nationally like try to stop the recognition of Pride Month. I think that's just fucking weird. Actually, no.
Well, we have Pacific Islander, we have African American, which is in February, the shortest month, which I feel is a little gypped, but I get it because I think that's MLK's birthday or MLK Day is in February. But we have Juneteenth, which was recognized as a federal holiday during Biden's administration. He did actually have that as a federal holiday, and then I guess this year, because I had to do it with work, they were like, "Is Juneteenth off?" And I was like, "I thought it was," and then now it's not off. So I don't know. Like it's still a nationally observed holiday, but I don't think it's
yeah,
off
2021.
like it
You're
was
right.
last year.
Yeah. Also, what's wrong with having Juneteenth be celebrated? Do people not like that? Oh, I've heard people say
people did
stuff
not
against
like
that.
That's too DEI adjacent. There's no chance.
It's too DEI to recognize people being like the last slaves being recognized or being recognizing when we like officially stopped it like for good. That's bad.
Well, think about it. The reason that he fucking won it all was like culture war shit. If we're really honest about it, nobody was voting on his economics.
True.
No, because you don't understand, because there were also indentured servants that were Irish. So therefore the slaves, all of the slaves, everything that the slaves went through was officially invalidated because there were white indentured servants.
Well, and you're also forgetting, of course, they were tribesmen who were ooga boogieing in Africa, and so we saved them from that.
True.
Yeah.
Jourdan, quick thing. I don't know if you enjoy Twitter from time to time, but if you want to see me,
I wouldn't say enjoy is necessarily that.
Well, if you want to see someone like myself be unhinged and shit on people, then there you go.
Nice.
I just sent you it.
By the way, I talked to the politics server mods. We got it all sorted now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I just followed you. Yeah, they just gave me the Centurion rank. Yeah.
Sick.
And so now I get to join the voice thing. So
Hell
next
yeah.
time I'll be able to come debate with you.
Hell yeah. I don't know if if you had seen this, but this is what I posted to my personal Facebook. For the Charlie Kirk thing, I have a lot of conservative family members. I live in Nebraska, so I made it a little bit more milquetoast, but without Without being
Let's
like a
see.
hand-wringing liberal. I'll just put it that way.
Right. Right. Yep. I mean, yeah, this is pretty inoffensive, I think.
But it also like it wholly calls out Trump. Like there's no one else who's implicated.
Yeah.
Although I guess if you have 10
sure...
IQ, it's probably hard to understand that since it's like what, probably
sure
12th grade
will
reading
be...
level to understand what I wrote.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be people who look at it and they go, what about the leftards?
True.
Which, like...
I did a good job, though, of not, like, specifically
of
calling out the
either,
left or the right. I just called out Trump specifically as, like, a leader.
Yeah.
Citing to that more than anything.
Yeah, I'm so tired of this whole, like, oh, the left is so violent in their rhetoric, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, bro, like, yeah, if you want to talk about, like, fucking lefties on the internet, sure, but those people are fucking nuts, and we all think they're nuts. You don't see Democrat politicians doing this, but you do see Trump doing this. And, like, you know, when Daniel was with me here the other night, he even admitted it, right? He was even like, yeah, I wish Trump would stop doing that shit too. Granted, he's not like a hardcore MAGA or anything, and call him MAGA Daniel for convenience, but
yeah, he seemed pretty reasonable. There were some things where it's like, oh, he's definitely on the right, but it didn't like, he wasn't like brain rotted where like I wanted to like punch him, so that was good.
No, he is reasonable. He will have a conversation with you, and if you bring him like facts rather than just ignoring the facts, he'll just be like, oh, okay, well that's interesting. I'll have to go look at my own stuff or whatever, and then come back and talk to you about it. Yeah.
I think my favorite thing to see on Twitter is when someone says something retarded, and then someone just @Grox underneath their post asking the question that they state.
Bro,
so funny.
Okay, on your Insta, I need you to follow Grok versus MAGA. It's an incredible account.
Oh, it's funny as hell.
It's so good. Yeah. It's
the only
just,
person
like,
I follow on Instagram is Sydney Sweeney.
I mean, fair.
Just kidding. Well, no, I follow Joe Biden, Kamala, Destiny, Sydney Sweeney, and AOC.
You know, one of the more retarded things I think I see online is leftists being upset over Sydney Sweeney.
The funny thing is, I think that unironically that is just people, like the majority of people don't care on the left about Sydney Sweeney. Sorry.
No, and that's why I specifically said leftists, right? Like,
oh, true.
Like lefties, yeah.
True.
Yeah, and then I'm like, I was like, dude, like, come on, bro, like you're I hate to use this overused and sort of meaningless term, but you're fucking sheep, dog. Like, have your own opinions for fuck's sake.
Based. True. Is it MAGA versus Grok or Grok versus MAGA?
Grok versus MAGA, I think.
Is it the not actually one in quotation marks?
Well, here, let me pull it up real quick.
Oh wait, I think I found it. Oh no, I don't think so. Fuck. It has like 200,000 followers.
Grok vs MAGA.
Yes or no? Did 24 young girls die in Texas flooding?
Not actually. Yeah, the not actually one.
Oh, they just post good stuff?
Yeah, it's so good.
Okay.
Like, we watched a bunch of it on my stream one time. It was just fucking hilarious.
Hell yeah. I don't really use Instagram that much, but I'm also not at the point yet where photos are real big for my platform. Got a lot more to do before we can get to that point, but
Sure.
Photos will come. Right now, it's easy just to spam Twitter and
I've
stream.
been doing like, and I've been slacking on like my, the last couple weeks, but I've been doing like stitches type deals on Insta because I can't do TikTok because of my parents.
Oh, got you. Yeah, my TikTok. I have one funny clip if you want to see it. I mean, I think it's kind of funny.
I've heard they're getting close to finalizing this TikTok deal finally, so I
did
may
see
be able to
something
soon.
about that.
Yeah, soon I finally might be able to make a TikTok.
Hell yeah. Let me know when you're caught up.
1 second.
You're good. Oh, I'm wearing the same hoodie in that. That's funny. This is from like almost a month ago. I'm not quite as committed to I'm not super committed to the short form content, but I do need to start clipping and cutting out funny tidbits to post everywhere.
Ooh, hang on, I'm getting hit with cat pictures.
Respectable. No, I get it. That's fine. I would be in the same position. I would have to look.
It's a girl. I have to respond. No.
Oh, do you have a significant other?
I have a couple.
Couple significant others based?
I'm poly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, where did you send me things?
Oh, it's just on my stream. Like, I just have it pulled up.
Oh shit. Okay, let me pull the stream up. Hang on.
Floating.
Want to hear you try to get it out?
Wow.
You can just chat.
All my shit is updated to the newer operating systems. I had the beta on my phone for a while, but now I have it on my Mac and my iPad, and everything looks so cool. Okay, let's see.
Hell yeah. Sorry, my UI, my overlay. This just all looks dog shit right now. It's just because this video is on TikTok and it's weird. But all right, you ready?
Should I listen to it?
Yeah. If you I could just
let me mute it.
Okay.
Let me mute it here. Yeah, so I can listen. Hang on.
Want to hear you try to get it out?
Yo, what's up? So you have a problem with deporting illegal immigrants or just asylum seekers?
I have no problem with deporting people that are here illegally.
I have no problems if they.
What's your position even? You haven't even stated a position. You're like on the fence here.
You said you. What do you mean I'm on the fence? What am I on the fence about?
It's like you are asking people sort of their political positions, and it's not obvious what yours is.
Yeah,
like
because unlike you, subhuman retards, my political positions are well thought out, and I'm not just a caricature of like what you think, like all liberals or left-leaning people are. Whereas all of you guys, I can perfectly map on like 90% of everything you believe, because you all are a bunch of like homogenous NPC bots that aren't deserving of like being taken seriously in any meaningful intellectual conversation. That's the difference between me and you, like you retards.
So can you give me like a nuanced description of your belief system, or what? No, you can't. I haven't thought it out that much.
Can I give you a nuanced description of my political position? I don't know, Chief. That's a great question. Let's go back to where I'm fucking your. Let's go back to where I'm fucking your mom tonight. Jesus. I mean, yeah, I can give a well thought out political position, but you told me that your Trump's one redeeming quality is the Epstein Island thing. You hate brown people. You're a fan of Hassan Piker, and you're a big capitalist. So I don't think you're like worthy of even licking the fucking words off the ground that I could give to you. Like you're retarded. You can just chat.
That's fun. That was fun. I think one of the cool things why I'm excited to debate with you is we have, you're a little sharper in your rebuttals than I am, right? You're a little more you're a little more ready to call someone a fucking retard. I tend to be a lot more diplomatic, and I think that dynamic plays well off of each other, right?
Yeah.
Because you have a good cop and a bad cop.
Yes. Yes.
And so so I'm kind of stoked for us to, next time we're streaming and we go into the fucking politics server, for example. I think that'll be good.
I agree. Well, and a big thing too is I normally, if I'm talking to somebody who's like good faith, I mean, assuming Casper's seen it, where like I'll talk to somebody who isn't like completely like retarded in bad faith, I will have like an extensively long conversation without just hitting them with the slurs. It's just a lot of the times they don't deserve that consideration. True. No, not the hard R slur, just the retard
No, not
slur.
that would be the N slur.
Yeah, true. True.
I'm just using TikTok language.
Oh yeah, true. Grape.
But I mean, like you've
Unalive?
seen me a little bit. Yeah, right. Exactly. You've seen me kind of like debate a little bit. Casper's seen me debate a lot. You really have to piss me off to get me to go Nebraska.
I'm Nebraska like that usually.
Yeah, but when I go Nebraska, it can be kind of scary.
Hey, that's fair. I mean, I heard you popping off during the first stream we did together, or kind of did together. That was enjoyable
Which
for me.
one? Yeah, who were we talking to? Was it Scarecrow?
I think so. It was like the Charlie.
Yeah.
It was the Dean Withers stuff.
I love Scarecrow. I do, but he really has a way of just fucking sticking a finger right in my craw. I love the guy to death. I consider him a very close friend of mine. But when we discuss certain topics, he just knows how to piss me the fuck off.
Yeah, his brain is kind of broken about the Dean Withers thing. I didn't really want to like.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna fight with him about it, but it was like, bro, Dean Withers is like a pussy. I'm sorry, he's not gonna intentionally do that.
And I'm like, bro, we're like on the same side. I don't know why we're like, I don't like Dean that much either, but like, I don't know why we're so focused on this.
Yeah.
We spent 2.5 hours arguing about fucking Dean Withers' stupid fucking tweet.
It was pretty annoying. Also, fun fact, a guy in my home I say hometown because it was like if you've lived out in the country at any point in your life, you know that like if you live in a little small like village, the closest town of like more than 5,000 people is what you call the hometown for people who don't know, because who knows your random fuck village in your state?
Right.
Most people don't, but they usually know the towns of like 10,000 plus in the Midwest. So my hometown of like 20K, a guy I knew growing up murdered murdered his significant other.
What?
Oh, what's up, Casper?
Oh, sorry, hold on. I didn't know I was on unmuted.
Oh. No,
a guy. What happened?
A guy murdered his girlfriend last night, like blew her brains out with a gun, and he had left a note. Or it wasn't. He hadn't left a note. There was stuff on his phone about how about Charlie Kirk. And I guess it turns out his significant other wasn't a fan of him, and they were having like he worked I guess out of town. They were having disagreements on the phone over text, and when he came home, within a day he murdered her. Yeah, and this guy's already like not a good person, but he literally murdered
He murdered her
essentially
in defense of Charlie fucking Kirk.
Essentially, yeah, that's like what it's looking like.
Deranged, bro. Charlie Kirk, obviously. Look, say what you will about Charlie Kirk, he never struck me as a particularly violent person.
I think it's all the rhetoric online, all the Civil War, all the Republicans that are like circle jerking to another like head tap.
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now.
Which is crazy to me because they're all like, oh, the left have been the violent ones and now we're broken. And I'm like, do you see how easily you guys are falling into this kind of rhetoric? And yet you sit there and you claim that somehow you're like the party of like tolerance and not wanting violence. I mean, just look at the
You don't-
statistics. How
but
many fucking times over the last 10 to 20 years have you guys just been drooling, just straight up fucking have massive hard-ons for a civil war? How many fucking times?
They love it.
You don't understand. It's okay for them because it's justified. It's righteous.
It's Jesus.
It's Jesus.
It's Jesus.
It's
Jesus.
it's Jesus actually.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, it is. Because this is the type of shit that's gonna lead to my prince getting murdered.
And so, like, you know, this is one of the
Are
things
you
I think
still
is
going,
interesting.
Jordan?
Huh?
You're still going next month, right?
Of course.
Wait, there's a where's the in-person event at?
In LA.
Fuck, I'm not going.
Yeah.
I've emailed him like twice. I've emailed him twice in the last year about when the fuck are you coming in Nebraska. I have not gotten a reply.
He's like, bro, I never want to go.
Not
back
just
there."
Nebraska, like the Midwest, like the Midwest in general, you know, somewhere
Yeah.
where I could like feasibly make it out there.
Right. No, I mean, like, I live in LA, so like,
It makes
this is
sense
an
for you.
easy
Yeah,
one
I
for
know.
me.
Bastard. I saw Tim
but I'm
Waltz when he came
excited.
to Nebraska.
Oh, cool.
That was
Nice.
fucking hype for me last year. Yeah.
Let's see. My political thing. I went to the back in 2008. I went to the South Carolina Democratic presidential debate.
That's hype.
Yeah. And I actually had a moment with Obama.
No way, you bastard.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
So
I'm
it was
just kidding.
after the debate, and we're walking. My dad and I are walking. We're gonna go to like one of the after parties. I think we were going to Edwards' after party, right?
Mm-hmm.
My dad was a big John Edwards guy. I was a big Obama guy in that race. And
Fair enough.
As we're walking through the parking lot, it's just like me and my dad where we're walking, and a big black SUV starts driving by, and there's Obama sitting in the back, right?
That's so hype.
Like right next to us, and he's just sort of looking kind of melancholy out of the window, right?
Mhm.
It's so weird. Like he just looked like he was deep in thought, a little sad,
Mhm.
but like deep in thought. And then I saw him, and we connected eyes, and I waved at him, and he waved back. And I'm never gonna forget that.
Wow. My most impressive famous person moment is when I met Brad Paisley. I thought I was cool.
I mean, that is cool.
Yeah, I got to meet him in person, like up close, when I was like
That is cool.
15, 16. Yeah, I went to his
I should-
concert, and Buddy was. We were in the nosebleeds, me and my grandma, because she took me, and he, I guess, sometimes watches. I didn't know this at the time, but like later on, I like went on our shitty laptop and Googled it. I guess he would occasionally watch his openers in the nosebleeds. So he was literally just up there, like, you know, there's like hardly jack
cool.
shit for people where we were at, you know. And yeah, I got to go like give the guy a hug. I was like 13, so you know it's hype for me as like a young
That's
guy.
awesome, dude.
And then he took a
Yeah.
photo with me. Oh, it was so awesome. But
Yeah,
Obama,
I've definitely been,
Jesus, it's hype.
Well, I mean, Obama was one. I've met Clinton. I've met Bush. I've met like a lot of the presidents and secretaries of state and stuff. You know, I was definitely lucky to have a lot of the opportunities that I had growing up.
Hell yeah. Do you know that I have the Army? Well, actually, I've been awarded the Army Achievement Medal 3 times, but one of them under Biden and one of them under Trump.
Hell yeah. No, I mean that's not that. I mean, like my mom worked for. Okay, my mom worked for Bush 1. She worked for Clinton. She worked for Bush 2. She worked for Obama. She worked for Trump 1, Biden, and Trump 2. I mean, like that's just what happens when you're
In
a
the
government
military,
person.
yeah. I remember when Biden got
In her case,
elected.
the State Department. Yeah.
I remember when Biden got elected, everyone in my unit, like, because, you know, Nebraska, a lot of people are, like, a little bit conservative. At least the outspoken ones are.
Yeah. Nope.
Sorry about that. I'm over here. I'm
What?
looking for something. Oh, the conservative people are just a little bit more outspoken, you know? But I remember they were like freaking out, like Biden won, and but they.
I remember that.
But like they didn't
2008
actually.
when Obama won.
I'm sorry. What's up?
In 2008, people were freaking out when Obama won too.
Yeah, and then like nothing happened. It was just like the most milquetoast presidency where
Because
like
nothing
life
ever
generally
happened.
improved. No, I don't believe in the nothing ever.
No, I know. I'm just
you just like to follow along
especially
with the
right
memes.
now.
Oh, true. Especially now.
Right now, like shit is happening.
Shit, unfortunately, is happening.
Charlie Kirk is fucking dead.
Here is one of my. I don't know if I can. I don't want to dox my name on stream. But okay, well here's this. There's that. I don't know if you can see it yet or if it's made it to stream.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, there's that. Shit.
Itty.
I
just realized I hadn't eaten in like 2 days.
It's hard
so
to.
I was just like scarfing down food.
Wait, I can just send a picture of it to you personally. I don't think you're gonna fuck me over. wait, I'll wait till I'm not streaming. I'll just send you a picture of it. But yeah, I've gotten the. This is one of them. The other one's like in a red binder somewhere. Yeah, this was for the COVID response. Team stuff. Holy shit! They spelled my last name with a Q instead of a G. Love that.
Hang on 1 second. Responding again.
You are good. My work finally. I finally have a bunch of stuff I need to do. It's unironically just approving 40 invoices. That's all I have to do. Like.
That's easy.
Yeah, 60,000, 7,000, 18,000, 5, 9, 5, 9, 10, 4, 4, 9, 12. Yay. It's the monthly fun. Oh, do you want me to throw on this KASH PATEL Senate hearing? I don't know if you've watched it, Jourdan, but...
Do I want to? No, but should we? Yeah, probably.
Do you want me to restart by chance?
No, you're fine, dude. That thing is, like...
It basically was the opening statement. It was a gluck fest for Patel at the beginning. And then he just straight up lied and said that he arrested, what was it, over...
I have notes. He said he arrested, there's been 21,000 arrests in Washington, D.C. since the August initiative.
Which is a month.
Yeah, what's going on? What is this about, exactly?
Since the Washington, D.C. police enforcement crime crackdown, apparently KASH PATEL reported that there's been 21,000 arrests specifically in Washington, D.C. Not across the U.S., in Washington, D.C.
That's a ridiculous number.
That's a fake number. That's a I'm lying number.
Yeah, there's no fucking way.
This is the hearing, basically, of them, going over Patel's performance, and they're displeased with him.
This is true.
Fair.
Which is a big nothing burger.
Some are pleased, some aren't.
Then, but also it's important to have this shit on the record, so that way, if we get another administration, they can use all this stuff against him, because he's just a big fucking liar, and he's committing perjury for sure.
Oh, he's definitely perjuring himself.
Or he's giving private security information to the world, basically.
Literally.
Oh, wow. Oh, there's somebody else who has a track record of doing that, too.
Someone else what?
Someone else who has a track record of doing that, namely our president.
Oh, just lying,
yeah.
uncontested, constantly. Sorry, I wanted to show you this also, Jourdan, before we start up where we're at.
7 every day as well, and we are finding victims of child trafficking and child abuse every county and every district, and we're not going to stop.
He basically said some number about how they found like just they're solving all the sex trafficking, all the child sex trafficking. Like their numbers are up like all across the board, like 150% everywhere, every department, every statistic.
Children who have been trafficked.
So that's like what do you say? Like
Every
the
department.
I'm sorry.
Every department.
Every department. And this is my response because I was raging out.
And that is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. And we're not stopping, and we're committed to.
I do rage out sometimes when we're watching shit on stream.
Trafficking and child abuse every county and every district.
Oh, echo. Do you hear the echo in the background? I hope not.
No.
Oh my god,
Good.
they actually found 257,000 million billion children. The FBI stopped trafficking of 180 trillion kids.
All right, back to present day. Present time.
The particular search
Moving
will
on.
receive a false negative search response. End of quote. Clearly, this is not only affects FBI agents, it impacts congressional requests and court cases, and the Biden administration used it to thwart oversight. How are you ensuring that restricted access and prohibited access files are produced to Congress during court cases? And have you identified any Biden family records in restricted and prohibited status?
As I've committed to you with my transparency initiative, whether it's restrictive or prohibited, every single thing we can legally provide to Congress, we will. We've also restructured how these restrictive and prohibited cases are labeled and provided access to.
The answer is no. There's nothing about Biden. Nothing. Nothing implicating Biden. Fuck you, Kash Patel.
The more people in the chain of command, so that more people have knowledge of what these restricted and prohibited cases.
Point it at him.
Yeah, but like the senator just directly asked him, "Is there anything? Is there anything about Biden? Anything?" He's like, "I will release everything that I'm able to release." You know, like if there was something, he would just have said yes. Like,
He would just have said it, yeah.
Yeah.
Are including
actual demon.
Do you commit to providing any records that are available?
I do, sir.
You publicly said that your team, quote, found a room that Comey and others hid from the world in the Hoover building full of documents and computer hard drives no one had ever seen or heard of. That's a quote from you. I've received a whistleblower disclosure that the room contained some information kept outside the FBI record keeping. I also have been informed via a whistleblower disclosure that the room included materials related to Special Counsel Mueller, former Director James Comey, and other documents maintained outside of the FBI. Has the FBI now reviewed and analyzed those records? Has the FBI properly recorded the documents? And these records are clearly responsive to my as well as my colleagues' congressional requests. What steps have you taken to ensure all responsive records are produced to Congress? That has to be my last question.
What's supposed to happen is leadership at the FBI is supposed to, pursuant to the Records Act, correctly store these records at our Information Management Division, IMD. In this room, we found a plethora of hard drives, computers, hard documents, soft documents that were not so recorded.
What the fuck is a soft document? What is a hard document? Please tell me, Kash Patel. Please inform me.
Voluminous amount of information. So we are continuously processing that information. So A, we subscribe to the Records Act and commit that those records will be kept permanently at the FBI. 2, we are reviewing those materials. A lot of those materials are related to ongoing investigations. And 3, we are on a rolling basis providing Congress the documents that we can, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, in addition to the extensive purge of nonpartisan career FBI official reports indicate that dozens of remaining officials have been suggested,
So his answer is no, we can't. We have no information about this supposed hidden Comey Mueller room because there's still these information is still a part of investigations that are ongoing. The soft and hard documents, you know. Anyways.
subjected to polygraph exams to test their loyalty. My understanding is approximately 40 officials have been asked to sit for a polygraph during your administration, and several have been asked whether they have ever made negative comments about you.
What's up, Beige?
How's it going?
Rotund?
Hello.
Fish boy? What's going on?
I don't speak Mandarin.
Tani my little
Yeah, still don't speak Mandarin.
You should learn Mandarin.
Learning Japanese right now.
I mean, Chinese is going to be more important when America ends up collapsing on its own, over its own weight and hubris.
Oh man, how was I able to exactly predict that you were going to say that?
I knew that was going to be said as well. I should have written
I
it
knew
out.
that was coming.
No, you didn't.
Insert
This
the
is like
American-hating
the
narrative,
left-
and
it's
usually
like
that's
the
about what you got.
Oh, Jesus Christ. How is that an America-hating native, that, a narrative to look at the trends of America and notice that it's on the only thing that's doing is going down rather than up?
I've never heard somebody who really loves America say that. Who really cares about the
but
future and
but
prospect.
how is that the America-hating native?
I
to
guess
have a
some
realistic
doomer
view?
people, people with doomer mentality,
Okay,
black pill
but it
mentality
doesn't
feel that
even
way.
make any sense. Like, China relies on America about as much as America relies on China.
Yes, but
They're
here's the thing, right?
inexorably
Our
linked. The
wages
idea that
federally.
one is going to fail while the other succeeds is just not realistic.
True.
First off, our wages in America getting more or less?
They're stagnating as they have been. Like if we're talking about
Okay,
real
so
wages,
more.
you're talking about
Okay,
real
okay,
wages,
okay,
they've been
yes,
stagnating.
Okay, so real wages are stagnating, right? Are your cities expanding?
Wait, real wages have been stagnating since the 70s. Do you think that it's been a problem?
Certain cities are.
Oh, hold on. And have your prices increased?
I think inflation has gone up a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, because a dumb motherfucker just tariffed everything. What do you mean? As soon as we take those tariffs
even
off,
before that.
No, before that, inflation was going down. Before Trump.
There was the COVID era inflation, which everybody dealt with.
Every country
but we
across the
beat
entire
out
world.
most countries when it came to COVID era inflation. And in fact, according to the World Bank, the worldwide inflation situation was eased by the American recovery from COVID.
Based.
They
But
said
are
that
your
in June of last year. What?
Are your cities expanding?
Some are, yeah.
Some of them are.
The major ones. Are the major ones expanding?
Yeah, in places like Florida and or in Houston or in Texas where they have.
California's population is growing again now.
Theirs is too, but like I'm saying, like a lot of states have taken positive steps to address like the housing issues that we've been having to make housing more affordable.
Are your judiciary, executive, and federal branches?
Also, isn't China's population growth stagnating as well?
Well, that's due to its own problems. That's a unique.
Yeah, but it's the same with ours. It's due to our problems as for our population growth, right? Because what happens when you have a country where the quality of life grows is people have less babies because they don't need to make sure, at least one of them fucking survive.
True.
Because it's more likely that they're going to survive.
And it's easier to not have to worry about having, like, you don't always need to have 2+ kids. Most people don't even necessarily want that.
Your country will hit a wall, don't worry.
That's all you need.
Soon enough
one
your
for the
population
mom,
will
one
start
for the
shrinking.
dad, or whatever fucking mix you have.
True.
But just remember, soon enough your population will start shrinking. It won't start. It will stagnate. And
so
stop
will
growing.
the entire world. This is not like a.
Most countries in the world replacement rate is.
Yeah, Africa is going to account for like the vast majority of population growth over the next century.
But you do realize eventually the replacement rate will stagnate.
That's not true. It is absolutely Africa. Look this up. I was looking this up the other day. We were having a discussion about
Winston Churchill, Indians are like rabbits.
I'm pretty sure India has a low replacement rate as well.
Winston Churchill said almost 100 years ago. I'm talking about right now.
Just remember the key words as well. Lama is a Dalit and I am a Brahmin.
India's replacement rate. I don't even know if theirs is that much above, or even. I think it might be at it, but it's.
Look up what I was saying about population growth over the next century and where it's.
Yeah, it's mainly going to be Africa because population growth is directly tied to. It's directly tied to your quality of life. Like that's been borne out like every country in the entire world.
Haven't really been able to. Western countries, including Israel, haven't been able to exploit Africa as hard as they used to.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. Why the fuck did you have to? Like, what a random place to bring up Israel.
What do you mean? Israel was funding civil wars in Africa for decades, man.
Okay, and so was everybody. What is this? Why did you have to like single out Israel?
True.
Bro, you're so
No, hold on for a second, right? Not every country has been able to fund civil wars in Africa, specifically
Okay,
Israel, mainly on the basis, right, that Israel has a real objective with doing what China's doing, right?
Oh, this is so
many civil
stupid.
wars for natural
What
reasons.
about Russia?
Russia's perfect. They never do any wrong.
Russia isn't really focusing on
they haven't funded any of these civil wars that have happened over the last 5 years. Not a single one, right?
Hutus and Tutsis, that was funded by both America, Israel, England.
Everything bad that's happened in the world for the last 50 years, 60 years is just America and just Israel. We know.
The genocide of the Congo was basically funded by America through Israel.
You understand that the coups that are happening right now in Africa are mostly Russian funded and backed?
Proof?
Okay.
Source? Sorry, I had to pull a llama right there.
I only pull a llama. The thing is, the only reason why you'd pull a llama is if the claim you're making is like extraordinary. That claim that he made is not it's not an extraordinary claim. I think that's a pretty like agreed upon or a pretty like well-known statistic or like
Yeah.
But if you don't know that, that's fair.
Russia is providing shit. European Council on Foreign Relations. Middle powers, big impact. Africa's coup belt, Russia, and the waning global order. With Russia and newly assertive middle powers offering themselves as partners to put. Well, I don't even fucking know that word. Putschists?
What's it? How does it spelled?
This is weird for me. I usually know fucking words. Putschissts.
What the fuck? I don't even know that word.
Yeah, I don't know that one. Coup d'etats have returned to Africa in the 90s and 2000s. The number of forced takeovers of power on the continent fell. The figure began to creep back up around 15 years ago. This deterioration has come to particular prominence with the emergence of a coup belt spanning from Sudan to Niger, which is where I lived the first 2 years of my life, and mostly recently.
Hold on, you're from Niger?
No, we were posted there with the American Embassy. When I was you're a foreign devil.
Wait, also India is below the replacement rate.
Because I don't know much about you, Jordan.
Wait,
I thought I had mentioned this when we were on stream before, but yeah, I am deep state. I am as deep state as it gets. I am your worst fucking nightmare.
Also, not to interject and like derail, but they're below the replacement rate.
Cool.
So like the whole argument about Indians like breeding and growing is just not true. Also.
Indians will pump out 2 or 3 kids.
Nope, you're wrong. Their replacement rate is less than their numbers currently are below replacement. They're at 2.03. Replacement's 2.1.
There is a billion of them.
It doesn't matter. They're below replacement rate. Do you not know what that means?
I don't think I've ever heard someone use the word replacement rate when talking about India.
What?
Well, it's below replacement rate.
That's like a super important term when you're talking about population growth.
Yeah.
I usually only hear people talking about the Great Replacement theory in the Western countries.
No,
yeah, that's not what this is in reference to. We're talking about like literal population growth
like,
numbers.
Yeah, having children being born to replace the prior generation.
That is correct, and India is below that threshold. They are birthing 2.03 kids on average when you need 2.1 kids per average in order to satiate your current population, I guess. To continue just to stay at where you're at currently, not to decline and grow or like retract or if you'd be above 2.1 technically, then your population would be growing. Jesus.
Yeah. Anyway, just to talk about the situation in Africa.
Of course.
With global order in flux, middle powers seek to maximize their sovereignty and expand their influence. For middle powers in the Gulf to Egypt and Turkey, those twin ambitions translate into treating the Horn of Africa as their near abroad. Russia surges into the coup belt, sharing the same middle power motivations, but it differs on one count: desire to undermine the West. The opportunity generated by coups determines where Russia chooses to engage, but pursuing its rivalry with the West provides a second motive for Russia's focus on the western half of the coup belt. It works to push back the strongest European influence, namely France's presence in the Francophone Sahel states. Naturally, Russia's and Middle Powers' engagement in Africa predates the interregnum, but the opportunity presented by the evolving global order supercharges their interventions. Russia and Middle Powers exploit U.S. retrenchment and eroding AU norms by offering themselves as partners to, there's that word again. Can you look that up?
Okay, can you link it? I'll look it up, yeah.
Just the word, P-U-T-S-C-H-I-S-T-S.
P-U-T-S-C-H.
I-S-T-S.
One who takes part in a putsch, which is a secretly plotted, suddenly executed. Okay, attempt to overthrow. It's just another word for coup d'état.
So like a rebel.
If I had to guess.
Classic imperialist American
Push.
education.
It's push.
It's
Putsch.
Thank
Putsch.
you.
Putsch.
Putschist.
I knew exactly what word. I knew the exact.
Okay, that sounds like bullshit. Seeing the opportunity to
Well, no, I can give you a prime example.
No,
of
anyways,
that.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're just.
These include the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey throughout the Horn of Africa, where Turkey is more focused on Somalia. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar are more focused on Sudan. In the Sahel, Turkey is tentatively exploring economic and security cooperation in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. Russia plays a role across the Horn of Africa and Sahel sections of the Coup Belt. Its deepest footprint is in Mali and Burkina Faso. All active middle powers are eyeing the prize of Libya as part of the strategic rationale for getting involved in its bordering countries.
So what you're saying is Russia is uplifting these countries.
Is that what you took from that?
Yeah. Russia is honorably uplifting these countries compared to the West, where the West will take and take and take without offering anything in return. While Russia's going in there.
Just to be clear, violent coup d'états equals uplifting these countries. I want to be super clear right now. That's what you're saying.
How do you know the coup is violent?
It's literally directly.
Are you fucking retarded?
Cited in what he's talking. He just.
Have you not heard about any? I feel like I'm talking to somebody who has no clue of any of this, and then you give me shit about not knowing a single word, but you haven't been paying attention to anything going on in Africa at all?
Based.
Africa is fine.
All right.
Wasn't the whole
I don't
argument?
think we need to pursue this further. Do me a favor. Next time we talk about this, just take some time in the meantime to look up what's been going on with these coups in Africa. We can talk about it more next time, okay?
Based.
Next time, what, you're removing me?
Removing you?
Pardon?
I don't know. I feel like you're gonna remove me because you said next time, leading me to believe that you. That next time I'm gonna...
No. I'm just saying. What's the point of us talking about the topic if like you haven't spent a lot of time on it? That's all.
I've spent quite a sizable amount of time on these things. I can openly tell you how China has actually been up. The way the West talks about how they're violent when in reality they're not violent.
For somebody who I assume is going to constantly complain about the U.S. and the IMF debt trapping people, the fact that you won't give the same deference to China for doing exactly the same thing is kind of crazy.
Can you explain to me where China has been debt trapping African nations?
Well, for example, I have a friend of mine who is Kenyan who says they are dealing with that issue right now.
Well, that's a personal anecdote.
Nigerian as well.
Can you explain to me how they're doing it?
So they are building a lot of infrastructure in these different nations. They're not doing it out of the kindness of their own heart. These nations are taking on debt in order to have China come in and build all of this infrastructure. It's actually pretty simple.
That's like by definition debt trapping.
Well, what I have been told and seen, China is not debt trapping them in the traditional sense. Most of the debts they're forgiving and saying, we just want this port for 10 years. We just want this bit of infrastructure we've just built for 13 years. You can have it for free. The debt's not
okay. I mean, some of it is debt trapping. Some of it is taking valuable resource-based ports and so on. It still takes potential revenue from the country.
True. They're not like doing it out of the kindness of their hearts, if that's like your argument.
But it's not. But it's a non-exclusive contract, as in they can use the port as they wish, just provided that day China's not coming in with their shit.
Well, they're losing value then because they could be charging China but China's like helping them, but then
China,
saying, "Hey, pat our backs."
You think China would do this at a loss?
Oh yes, China can afford to do it at a loss.
But they
compared to the
don't.
West, the
But
West
they
don't.
don't though. They don't do it
They
at a
don't.
loss. They just don't. What?
And they build shit with tofu dregs. Everybody knows that.
Compared to the West.
Watch, in 20 years, this just... Hey, look, say what you will about the West. Our infrastructure definitely needs to be rebuilt, but it's still standing after like 50, 60 fucking years.
Yeah, in horrible conditions and decay because it's been fucking managed the entire time.
Bro, apartment blocks have been collapsing in China. What are you talking about?
Your pipe and water systems have been leaching lead and other harmful chemicals into
No,
the
that
drinking
is
water.
now they fixed the Flint, Michigan issue. Now there might still be some issues with that, but that is literally one city out of the country.
True.
Well, it's more than one city. You can look into that.
And the United States has like made great strides to like fix a lot of the infrastructure issues.
I'll grant you, the Flint, Michigan issue.
That was crazy.
It's a travesty. I'm not going to argue that it wasn't. But the idea that somehow, like, the U.S. is like, okay, all of our shit is falling apart because of the Flint, Michigan issue.
And your train derailments almost every new month.
Train derailments every year?
Train derailments every month?
Every month? Every month?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Look it up.
That's not happening.
Look it up.
Yeah, just check how often do train derailments happen in the U.S.
Yeah, are we gonna look at it like cumulatively, or are we gonna look at it like it's like a per capita deal? Like, does it make sense that there's about that many?
Per capita probably makes sense. Yeah.
Specifically in the West Palestine area.
Wait, I thought we were talking. Oh, in America,
No,
West
like
Palestine,
in
Georgia.
US, West Palestine.
Yeah. Well, obviously West Palestine, America.
Okay,
What do you think? There's a West Palestine.
I literally just said West Palestine,
Technically-
Georgia. I
No,
specifically
hang
answered
on.
that.
Hang on, everybody. Hang on. Technically, West Palestine is about to become America.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It cut out for me.
I said technically West Palestine is about to become America if Trump has his way.
True, that is
Well, no,
also true.
you already have a West Palestine.
Yeah, I know. That's
You
why
don't
I
need to-
specifically asked you. Are you
I
talking about
know,
No, not you,
All
Jordan.
right,
I was
all
talking to
I'm
Base
joking.
Jew.
All I'm gonna say is though, with that,
I'm looking right now. How many train
if
derailments happen
America-
per month in the USA per capita compared to other countries with similar infrastructure?
Our
With
trains
similar
are outdated, probably.
train infrastructure. I'm just curious.
I would say that.
All I'm gonna say though is, if you do occupy Palestine in any way, shape, or form, you better expect to lose a lot of American lives.
I'm not in favor of that. I don't like that.
Do you think anyone here wants us to like?
Like, you think
Do you
9/11
think any of
was a
us? Do you think
tragedy?
any of us voted for the guy who wants to turn Palestine into a mall?
I don't know. I suspect you secretly might have actually voted for Trump.
I did not vote for Trump.
Not you, Jordan. Llama.
You think I voted
Llama?
for Trump?
Yeah, show us your voter
Nothing
card.
he has said has made me think that he voted for Trump.
Hey Zan, do you remember when I famously had you over at my place so we could like, because we were hoping and praying that fucking Kamala Harris would win? We watched the entire thing.
Videos. Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
we had an
Rotun.
election party.
Yeah, Rotun. I definitely voted for Trump. You're so right, King.
You know what? How do we even know you're an American llama? Like, have you haven't shown your birth certificate?
He did just show one of his awards.
You know, I've actually
From the
heard
US
that llama.
military.
Yo,
I've
Rotan
actually
Spinning
heard-
Fish. I don't know if you're over the age of 16, so show yours.
True.
No, hold on. Now, famously, right? I've heard that llama is actually a Kenyan-born.
His beliefs are that of a 15-year-old.
He's memeing.
Kenya is hey, llama is a Kenyan-born Muslim man.
He's memeing on the Obama thing.
I hope
Hey,
so.
someone actually good.
Well, I knew it. I get what you're saying, but we were having like a. Well, were you actually memeing about me voting for Trump?
50-50, like your views.
You're like 50-50 so retarded if you think that. You're like 50-50. There's like a 50-50 chance.
Are you like one of these people who thinks liberals are right wing?
Some of them are.
Okay, okay, that's not that bad actually.
No, but to suggest that there's a 50-50 chance that I No, but to suggest there's a 50-50 chance I voted for Trump because like I don't like constantly like scream and cry about Palestine to me is like retarded.
I mean, Trump's run 2 terms. First one was in 2016. How do we know you didn't vote in 2016?
I was 16.
Yeah. What? We couldn't vote, bro. We couldn't vote in
Proudly
2016. I
voted.
want you to know that. We're
I
25.
proudly voted for my mother's ex-boss, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Based.
Ah, Hillary Bulldyke Clinton.
Look, she was a bitch, but she would have been a good president.
True. She would have been a phenomenal
I
president.
don't know, man. She kind of gives off the vibe that she slept her way to the top.
I hope that you're still just memeing.
That's what they said about.
That's like the
fucking
most
Kamala,
sexist
dude.
shit you
So
could say.
stupid.
Like, it's so sexist, bro. Like, it's
Yeah,
just
well,
like
where's the
disgusting
emails then, huh?
behavior.
Where's the emails then, huh?
What do you mean?
Leak the emails then.
The leak
What
what
are you talking
emails?
about?
The Hillary Clinton emails.
Oh, I'm gonna
What
make
Hillary
myself
Clinton?
an
Oh,
orbit.
the fucking.
Oh, come on, do you not get the shit post I'm making a joke here about the whole fucking
issue-
Hillary Clinton email?
Mobile to come back.
I'm sorry?
I had to come back on Discord on mobile because of what Fishy said.
Aw, you love me. Aw.
America has better train derailments per capita than Canada, the EU. Australia has us beat.
What about China? Do we even have stats on that?
Probably not. All their shit is secretive, so we wouldn't even know.
Yeah.
You want to go to China with me?
No.
I would love to go to China.
Not right now.
Actually. I don't
Shit,
mind.
we can
I
have,
would- I would love to
hey, we
visit
can have
China.
a server week. Hey, we can all go to China together, all of us, everyone in the server.
I think China is a lovely country with lovely people. I think the government is retarded, but I like the people are awesome.
But
That's why we disagree. I think the Chinese government's doing a great job.
But no, the U.S. is. Wait, but quick thing on the train derailment thing, you're just wrong.
I don't believe I'm wrong.
Our train derailment per capita is
that's about
1.98 times 10. It's like a math equation thing. Yeah, I mean Canada has a higher per capita because they have obviously a smaller population, but with similar freight train operations. So I'm assuming less people are maintaining, operating, and doing all the safety stuff needed to prevent those things from happening.
Okay, so yeah, I don't. Oh, are you guys talking about train derailments?
Yeah, he's saying America's infrastructure and
never
everything
do
about us
that.
is dog shit.
You would never do that per capita. You do that per payload.
But that's what this is
Why
though.
the fuck?
It's very specifically looking at it though, like for the amount
but
of.
why would you?
No, because he wanted to just broadly, cumulatively say America has a lot of train derailments, so we're.
Probably because we have a lot more train networks.
Yeah, that's why I was saying let's actually break it down per like a train mile with like the actual.
Yeah, mile of rail versus.
Yeah, that's
or
more
how
important.
many hubs
With
there
how
are.
many trains are actually going along them.
We have a huge. I
one thing
personally
you
know about
really
this because my family's in trains.
Yeah, your
The
dad.
one thing I want to get me on is the Hyperloop. Where's the Hyperloop? Yeah, the California Hyperloop.
I don't know.
You're talking about one hyper. That's not a train, dipshit. that's a personnel mover, not a cargo mover. You're talking about two different things.
That's
two
like
different rail lines.
That's
two
like
different industries.
it's like subways, if anything.
That's like comparing bus lines to like freight trains, and it's like
that thing was meant to be
completely
Daniel.
We got Daniel in
That
here.
thing
Is
was
this
meant to be
MAGA
completed
Daniel?
10 fucking years ago.
No, it's not.
Daniel Linnick.
What's up, Daniel?
Are you
What did he
streaming right
say?
now?
I'm not.
Llama is.
Oh, hey Daniel. Sorry, I didn't see you in this chat. I was looking at stats.
So we have like virtually zero public rail transport.
Jourdan. Unfortunately, Daniel, since someone's streaming here, we can't say the
Oh, we got people talking over each other.
Sorry about
Since
that.
Llama is streaming, unfortunately, you can't say the M word.
Yeah, don't do that.
With deep
probably in general.
Yeah, just in general, probably not good.
Yeah.
If you can't tell, I'm doing a little bit of shit posting.
Dennis, what were you asking?
Yeah, I was just asking if you saw what I sent you in DMs.
I did. I'll look at it later. I've been kind of sick today. Big headache. Fucking sweats and chills and stuff. But I still managed to come on to support my buddy.
I appreciate it, buddy.
And even at 50% HP, I'm still kicking it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, even at 50 HP, were you able to understand my gringo Spanish?
I'm sure I will when I look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Based.
I was just saying that, like what
Lo
I feel like what's really limiting me right
lo
now
estás
is
haciendo muy bien, Lo estás aprendiendo muy bien.
Based.
Try and enunciate your words a little bit better.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I have an Argentine accent. That's how we speak.
It's more so when you spoke, it sounds like there was this one continuous word.
That's
without
how
a
we
pause.
speak.
Oh.
That's how
Oh.
Argentinians speak Spanish, dog. You ever
Yeah,
listen to a
we have
Cuban
a
speak
very
Spanish?
distinct accent.
Hey, Jordan.
Good luck
so
understanding
your family's
that.
from Argentina, right?
So my mother's side of the family, yeah.
Okay, and where was her family on this during the war?
During World War II?
Yes.
Running away from Poland.
Oh,
so her grandmother.
so you're
my
saying
grandmother. Hang on, my great grandmother escaped Poland. Her parents and her 13 brothers and sisters were all murdered by the Nazis.
I was gonna say, so they obviously weren't SS operatives fleeing the war.
No, definitely not.
well, I'm glad that someone on your side of the family was able to escape the mustache man soldiers.
Oh, me too, dog. Me too. Let me tell you.
Yeah, and I was also saying just like in DMs that I feel like what's limiting my Spanish right now is just like knowing the different Spanish tenses, because I'm pretty sure I know like a good bit of words, but I'm pretty much only like really good in present tense, and that's it. But I can understand a few more to a basic level.
Yeah,
what you need to, when you approach a Spanish woman, when you approach a Spanish woman, say pinche pendeja a las más putana.
How are you gonna talk about my pronunciation when you just sounded fucking terrible just then?
My pronunciation was fine, thank you.
Man, he's appropriating my Latinx heritage.
That was the Chihuahua province specifically.
That was very Mexican, yeah. That was a very Mexican thing to say. We don't say pinche in Argentina.
Yeah, you guys kind of dropped the ball on your Spanish people.
You mean our indigenous Spanish, our indigenous people?
That happens unfortunately in most places.
Yeah, Argentina actually looks like the people look very like
from Berlin.
They kind of look American in a lot of ways, very mixed groups,
very
but like mostly European and white.
Anyways, you guys want to go back to listening to Kash Patel get railed by Democrat senators?
Sure.
Based.
That's pretty homoerotic to witness a man get railed by the men.
It is homoerotic.
Interracial too.
True. Just so you know, for context of where we're at right now, up to Zan, Kash Patel has given his opening statements. The ranking member of the Democrat side gave his opening statement, and same with the Republican ranking member.
As I educated the LUM once in the past, Jordan, if you look in the side channel, this is what's happening to the Spanish language.
Wait, what did you say?
We've already had the linguistics deflection conversation.
¿De qué mierda estás hablando? No te oigo, hijo de mi puta.
Wait, we had this conversation in relation to when talking about legal speak. Legal speak.
Hold on for a second. Jordan, you sound like a white guy in a movie in like the 1960s trying to spit their Spanish.
So Argentines sound like Italians speaking Spanish, basically.
Like, you know the movies I'm talking about. Like, you remember that scene in Lawrence?
I think you just don't know how Argentinians sound, buddy.
They speak like they're in the movie Lawrence of Arabia. You know, where they speak fake Arabic.
Again, we just like it's always described as like Spanish with like a heavy Italian musicality to it, but also like a little bit of French influence because we don't say, the y sound like with the double L or the Y. We say instead. We also say vos instead of tú. There's some key differences.
Yeah, you guys speak a little bit. You speak more Portuguese influence.
No, fuck me. Oh, don't say that.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You're all Portuguese.
Don't you fucking compare us to the Brazilians, okay?
Oh, you guys got colonized by the Brazilians, don't lie.
No, we got colonized by the Spanish.
Yeah, the Spanish first, and then when they fucked off, the Brazilians came in.
Yeah, Daniel's fucking laughing it up in chat right now. He's part Brazilian. And we talk a lot of shit with each other. You get that flag off of chat, you son of a bitch. How dare you?
Yeah, so Argentinian Spanish, particularly in the Rio Platense dialect spoken in Buenos Aires and surrounding areas, has distinct colloquial features that set it apart from other Spanish-speaking regions. So yeah, I guess that does probably make sense. That it might sound weird to somebody who doesn't really listen to a lot of Argentinian speak.
So, like, when I speak Spanish with somebody, you know, just like a random person, they will always know right away that I'm Argentinian, basically, like, right off the bat. They'll be like, hey, boludo, sos de Argentina. And I'm like, yeah.
Based.
That was the most Italian Portuguese fucking speech I've ever heard.
You do not give me that Portuguese shit. I will take the Italian. Yes, we sound like Italians speaking Spanish. Don't you hit me with that Portuguese.
Portuguese settler.
If you listen to Portuguese, it sounds nothing like it.
I don't know. Duarte was a good man.
I mean, like, they're sort of mutually intelligible for the most part, especially written, but, like, they sound pretty different.
I don't know. Duarte made some pretty good points when talking about, Argentina.
What did Duarte, what points did he make?
That Argentina was rightful Brazilian territory.
Oh, well, that's fucking nonsense. That's like when Argentina says the Falklands belong to them.
He also said something about the Falkland Islands, but more so along the lines of it also belongs to Brazil.
Listen, I understand that they need to compensate for being not as good as us at soccer, but and not having as good food or as pretty women.
Football.
I was just see if Daniel's getting triggered in chat. How dare you call me Brazilian in denial? How do we speak the same language? Do I look Brazilian? I don't look Brazilian.
Bold enough to, soak up all the sunlight from Brazil.
Brazilians are generally darker skinned. I look American. Argentines look white. Nonsense. All right, let's watch this fucking dingbat.
This guy's cool.
Director Patel, FBI agents pledge their loyalty to the Constitution of the United States. Not
Patel.
Gotcha.
What is the basis for requiring polygraph
Yes,
exams
my
of your
favorite,
workforce
my
and
favorite
asking them if
Indian
they've been-
born.
You whore.
What?
I'm just listening to the Cash Patel thing. Actually, I can deafen. That works. You can keep yapping.
What is the basis for requiring polygraph exams of your workforce and asking them if they've made negative comments about you?
Talk soon.
Fuck.
They accepted my
Why?
offer on the house.
I'm gonna get copyrighted over ads.
I don't know what report.
Asking them if they've made What is the basis for requiring polygraph exams of your workforce and asking them if they've made negative comments about you?
I don't know what reports you're referring to, ranking member, and I reject any reporting that has false information in it, so I'm not going to respond to that. As far as polygraphs go, generally they're always and always have been utilized at the FBI to track down those that leak sensitive information and have unauthorized disclosures to the media, and we will continue to use them to ensure the integrity of the FBI.
Did any individual on your senior executive team, the director's advisory team, or who serve in the positions on the 7th floor receive disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the personnel discussions that were had on a polygraph. Those are private discussions, and many of them relate to ongoing investigations.
Private
Did
discussions.
you or Attorney General Bondi provide any
Oh, what a fucking loser.
individual with a waiver so they could remain employed after they received disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
I'll have to get back to you.
You don't remember that?
No, sir. My priority is protecting the American public, not getting into the weeds of polygraphs.
And to have a decent
Getting
memory
into
when
the
you come before a
weeds
committee.
of
I'm happy to talk
polygraphs.
about all the good work the men and women of the FBI are doing, including provided the lowest crime rate in American history. If you want to talk about how to protect the citizens of Chicago, has seen a 30% reduction in its murder rate because of the men and women of the
You
FBI.
take credit for
I'll
that?
happily do that.
You
The
take credit?
interagency partners and the men and women of the Chicago PD have never been more
Include
powerful.
local law enforcement, please.
Have you ever seen my testimony across this country where I always lead with our interagency partnerships with state and local law enforcement? It is the pillar of what I am doing. And on the 7th floor, for the first time in FBI history, I have installed police officers and sheriffs right on my 7th floor to report to us every day what's going around the country on the street level, because that is a priority of the FBI and is the only way we are going to work. I don't take credit for anything, but I will defend the men and women of the FBI and the cops that help us get it done.
You should. Director Patel, to your knowledge, did a whistleblower ever make a disclosure to Attorney General Bondi indicating that the New York field office was withholding Epstein-related records?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
You know that there was such a whistleblower?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
In response to the blowback she received, Attorney General Bondi also pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July, when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memorandum stating there is no incriminating client list. Why was this July 7th memorandum unsigned?
Would you prefer I've used AutoPen?
Well, why was it unsigned?
The memorandum.
What the fuck? AutoPen? Yo, why is he trying so... Oh, it's so cringe.
Had
Oh my
the
god, I
insignia of the
can't.
Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and in our effort to secure transparency for the American people, because the 3 prior administrations had not done so, we conducted an exhaustive search of everything related to the Epstein cases, and we produced what was legally and permissibly able to be produced to Congress and the American public,
So
and
did
there's
you
a congressional
did
subpoena, and we're continuing to do so.
You personally direct that investigation so that you would sign such a...
Did I personally direct what investigation?
Of the Epstein records for any reference to President Trump?
Again, you are citing reporting that I think is baseless. We conducted an investigation of the Epstein case.
Why isn't he answering the question of did he instruct anyone to specifically look up Trump's referencing in the... Okay, let me write that down. KASH won't answer the question. Did you direct FBI personnel to look for Trump being referenced in the Epstein files? Okay, he just won't answer the question. Good to know.
Pursuant to the direction of the President of the administration to provide all credible information, and we are working with Congress pursuant to a congressional subpoena to turn over all the documents we can. All individuals.
Who at DOJ and FBI was responsible for its drafting and conclusions?
Many individuals at the Department of Justice and the FBI are
There was
responsible.
no lead person?
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice, and I lead the FBI.
So the Attorney General was responsible for that?
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice.
Director Patel, much like you, Deputy Director Dan Bongino was a conspiracy theorist who built a lucrative career making inflammatory and unsubstantiated statements about the FBI that would be disqualifying in any administration that cared about nonpartisan law enforcement. For instance, Mr. Bongino called the placement of pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC headquarters on January 6, quote, an inside job, and went on to say this was a setup. I have zero doubt, and whoever goes into the FBI, you better get an answer about why. Director Patel, you and Deputy Director Bongino are now leading the FBI. What is the evidence to suggest the pipe bombs placed outside of the DNC and RNC on January 6 were an inside job?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss Director Bongino's mind record. So many on this committee and the media jettison our 31 years of public service.
Can you answer the question, sir?
I'm answering the question. You're questioning the integrity of the Deputy Director of the FBI and mine. And I'm going to answer the question. The pipe bomb investigation is ongoing, and I'm not going to discuss the details of the pipe bomb investigation. Mr. Bongino was a Secret Service agent for 15 years, a police officer for 5. I served this country in multiple administrations for 16 years. We were also private citizens, and we are now back in government service. And what we have the ability to do is set aside our personal beliefs to deliver the mission of justice for this country, and we're doing it day in and day out. And I find it disgusting that everyone and anyone would jettison our 31 years of combined experience that is now at the helm of the FBI, delivering historic results at historic speeds for the American people.
So you have no evidence?
I got a lot of evidence, and I'll give it to you when I can.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's a New York Times story this morning about Chris Meyer. As I understand it, he was your personal pilot, at least for some period of time. Mr. Meyer has quite a record himself. Flew over 350 hours as an Air Force pilot on 3 aircraft types in Afghanistan. Mr. Jourdan, another former FBI agent, a 1999 graduate of U.S. Naval Academy, commanded 100 Marines in combat during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, participated in several firefights, followed up with 2011 deployment as reservist to Afghanistan, where he interrogated senior Taliban officials. It appears that you terminated these 2 agents. Why?
I'm not going to get into personnel decisions that we made.
So you're not accountable for your decisions to take people who served our country so
Literally.
and terminate them without...
Cash has a list of Daddy Trump's buzzwords to use, like AutoPen to get his treat. Dude, it's so fucking cringe. Like, I don't even know what that was in reference to. It had nothing to do with the question he asked him. He's also not answering a single one of the questions that he's being asked. And his deflection every time is, I can't answer due to that information being part of ongoing investigations. That claim is baseless and doesn't need to be answered. I refuse that question as being credible. No answers. Interesting.
Any cause?
That's a one-sided story. Anyone that has been terminated from the FBI, generally speaking, fail to meet the needs of the FBI and uphold their constitutional duties. And you providing a one-sided story from your perch is absolutely disgraceful, because the men and women of the FBI deserve better. And your attack on the current leadership of the men and women of the FBI is equally disgraceful, because now you're attacking the leaders that are
How dare you call me out for doing a poor job? Actually stating reasons for why I'm doing a poor job and bringing it up when this whole hearing is in reference to the job I'm doing and the quality of it. Because that's essentially what Kash Patel is bitching about right now. He's mad because you're calling me out for doing a bad job. You're calling me out. You're giving reasons why I'm doing a bad job. And his response is to just say, how dare you talk badly about the leadership of the FBI? Yeah, that's what this whole meeting is the performance of your job. Of course you're going to get called out. I don't know why you would be crying and being upset about it. You can't like virtue signal this. Like, imagine your boss brings, like, the owner of a company brings in the CEO, and then the CEO says, or the owner of the company says, man, you're kind of running my business into the ground. You're doing a bad job. You're violating employees' rights. You're doing malicious practices. I have documented cases of it. I have employees that have came to me, and your response is, how dare you call out me for doing a bad job? How dare you call me out for the job I'm doing? What? That's
brave SACs in the field who are doing the job that this country needs, and we will continue to do it.
Excuse me, it's disgraceful when Mr. Meyer and Mr. Jourdan, who served our country so well, are terminated apparently because of the rants of a podcaster.
That is your opinion. It is not a fact.
Well, it's certainly my opinion. I can back up with fact. Let me ask you to explain the situation in Baltimore, if you will. Did you read the story about the termination of the project in Baltimore?
Which
764 group?
Sorry. Which story?
764 group. The Baltimore agents were investigating. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into detail. It would take too long to do it. But apparently that this group, 764, a nihilistic, violent extremist group, seeks to blackmail children to perform vile acts on a camera, under investigation by Baltimore, which was terminated by you. I'd like you to respond in writing, if you will, as to the circumstances of that termination.
Sure. Our operations against NVEs, as you're referring to, has been historically high, and we've taken down multiple NVE rings, including 764 rings, who are harming children and causing them to be mutilated and
Last question. Can you explain why you are eliminating the requirements for a college degree for your agents?
I appreciate the opportunity to address that. You said in your opening statement we are reducing the training requirements at Quantico. We are not. We are expanding them. You are referring to an 1811 crossover program because I believe the men and women of places like the DEA, the ATF, and the Marshal Service and the Secret Service who want to work at the FBI should deserve that opportunity in a shortened bridge program, which we provided. We are also keeping the 18-week BFTC as is traditionally being held at the FBI. So we're not reducing any requirements. We are increasing those that we bring into the FBI.
Did you change any of the requirements on college degrees?
We are allowing police officers who have served for a number of years to come into the FBI who did not obtain the requisite college degree to apply to be federal agents because we feel they have the street level experience we need to conduct this mission.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I have to respond to this business about you not treating employees properly because I served under the previous administration when Democrats willingly turned a blind eye to Biden administration retaliation against my whistleblowers. They didn't get due process when their careers and lives were upended. I'm talking about people like Dina Perkins, Jeffrey Veltri, Timothy Dunnan were removed from their positions. Several whistleblowers were reported that they targeted FBI employees for their political beliefs by suspending and revoking security clearances. One FBI whistleblower said that Perkins, Vetri, Dunnan, and other FBI leaderships were, quote, responsible for what happened to me and my family, ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership. Another whistleblower that is a registered Democrat said they spoke out against abusers.
Daniel, that is such a good point. If you're willing to get orange tan line cock imprints on your cheeks in order to carry out the FBI goal, yeah, you can be a part of the FBI.
And security clearances processes committed by FBI senior leaders, particularly Veltri and Perkins. Then Perkins and Dunnan suspended their security clearances and put them in unpaid leave. I'm going to put some more examples like this in the record so I don't take up a lot of time for my colleagues. Senator Graham.
Thanks, Senator Graham. Welcome to the committee. The numbers sort of speak for themselves. You've done a lot in a small period of time. So all those folks out there making this happen, thank them for me. As to how to be an FBI agent, you've made a decision that local law enforcement folks, people who have served in law enforcement without a college degree are able to apply now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Makes sense to me. So
Makes
out in the field might be.
Makes sense to me. If you're unqualified, it makes sense to me that we're having you come do this job.
As valuable as a college degree, believe it or not. Venezuela. We're blowing boats out of the water in the Caribbean.
What the fuck? This guy just chuckled that we're blowing boats up in the Caribbean. Is that why I didn't get my dream job in January? It actually was tariffs and unease in industries with new administration. Unfortunately, it might have had something to do with it. But wait, just a second. This guy just laughed. We're blowing boats up in Venezuela.
Because they're connected to international narco-terrorist groups. Is that correct?
Yes, that mission is being led by the Department of Defense, sir.
Okay. What legal authority do we have to do that?
With Thrivent,
Oh.
your personal finances aren't just
Based.
personal.
Wait a minute. I just. Where's the glug emotes? Just swallowing full-throated. True. We do need a gluck emote. If somebody wants to make a gluck emote and send it to me, I will make it one available to you all. Sorry about the advertisement. I didn't put this on my VPN browser. So you get a... Oh, that DEI, man. The fuck? Sorry.
By the Department of Defense, sir.
Okay. What legal authority do we have to do that?
Sir, I would defer the questions on legal authority to the Attorney General and the Department.
Fair enough. Do you believe that Maduro runs a narco-terrorism state in Venezuela based on...
I believe based on the intelligence and prosecutions and investigations we are currently running, a large portion of the cocaine that exits out of South America, its origination point is in Venezuela, and using transshipment points through Haiti, they're using the navigable waterways in the Caribbean to the end state delivery, which is the United States of America, and we will hunt down every single one of those narco traffickers with the authorities.
There's some actual indictments of Maduro as an individual for being involved in that. Is that correct?
Senator, I think you're referring to the DEA indictment on that one.
Right. So I guess the point is, would it be fair to say that Venezuela is a good candidate to be labeled as a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law?
Senator, from my perch, we will provide the intelligence necessary for anyone who meets the threshold to be a state sponsor of terrorism.
Well,
And this administration has
I
expanded.
think they are, so we'll be going down that road. China, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nothing, 10 being great, how is China helping with the fentanyl problem here in the United States?
Under this administration, we have taken, as I highlighted the Cincinnati case, the precursors are the problem. The fentanyl is the end state that kills American citizens.
Well, the precursors are made in China, right?
They're made in China. And so for the first time in a decade, I had a call with my counterpart in the MPS, the Ministry of Public Services, to attack the precursor chemical companies and have those chemicals
Is it
labeled.
too early to rate the success?
We have indicted multiple businesses in China. We've also cut off the transshipment points of those precursors. They switched. Once we got on their track about their delivery routes to the Mexican drug cartels directly, they started going to India. We called the Indian authorities, and they shut down those transshipment points. So we're continuing to work with our partners
So China
overseas.
is helping, would you say?
They are starting to help, and we are hoping, under this administration's leadership, we can get more
Let
of
me
that.
know, in the coming months if that continues, because if they are helping, that's a good thing.
Yes,
I think
sir.
we need to celebrate the breakthrough. If they're not, that would be a bad thing. So after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there seems to be one refrain from everybody, and that's about the effect of social media. Do you believe that social media is one of the instruments radicalizing America and inciting violence?
Well, it's not. My belief is based on the data, and the data shows that social media is wildly out of control when it comes to
You're
radicalizing.
dead right. So what did you just say? This guy's the FBI director. He says that social media is wildly out of control. Now, free speech, we
This is
all
like
agree
an
with that, but
anti-F-
you can't yell fire in the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
This is like an anti-social media boomer. Is this like the type of guy who believes that like people playing too much kids playing too much Call of Duty is why they're going and shooting up schools? Kind of getting that vibe from him, but I guess we'll figure that one out here in a sec. Sorry, spilled some water.
Free speech doesn't allow you to go online and groom a child for sexual.
Oh shit.
No, it does not.
Okay, free speech doesn't allow you to go on the internet and basically incite somebody to kill another person.
True, it doesn't.
Right?
Absolutely not.
So if it's illegal offline, it should be illegal online. Agreed? Whatever the law is.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Just because you're online doesn't give you a get out of jail free card.
No, sir.
Correct.
So if a parent is worried about a child being bullied on a website, what rights do they have under U.S. law?
We have to balance the rights of
bullied on a website. What rights do they have under U.S. law?
Wait.
We have to Yes, sir.
Just because you're online doesn't give you a get out of jail free card.
No, sir.
So if a parent is worried about a child being bullied on a website, what rights do they have under U.S. law?
Well, I'm pretty sure that technically, like, getting bullied, like, if it's like harassment, extensive harassment after being told to stop, there is some. Pretty sure there's some laws against that, or like there's some stuff that prevents that. You could also get like a restraining order if you can show like this person has like undue harm, is doing undue harm or whatever, they're stalking, harassing. Pretty sure you can do stuff to combat that, but I don't even know what the point that's being made here is. To be fair, the FBI can act internationally, but it has to do with international cooperation in the host country, which something Cash doesn't understand. He's gooning wearing the half-inch plug clone from Trump's weenie. True.
We have to balance the rights, as you said, Senator, of free speech versus those that encroach
Is there
upon
any
finance.
law that can shut down one of these sites for bullying children or allowing sexual predators on the site?
We are able to attack certain sites on the dark web. When it comes to the open internet infrastructure system, we have to reach a threshold to attack a company's position that only subscribes to violence.
Can the parents sue that company?
They can.
They can?
They can sue not the social media companies.
That's what I'm talking about.
They can sue the companies.
No, I'm talking about the social media company that gives lives to this behavior.
No, you're referring to Section 230, sir.
Yeah. Would you advocate a sunsetting of Section 230 to bring more liability to the companies who send this stuff out?
I've advocated for that for years.
All right. We need to do this, folks. These companies are taking content that it makes you sick, that could get you killed, get you poisoned, and there's nothing we can do about it under our law. A person can do about it because of Section 230. So if your child is being sexually groomed online or bullied online, and you go to the social media company.
How come we just make it to where parents just don't have their kids access that stuff? How about we make parents be better parents? What? What a fucking retarded suggestion.
And ask them to take it down. They refuse. You have like.
Let's also ban all the porn sites because kids can access that also. Just so you guys all know. Just so you know, kids can access porn sites. They can do it.
Zero rights. How many images of sexually exploited children are purveyed every year on social media sites?
The number is astronomical. And Senator, if I can just add one step to that analysis.
Please.
It's not just what's on social media that is quote unquote real. It's the introduction of artificial intelligence and generative AI that has created even more child sexual abuse.
Well, not the
material,
child.
even more,
Jesus. Well, pause.
sexually,
Pause! I don't think it's base any sexual exploitation of children. I was just in reference to like AI and generative AI. I don't think we've even gotten close to like good generative AI yet. But AI, chill. Sexual exploitation of children, not chill. Not good.
Online and mimicking people.
Would you say that the way social media is structured today, really no accountability, 36 million images in 2023 of sexually exploited children, that this is a public health hazard?
It is.
Would you say that it's a mental health problem, particularly for younger people?
It absolutely is.
Do you agree that some of these sites are designed to be addictive?
I think not only are some of these sites designed to be addictive, unfortunately the reality is some of these sites are designed to generate income. And many people are generating income.
Of course they're
meant
to generate income.
Do you think it's now time for America to deal with this problem?
Damn it.
I'm all in. I have been all in, and I'm happy to work with Congress to do so.
Well, I tell you what, having the FBI director all in is great news for me, and I hope the committee will respond and that we'll be all in, trying to fix a problem that I think is doing a lot of damage to our country. When it comes to John Bolton, was there new evidence involved in the raid on his home?
Sir, that investigation is very much ongoing. As you know, there was a raid of his house pursuant to a legal
Was there
search
a warrant obtained to go in?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. All right.
We're looking to have that search warrant unsealed.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be good, quite frankly. In December 2023, Director Wray said he sees blinking lights everywhere regarding to foreign terrorist threats against our homeland. How would you characterize the state of threats to our homeland by foreign terrorist groups?
Foreign terrorist organizations have adapted and started utilizing online platforms, and so has the FBI. And so while they are adapting and expanding how they harm our country, we have as well. They have not stopped. There's been a resurgence in places like West Africa and elsewhere of foreign terrorist organizations, and also the newly emboldened drug trafficking organizations in Mexico. It's going to take a whole of government approach to get.
Does Hezbollah fall within that group?
Yeah, you get some good sleep, Jordan. We'll talk at you later if you want to hop in and chit chat. Not in Texas, it's banned. Like, that'll stop gooners of any age or gender, though. Yes, as long as VPNs exist, like, it's never gonna stop. So either one, not in cooperation with Venezuela, so we know of, and acting like World Law II, entrenching on CIA territory. Peace. Yeah, the whole stuff about international cooperation stuff is weird, and it is kind of it is an overstep for sure what the FBI is currently doing with the CIA, with the international stuff. It's weird.
Yes, sir.
So Hezbollah is involved in not only terrorism but narco.
Also, make sure you follow Daniel Lyons if you haven't already. I think you did, actually. My bad.
Terrorism.
Yes, sir.
So do you consider Hezbollah a threat to the United States?
Absolutely.
Airwick's vibrant fragrance.
All right. Finally, do you consider Hezbollah a threat to the United States?
Absolutely.
All right. Finally, do you have enough people to do all this? Do you need more people? You're involved in a lot of things, and the numbers speak for themselves. You have FBI agents helping here in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
You have FBI agents helping in illegal immigration. That's good. You've got a chance here to tell us if you need more people. Seems to me that threat level of this country is pretty high right now. You got thousands of domestic terrorism cases. How many are being investigated?
I think 3,500 off the top of my head.
3,500, okay. Anyway, it seems your plate's pretty full. I would urge you to get with your people. And if you think you need more people, now's the time to do it. It would be a shame to miss an opportunity to plus up the FBI if the threats justified it. Will you look?
I will look, sir.
Okay, but are you comfortable you have enough people right now?
Right now, I'm comfortable with the reallocation of agents and personnel outside of Washington, D.C. and plussing up states like South Carolina in double-digit numbers, and I'll get back with my team on this one.
Thank you for your service.
Senator Whitehouse.
Boy, is my timing good.
It is very good.
Director Patel, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
When you were here for your confirmation, we talked about your
Apply to work at the FBI though. A little gup. There's an opening in my city for some reason. Dream of your home. Go work for the FBI, Casper. You have to do it. We need you on the front lines defending democracy or something.
called enemies list. It appears to me.
I'm just kidding. The Republic.
There have been adverse actions of various kinds taken against about 20 of the 60 people on your enemies list. You've been in office for 7 months. At that rate, you've got 14 months until you've hit all 60. Can you explain that?
Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can continue to characterize it as you wish.
Did Cash Patel just say he doesn't have an enemies list? Huh. Interesting. Alright, stream. This right here is directly from Cash Patel's book. Members of the executive branch, Deep State. This list only includes current and former executive branch officials and is not exhaustive. It does not, for example, include other corrupt actors of the First Order, such as Congress, Adam Schiff, and Eric Swalwell, members of the Fusion, GPS, or Perkins Coy, Christopher Steele, Paul Ryan, the entire fake news, Mafia press corps, etc., alphabet by last name, Michael Atkinson, Austin Lloyd, this whole fucking chief of staff from Melania Trump, John Bolton. Oh, interesting, John Bolton. You know that guy that just got arrested by the FBI? Oh, look at this. Interesting. Yeah. True, King. You don't have an enemies list. There's more of them. This is the excerpt from his fucking book. Ugh. How disgusting for him to just lie with impunity here on this panel.
You've hit all 60. Can you explain that?
Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can
For anybody who's interested, for the low price of $15.39, published, written by him, he quite literally, in his own book, contradicts what he just said under oath to this congressional hearing. So I guess he just perjured himself live on air, so that's cool.
continue to characterize. Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can continue to characterize it as you wish. The only actions we take, generally speaking, for personnel at the FBI are ones based on merit and qualification and your ability to uphold your constitutional duty. You fall short, you don't work there anymore.
True, Casper. True. Based, yes.
Well, there was a list. You don't like it to be called an enemies list, and it had about 60 names, and about 20 have had an adverse action. So those are, I think, pretty clear facts. Let me move on to your grand jury testimony, which we also talked about
It's just not good.
when you were here. I think you indicated that you understood that a witness in the grand jury is free to discuss afterwards whatever they told the grand jury. And you then went on to suggest, saying, I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge, and you want me to violate a court order. In those remarks, you fairly plainly suggested that there was a court order of some kind that somehow restricted or limited your ability to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury. Since then, that chief judge that you mentioned, Judge Boasberg, has written, and I'm quoting him here, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E allows witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee. Can we confirm here today that there is no court order of any kind that limits your ability as a witness before the grand jury to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury?
We can confirm that pursuant to my action.
Federal Rule of Criminal Proceedings allow witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee.
Own testimony to that grand jury?
We can confirm that pursuant to my action that grand jury testimony has been released, the transcript.
Let's, in what forum was it released, may I ask?
Publicly.
Okay, we'll check on that. The FBI does background investigations. In the case of a U.S. attorney, Janine Pirro, it has come to light that in a civil proceeding, that Fox News executives, prior to her confirmation, called her, I'm quoting here, a reckless maniac who makes, quote, insane comments, and said, I don't trust her to be responsible, and noted her penchant for what they called random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. My question to you is, did that turn up in her background investigation?
For any background investigation, Senator, we do not discuss those publicly. And for every background investigation, when there's an adjudication, it is not made by me. It is made by the career professionals who run the inspection division and background check system.
Do you know if that information was found? You see, we're an oversight body here, and there are really three possibilities here. One is that the FBI background investigation didn't find that stuff. That's worth noting, because these investigations, full field background investigations, are supposed to find that stuff. That's possibility one. Possibility two is that the FBI did in fact find that information and then did not report it to the administration or to the committee. And the third is that you found it, you reported it to the administration, and they went ahead with her nomination knowing that she had been described as a reckless maniac who made insane comments, who wasn't trusted by colleagues to be responsible, and who had a penchant for random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. Are you saying that this committee does not have any authority or reason to look into which of those things is true?
This committee can look into anything it wishes. I'm telling you that the background investigations that are done by the HRD division are done by career individuals. They do not report the details of those to me. They adjudicate those independently and individually. That's how it's always been done.
What happened to during the pause of FBI background investigations that was alleged in the complaint against you and the FBI by the FBI agents who were terminated? On February 12th, Emil Bovee directed the FBI, quote, to pause any FBI background investigations of Trump nominees until Patel was confirmed, which happened on February 20th, is the general description of what they alleged. Why, do you know, were background investigations paused? Was it so material like this could be scrubbed out of them? And have they been resumed without that pause fully and normally after your arrival on February 20th?
I can speak to the time period since I got there. Background investigations have been ongoing across the board at the FBI.
Why was the pause, you know?
I was not there.
Wasn't explained to you when you got there? Oh, by the way, boss, they've had an 8-day pause on background investigations. You think that would be something that would be explained to you at some point?
Again, I leave it to the men and women at HRD division to run background investigations. I do not interfere with that.
I get that.
He has no clue, everybody. He has no
Is
idea.
whether you were told about that pause, and why would you not be told about that pause?
I don't recall that, sir.
What a freak.
All right. The allegation also relates that part of the employee review of senior staff was whether or not they voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election.
Ooh,
Since
not
when
good.
Is who you voted for a proper question for agents to be asked?
I don't know what allegation you're referring to, Senator. If it's from an ongoing matter in litigation, I can't discuss that. But what I can discuss is I can only speak to the FBI's background investigations. There are other background investigations conducted across the government. I can only speak to
So
mine.
just to clarify, I'm not talking about the FBI full field background investigations. I'm talking about internal employee reviews for promotion, for termination, for job actions of various kinds. And my question to you is it now the policy of the FBI to ask agents who they voted for, and since when is who agents voted for a proper question for the FBI to ask?
Taking those in reverse order, it's not a proper question, and it's improper to allege that I'm doing that. And also, at the FBI specifically, under my leadership, we do not ask who you voted for. And just one correction for the record, if I may, Senator, it's Security Division that runs background investigations, not HRD.
Okay, I'll accept that correction. And in the event that we cannot locate your grand jury transcript, just expect a question for the record that will give you the chance to either provide that transcript again if it had been previously provided, or to make the statement that Grand Jury Rule 6E allows you, to the best of your recollection, truthfully, about what it is that you told that grand jury. Do you understand that?
That's why I wanted the transcript released, and we'll get it to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
I think I want...
Well, for the record, Kash Patel has said for the record now that they do not ask people who they vote for. He's obviously lying, but that's fine. When the next Democrat admin comes in, no mercy, no tolerance, no magnanimous nature, no having an AG like Merrick Garland, wait 2 years to open investigations, go in dry, full ramming speed, strip all these losers of their clearances as well. Daniel Leidick, I think we take it a step further. I think we exhume Charlie Kirk's body from where it's going to be buried at, where it shouldn't be buried at, and we go dump it on Erica fucking Kirk's front lawn, and then we arrest every single fucking person that's in this administration currently. We strip every security clearance. You want to talk about political lawfare? They will not have seen the levels of political lawfare. All the shit that they've been crying about and pretending, all the shit that they've been lying and pretending that has been the status quo for Democrats in government, that they go after them. I think they actually go after them. I think they actually show how fucking corrupt and vile these fucking people are, and I think they all go to jail. I think all of them, every last one of them, or anyone who's implicated goes to jail. Rico the ever living fuck out of them. That's what I think they do. And if Trump tries to pardon them, I don't know. We'll just have to figure out a way to deal with it. Maybe whoever that Democrat is, SEAL teams. Just kidding.
Take an opportunity when we hear about your political weaponization to remind my Democratic colleagues that what's happened the last decade.
Just joking, actually.
The community, even when Trump was president, has thrown everything at him. They've even gone after his associates and Republican Party organizations. One investigation after another, one prosecution after another. I use examples you've heard me already say today: Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. These were all built on defective foundations of political bias. And then we released the Clinton Index and the Durham Index and the FBI's failures to investigate. So I've been acquainted with this because I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and we had to get a new FBI director to get all this information, Senator Cornyn.
Director Patel, welcome. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this very challenging position. How many people work for the FBI today?
Approximately 36,500, give or take.
I've always wondered whether an organization that big and that diffused all across the nation was actually capable of being managed. Have you experienced any surprises in terms of as the director, in terms of your management of the organization?
In my experience, Senator, the leaders in the field are supposed to lead. So we have empowered and we've changed the structural operation of the FBI to empower SACs in the 56 field office, 55, 56 come 1 October.
I'm serious. I mean it. They need to like go scorched earth on everyone that had anything to do with this administration, the Heritage Foundation, fucking like all the political advisors, your Stephen Millers of the world, those evil, corrupt fucks. All of the Elon Musk, especially, that guy needs to get gone after, because holy, what in the fuck was the amount of money that he contributed to Donald Trump's campaign? Like, if you were to look at the totality of that with what he did with his rallies for Trump, the richest man on earth, you go after him, you go after the Heritage Foundation, all these gross, disgusting right-wing think tanks that are doing sketchy shit in the background. There's no letting up. There's no holding back. Like, you just full-blown, full steam ahead, and then just enact, like, good policies. Like, just enact good policies that people like, that benefit their lives, and just say fuck it. Fuck what they have to say. Fuck what they care about. Yeah, that's what I think. Fuck them.
To lead the mission. We've also empowered the respective assistant directors and operational directors to lead the mission.
True, and sanction couches. Sanction all furniture importing companies from coming in, so JD also has nothing to fuck late at night when he's sitting in his fucking... anyways.
That is how you
no need to Fed post on a beautiful Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon.
Manage 36,500, 37,000 people. No 1 or 2 people can do it. And that's been the transition, is the power structure is being pushed out to the field operations.
Which sounds like a very practical way to approach it. And how is morale?
Morale?
I love how the Democrat senators are asking him, they're bringing up accusations that are like super serious, super significant. It's like you have like a company that's co-owned, right? It's a company that's co-owned by 2 people, right? It is like 2 brothers, right? One of the brothers hired this guy, and he's like asking him, hey, you know, how's the role going so far? It seems like you've been pretty busy. It seems like things have been really stressful. How is everyone feeling? Do you need more people to come work? The other guy, I've been getting some allegations that you've been embezzling money from the company. I've been finding, it's really weird, I'm finding out that you're engaging in some nefarious hiring and firing practices. Why are you asking inappropriate questions to your employees? I'm getting accusations of this. Like, that's like the difference. That's the difference. It is insane to me. There's like no consistency. It's just partisan bias. Like, it's disgusting. Vile. Reprehensible. I mean, fucking synonyms, I guess. Jesus.
When I travel around the country, in my experience, has never been higher. The FBI and the police officers that we work hand in glove with across this country are excited to do the work. And the stats that I'm citing are no achievement of mine. The stats that I'm citing in the 7 months that I've been there, such as a 42% increase in cyber arrests alone this year, is because the men and women at the FBI have been empowered in the field. They want to do the work. They're getting the opportunity to do the work. And with our great partners in the respective states like Texas, and where we just returned a top 10 most wanted fugitive in Cindy Singh, are getting the ability to make those prosecutions a reality.
By the way, Senator Durbin was asking about polygraphs. Aren't polygraphs a standard part of the standard test given to people with security clearances across the intelligence community?
They are.
As a condition to maintaining your security clearance?
What a fucking retarded question. Do you think that the Democrat fucking person on this committee was saying like, oh, why are you giving polygraphs? No, he's saying, why are you using polygraphs to ask people what their political affiliation and loyalty, where that lies? That's the fucking question, you retard.
I believe they are.
Speaking of intelligence, one of the things that I've wondered about over time is, you know, the FBI is a premier law enforcement agency in the nation, but you also have other important responsibilities in counterintelligence. And there's been different debates or people wondering whether, including me, whether that's an appropriate role for the FBI to play. And I guess the most challenging part of that is, if it's not at the FBI, where would it go? But can you, given your background, I know, is working on the HIPSI and your intelligence background, can you talk a little bit about what you think about the counterintelligence role of the FBI agents and how that's working, whether you think it's performing the way it should, or whether there are other changes or reforms need to be made in order to improve its functioning? As you know, the threats from our adversary nations are just proliferating every day. So what do you think?
The espionage activities of our adversaries have never been so high, and I think the counterintelligence mission is properly housed within the FBI because we've invested with those authorities for Congress.
How come they get like everything all at once? I don't know how they get everything all at once, all at the same time. Crime is at an all-time high. We have crime all over the place in every industry, in every sector of the world, in every facet, from drug trafficking to child sex crimes to espionage to murder to drug trafficking, but simultaneously it's all going down. We're solving it, but it's at an all-time high, but we're solving it, but it's still fucking horrible, but we're solving all of it. We've had this reduction in crime. Like, do you realize how cringe this is, that like it's everything all at once? Like, it's either crime is really bad or it's going down. Like, what is this dichotomy when you get both?
And I believe that mission set is working. And if I can, sir, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has made 55 arrests on the counterintelligence mission alone. That's a 30% increase in CI arrests from the same time year to date last year. We've arrested 33% increase in PRC counterintelligence arrests, an 83% increase in Russia counterintelligence arrests from the same time last year, and then a 60% increase on Iran counterintelligence arrests from the same time period last year. So we are already on total exceeding the entirety of the number of arrests from the previous year on counterintelligence matters across the board. And in my opinion, the FBI is the only agency that can do it. Now, we work with the interagency to do it, and we need them, but we have the mission set.
Thank you. You know, sometimes I wonder whether we sort of repeat the way we do things because we've always done it that way. And I'm getting up to building up to this issue of the narco trafficking and what President Trump has ordered the Defense Department to do in terms of to take out some of these transnational criminal organizations that are importing poison into the United States and responsible for killing tens of thousands of Americans, maybe hundreds of thousands of Americans over time. Do you think a law enforcement model for dealing poison into the United States and responsible for killing tens of thousands of Americans, maybe hundreds of thousands of Americans over time, do you think a law enforcement model for dealing with these narco traffickers is adequate to deal with the threat? Or do you think we need to start thinking about this in maybe new and different ways? Obviously, we're not engaged in a war per se, although it is a war metaphorically. And the law enforcement model seems to be not working from the standpoint of dealing with the volume of the threat and the magnitude of the threat. Do you think we need to start thinking about how do we deal within constitutional legal parameters to deal with this problem in a different way to be more effective in protecting the American people?
Absolutely. And the way to analogize this and why I've advocated for the designation, and I'm thankful that the Trump administration has designated these cartels and narco traffickers as foreign terrorist organizations, is because we must treat them like the foreign terrorist organizations post 9/11. We must treat them like the Al-Qaedas of the world because that's how we're operating. And just treating them with law enforcement capabilities alone was wholly insufficient to wipe out the targets in their entirety. They always had the next man up philosophy. If you take out the leader, they got 10 guys behind it. But in order to eliminate, and that's the key, eliminate the drug trade and eliminate the pouring into this country of narcotics, we have to use authorities at the Department of War and the intelligence community to go after the threat like we did terrorists when we were manhunting them. And now we have that ability, and we're seeing that in live time, whether it's on the strike on the boat or going down into Mexico and working with our Mexican authorities with these intelligence assets to say we've located not just the person in charge, the cadre in charge, but the entire network, and we are now able to dismantle that entire network. It's going to take time. The manhunt after 9/11 took some years, and this is going to be a years-long mission.
Well, I'm glad.
So the majority, we're talking about fentanyl getting seized. Okay, so they're talking about fentanyl getting brought into the United States. This according to American Immigration Council. This is... So this is... Okay, 27,000 pounds in the 2023, which is our peak, and fentanyl crossing into the United States, like illegally, right? So the vast majority of fentanyl is smuggled into the United States at ports of entry. Similar to other drugs, less common means include cross-border tunnels, drones, catapults, and on foot. As the head of the DEA testified in Congress, our investigations in 2023, our investigations do tell us that the vast majority of fentanyl is coming in through ports of entry. It's not just getting like smuggled over in boats or people just like coming over like illegally on boats, like washing up onto the shores of the Gulf of America to fucking bring it in. It's coming through legal ports of entry. Obviously, the smuggling's illegal, but it's coming through like actual ports of entry, and that's like the vast majority. There's some, of course, that come through. Some of it does come through outside of ports of entry, right? That just happens. But if we look at who is smuggling, because most of fentanyl seizures occur at ports of entry, the majority of fentanyl is smuggled by people who can enter the United States legally. These individuals can evade detection by posing as normal travelers, entering or re-entering the United States. As a result, transnational criminals organizations tend to recruit U.S. citizens who receive the least scrutiny on entry. So, I don't know what this like magical thought of like just this like delusion that all these like Venezuelan boats getting blown up is actually going to do anything to like help with the fentanyl fucking crisis going on, or crisis or whatever. I mean, we've seen a decline in fentanyl coming into the United States since 2023 under Biden, because like everything else, everything improved under Biden. But I guess we'll live in our delusional fairyland that like everything is just so fucking bad, but they're magically fixing it all right now. Anyways.
You mentioned the counterterrorism mission because we've had a lot of experience,
Be right back.
The U.S. government writ large, with dealing with terrorism in the Middle East and elsewhere. And obviously some of our friends and allies, like Mexico, for example, are very sensitive about sovereignty and being able to control what happens on their territory. But yet we're beginning to see more and more cooperation, as you point out, in that regard. And so in your opinion, has the counterterrorism model, have the lessons learned by the U.S. government writ large, are they being aggressively applied? Are there other things we need to do to make sure that those skills, those lessons learned are applied more broadly to the threat of narco trafficking?
I can only speak to the FBI. We are applying all of them to our the CT mission set to the CN mission set, and we're using the new authorities given to our intelligence community partners in the Department of War to combine these collective efforts, and in a new way, meeting together and creating an interagency process that gets after the threat dynamic. And whether that's a kill operation, a capture operation, a surrender operation, or a host nation takedown, like we did with the counterterrorism mission sets in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Pakistan, and elsewhere, we are applying that to the drug traffickers in Mexico and Venezuela and Colombia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have seen too much political violence in this country. We all know that. Just last week, your friend Charlie Kirk was gunned down on a college campus. I'm sorry for your loss. In Minnesota, only 2 months ago, a madman took the life of my friends, Melissa and Mark Hortman, shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette a combined 17 times. And evidence indicates that he would have killed a lot more if law enforcement hadn't intervened. Just last month in my state, we were again shook to the core when little kids were shot down through stained glass windows in Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. And while the victims weren't politicians in this case, they were 6-year-olds and 8-year-olds, the manifesto that the shooter left behind was political. But in the words of your own federal law enforcement, this person was an all-purpose hater. Went after blacks, Hispanics, the president, Muslims, Jews, nearly everyone. And this happened during the first Mass of the year for these kids. They were excited to see their friends, meet their new teachers, and 2 children, 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, 10-year-old Harper Moisky, were murdered. 21 other people injured, some of the kids, 18 kids, severely. Fletcher was just starting 3rd grade. He loved his family, his friends. He loved fishing and cooking, in his dad's words, any sport he was allowed to play. Harper, the other child, we celebrated her life this Sunday, thousands of people. Her parents described her as bright, joyful, and a deeply loved 10-year-old whose laughter, kindness, and spirit.
All right, just got back. So was she talking about school shootings? I just heard like something about a kid.
Touched everyone that she knew. We've heard the words of young children who were saved because 12-year-olds laid on top of them, or a kid with disabilities who was paralyzed, whose teacher pulled him out of the wheelchair, threw him under the pew, and laid on top of him. We do thank the local FBI director and the local U.S. Attorney's Office for their work in both of these cases, the Hortman case and this. But I did want to focus on one local law enforcement moment that I'm not sure has made with all the news going on in Minnesota. When the first 911 call, and you've heard about other places where this waited and waited.
Is she virtue signaling school shootings? Not virtue signaling. I bet she does care. Not to shit on her, but we've been talking about school shootings for so long, and no legislation has really been proposed that's had bipartisan support to like actually help with the outcomes of this to curb school shootings. So like why are we just gonna keep? Do you think that people care? Like nobody actually cares. People aren't voting in people that are willing to actually do something about it. Like I don't know.
This 911 call was made at 8:27 a.m. The first officer was on the scene just 4 minutes later, local Minneapolis police, at 8:31 a.m. The Chief O'Hara, shared with me the actual numbers. Listen to this. Over 20 people were in ambulances just 14 minutes, all of them, after the police got on the scene. 14 minutes after the first call. Tourniquets, stretchers, and they got them all to Hennepin County Medical Center or Minneapolis Children's Hospital. And I think it is worth looking at what happened there, because one of the dads whose daughter was severely injured, still in the hospital, that I met on Sunday, told me that there is absolutely no way his beautiful daughter would have survived if police hadn't been there. So it is worth looking at for all of us. So my focus on behalf of these parents, because I promised I would do this on Sunday, was just to figure out how we can do anything to stop this from happening again. So expanded background checks, ghost gun bans, every shooting is different. Raising the minimum age to purchase assault weapon, even if we're not going to ban them, I favor banning them. But that's one idea that's out there when so many of these shootings are people who are 18, 19, 20, 21. The one at Annunciation Church was 23. Both shooters in Uvalde and Buffalo had just turned 18 when they purchased the assault weapon bans. I'm not saying any one of these things would prevent every single shooting, but I really ask everyone.
Do you know what would actually prevent every single shooting? We put a K9 trained dog into every single classroom.
To look at these. We also need to tackle social
and
media.
veterans,
Really
all the veterans.
Senator Graham's questions. I think we have to protect free speech and not engage in censorship. But for years, I have supported repealing Section 230, which was made when these companies were little companies starting up in garages. And I think it is one way to get at making this better environment online and preventing violence. So my first question is on the assault weapon ban. Do you think that would be helpful in reducing gun deaths, Director?
Senator.
Of course, the only answer to would assault rifle ban, would that help reduce gun deaths? The answer is just yes, unequivocally yes. The answer is just yes here. If you want to caveat and say anything else, you're probably a little retarded, because it's just the easiest yes. And then you just say, well, the answer to that question is yes, Senator, or whatever. But I don't believe in banning them for X, Y, and Z reason. Just like own it. Why can't you just like own the position instead of like citing back to the Second Amendment and people's rights? Like it's just it's so cringe. Anyways.
If I may, I want to answer the question, but
also I don't really necessarily want assault rifles to be banned myself, but like if you don't want guns to be banned, you have to like take the L there and just say, yeah, there's going to be deaths. There's going to be gun deaths that are directly as a result to us not just doing assault rifle bans. It is what it is.
Thank you for your remarks. Especially it relates to my friend Charlie, and I share and relay my remarks, my sentiments to you. Minnesota has suffered untold.
Oh my God, Charlie!
Tragedy in these last few months, and whatever creativity we can use to eliminate even just one shooting, one horrific death, I am in favor of engaging with Congress fully to do. I don't have the answers. I don't know what will eliminate it in its entirety, but I'm willing to engage and explore new ways.
Oh my God, eliminate it in its entirety. Australia famously got rid of all the guns there in terms of like being able to own them. Buyback programs. It is for all intents and purposes illegal to own a firearm. Like you cannot do it. Like it is borderline fucking impossible. And guess what? There are still gun deaths that happen there, and it is like a fucking island sequestered from the rest of the world. You will never make the gun death zero. What a fucking retarded thing to like point to. How about we just reduce the gun deaths that happen in America? Like easily preventable gun deaths. It's the same thing with like seatbelts and vehicles. Like it's an easy way to help prevent traffic deaths. We're not going to ever stop traffic deaths from happening until we have like robots that like are perfect, like robot cars with like perfect AI in terms of self-driving, where they can perfectly drive without ever having like accidents, where it's like impossible because they're like connected to a fucking rail in the goddamn ground where it's just impossible for them to like bump into each other. Other than that, we're never going to stop gun deaths. We're never going to stop it. It's never going to happen. It's just it's just stopping easily preventable gun deaths that we're trying to do, that people are advocating for. Like, it's such a disgusting like pivot to say, well, we're never gonna get it down to zero. Who the fuck said that we're ever gonna get it down to zero?
To you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And so,
fucking stupid.
Assault weapon ban. What do you think?
Senator, I think there are.
You don't care. Just say you don't care. Just say you don't care. Jesus.
Could prevent future attacks, but I'm not going to weigh into the creation of legislation.
Could you also look at, and I favor just assault weapon ban, not getting these guns in the hands of people that shouldn't have them. But could you look at the numbers on the ages?
Yes.
Because from 18, even going from 18 to 21, which wouldn't have prevented the shooter in Annunciation Church from purchasing that gun. He purchased several the same day. Over 100 rounds were fired from the assault weapon through the stained glass windows. So if you went up to 25, it would have stopped that immediate purchase and probably saved the lives of these kids. But if you go to 21, that is the same age that already applies to purchasing handguns from federally licensed dealers. So I prefer another approach, but I was hoping that our Republican colleagues would at least look at that, given Uvalde, Buffalo, and some of these other mass shootings, trying to be practical, but thinking that it could make a major difference. Strengthening background checks, could you also look at that? And then banning ghost.
She wants to do good gun legislation. She wants good gun reform, but I'm sorry, the majority of the country, unfortunately, is brain broken when it comes to gun control, and they want their guns. They want their guns. They refuse. And it's not just that people are brain broken, it's that there's a lot of interest in not solving this issue, like from like a lobbying perspective, from like big gun. Would banning guns prevented Kirk being killed by a gun statistically? Statistically, yeah. Banning guns would have statistically on a statistical level, if you look at an aggregate of data, there would have been a lesser likelihood that he would have died to a gun death. Now, that gun death specifically was probably never going to get stopped by a full gun ban. But, like, that's never, like, the argument they want to make, I guess. They want to make the argument of, like, well, you'll never get it down to zero, so why even bother?
Guns and
fucking stupid.
Stocks. What do you think of that?
So, Senator, you're talking to my heart here on one of the core missions at the FBI, which is our CGIS facility in Winchester, Virginia, which is our hub for our NICS checks, our NCICs, our capabilities on when we have, I think it's 19,000 state and local community law enforcement come to us for these background checks. We're trying to make that processing as fast as we can so we can get them real-time information. I think we have a 93% clearance rate in 15 minutes as it relates to ghost guns, but we can do better.
Yeah, we got to stop with the whole wanting to ban assault rifles. Nobody wants that. Republicans have effectively won the political messaging on it, and there's no point in ever arguing banning guns. It's just exactly what you said, Daniel. Red flag laws, expanding background checks, better mental health evaluations, even like a mandated gun safety class. Like, doing those things would tremendously improve our outcomes on gun-related violence. That's the way to solve the issue, to make incremental improvements on it without dying and getting fucking slaughtered electorally. That is politically effective. People, if you ask the most gun-toting people in America, I mean, I'm from a red state with very conservative, gun-happy people, and I brought it up to them, said, man, I think people who have mental health issues probably shouldn't be owning guns like that. It's like, that are like severe mental health like diagnoses, or we should do better evaluations to determine if those people can own guns. And they're like, yeah, I agree with that. I think we should also make it to where we should have better background checks, so people who are like who have like criminal records that maybe have flied under the radar because it's not checked in like some federal database, they just pull like a state database that doesn't show where they could have committed crimes in other states, that we just make it to where everything is more visible for the background checks, number 2. And then number 3, I think another thing that would dramatically help to improve, another thing I've asked them where they were like, yeah, I'm on board with it, is the what was the third one? It was background checks, it was mental health evaluations. And I've asked them, like, would you be in favor of like holding people accountable if like they didn't properly secure their firearms and it was proven that they had like unsafely secured it, and then their weapon was used to go commit like a crime? And should these people be punished? And my gun-toting conservative family members are like, yeah, I think that's probably a good thing. So yeah, I mean, I think you'll make way politically with that messaging, but you're never going to make way politically with, we need to ban assault rifles, we need to ban all guns, we need to register every single weapon. Like, it's just, so having notifications like a driver's license too, because it's much as I'd like the 90s assault weapons ban back, I'd rather have something that purity test like leftists and pat ourselves on the back for good boy points and never be empowered to do anything. True. Yeah. It's just doing things that are politically effective. I think that's important. You don't want to get slaughtered politically because we're trying to push for stuff that's a little bit, it's just not popular. People just don't want it. It's the same thing like with the mandatory spending like on things like Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. People don't want that shit touched. Republicans have tried to touch that shit. They've tried running on touching that shit, especially Social Security in the early 2000s, and guess what? They got slaughtered electorally because of it. It was a big part of why they got slaughtered electorally. People were confused. They didn't like the idea of them losing their Social Security, and Democrats demonized it, and they won on it because it was not politically effective the way they messaged on it. It's the same thing with guns. Most people in America want there to be better checks. They want there to be better red flag laws. They want there to be mental health checks, all that good stuff. But the way Democrats message on it is that we're going to take all of your fucking guns. And then Republicans, no, we don't message on it that way. Republicans take our messaging and turn it into that, which makes it just not politically effective, and it makes it something that people do not want. That is like the biggest issue with anything to do with guns. It just breaks people's brains because they think that their poor little guns are going to get like fucking stolen from them. And they need those guns to overthrow the government, I guess. Anyways, just a second, everybody. Hello, Zanuck. How's it going?
What is up?
Just listening to me yap.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hell yeah.
I tuned out after like 5 minutes ago. I fucking hate this.
Oh, listening to KASH PATEL just lie?
I'd rather just off myself, bro. I'm gonna be real with you.
He's just
At some
lying.
point, I could only stand so much.
He's just lying. Doesn't it just hurt your soul?
Fucking, yeah, I don't want to watch it.
I'm writing.
Genuinely.
I'm typing out notes for it, so I have.
You're cringe. But
I have to type out notes. I have to keep track. The fact that he said that there was 21,000 arrests from August to now in Washington D.C. is fucking absurd. That he would lie about that.
That is a dumb fucking thing to lie about. Why are you lying about that? Just like, what else? If you're gonna lie about stupid shit like this, what else are you guys lying about?
Yeah, if you're willing to lie about dumb shit. Well, I mean, it's not dumb. If that was like real, that'd be a pretty significant thing.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%. Yeah.
But, all right, back to listening to Patel.
Yes, sir.
Lie, purge himself in Congress. Perjure himself.
Hell yeah.
You like listening to me rant and rave?
Yes.
Based. All right, talk to you in a bit, buddy.
Based.
How do I deafen? Fuck. I can't find it. Oh, there it is.
well, just if you could get back to me on all those. And talk.
Minutes as it relates to Ken, so we can get different abilities, which is our hub for FBI.
Think of that. Let's look at that, but thinking that it could make a major difference. Strengthening background checks. Could you also look at that? And then banning ghost guns and bump stocks. What do you think of that?
So, Senator, you're talking to my heart here on one of the core missions at the FBI, which is our CGIS facility in Winchester, Virginia, which is our hub for our NICS checks, our NCICs, our capabilities on when we have, I think it's 19,000 state and local community law enforcement come to us for these background checks. We're trying to make that processing as fast as we can so we can get them real-time information. I think we have a 93% clearance rate in 15 minutes as it relates to ghost guns, but we can do better.
All right, well, just if you could get back to me on all those and talk to the White House. Threats against elected officials have increased exponentially. Members of Congress received more than 9,000 threats last year, up from 1,600 in 2016. There's been a lot of talk about the rhetoric and the like. And if we want to move forward on things like Section 230, or even look if we can do anything on guns, I do think we're going to have to be honest about this all-purpose hater issue, and it has bothered me, this thing, we're going to go after this group, we're going to have to go after this group. I just want to, for the record, show that the murder of Speaker Hortman and her husband, he was Democratic lawmakers on his list. He went to the ones whose addresses he had, by the way. Planned Parenthood was on the list, as were businesses and law firms, doctors. I already mentioned the ones with the Catholic Church shooting. So it is not just as the radicals on the left, what's a quote from the president, are the problems or destructive movement of left-wing extremism that Vice President Vance said. According to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the murders were committed. And I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute, conservative think tank, published a study just last week that found from terrorists from the right were responsible for 6 times more deaths than people from the left. I actually don't want to go tit for tat on this, but what I am asking for is that this rhetoric of blaming one side or the other stop. If you could convey that to the president, and that we actually work.
Oh my God! Thank you, Miss Klobuchar. Holy shit! What a phenomenal fucking point. She just told Kash Patel, hey, I need you to, please, for the love of God, I don't want to make this political. I just want you to tell the president we need to lower the temperature. We need to lower the rhetoric on both sides without blaming each other, just so we can get back to a semblance of like sane and positive and like a functioning reality. Let's see what Mr. Kash Patel says in response to that.
On things that are solutions. So could you commit to me, Mr. Patel, Director Patel, that you will do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Last.
Based! You know what? Absolutely. Appreciate that. I mean, I'd like him to actually have to fucking expound on it and specifically say it, but you know what? He committed to that, so I'm happy with that. That's good.
You were asked about social media, and I will put some more questions on the record about that. I think we can make major movement on that. The local FBI helped when the city of St. Paul was a victim of a cyber attack, and I'm concerned about some of the cyber attack cuts. I'll ask you that on the record. AI, I'm glad you raised that. I think we have to do more, but also including election interference, because they're using AI videos. I just had one happen in this very committee on me, and I just think they're going to start using it in democracy, election. They could be foreign. Do you think some of this is foreign entities, Mr. Patel?
Generally speaking, we have traced a lot of this to loose groups overseas that don't have any sort of central cluster.
There's going to be a lot on you then. And then last, I'll put on the record just my concern about protecting journalists. The new guidance that came out of the department. Have you deployed any FBI resources to investigate members of the media for activities related to news gathering, reporting, or reporting on government whistleblowers, something near and dear to the chairman's heart?
The only time we would involve an investigation of a journalist if they've conducted or committed an allegation of separate criminal activity, most prominently leaks of classified information.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You're leading the FBI at a very critical time for that agency and also a critical time for our country, and I want to start by talking.
Mr. Hawley, aw, you cutie. Mr. Hawley, famous for...
Of what nature?
Right, isn't this him? Or am I crazy? Looks like the same exact guy. Oh, that was Tom Cotton. Jesus, Tom Cotton and Holly look so similar. Jesus criminy. Well, that's racial profiling right there. Jesus Christ, my bad, Holly. Well, actually, I don't know what your stances are, so I'll let you yap.
To you about the tide of violence that we have seen, ideological violence against people of faith, particularly Christians. You just think here, take a rough catalog. Just in the last couple of years, we've seen being at the Covenant School, Christian School in Nashville. We've seen school shooting at the Annunciation School. We've seen church shootings multiply. We've seen acts of crime and violence, vandalism, arson against churches and parishes all across the country. And then, of course, last week, Charlie Kirk, who said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith," was shot on a college campus. Let me just start with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Is the FBI, and I appreciate the tremendous work the FBI has done in this investigation, is the FBI investigating the Kirk assassination as part of this broader pattern of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence?
Is there a lot of anti-Christian violence that occurs in America? I want to know the year-over-year statistic breakdown per capita in America from like 2000 to 2024, year-over-year, compared to Judaism and Islam, three of the largest religions in America, because I think that's important to, just curious, the comparison. Like, is there a lot of religious violence in America? I didn't know that to be the case. You know, it could be the case, but let's get all this data compiled and look at the FBI hate crime statistics and Pew Research. Because that seems to me like a wildly not that it's unimportant, like any hate crime that is committed is not good. We should definitely address it if it does exist in America, but I was not familiar with there being a lot of anti-Christian violence, hate crimes and violence that had been occurring in America. Anyways, let's listen to him talk.
We are investigating Charlie's assassination fully and completely, and running out every lead related to any allegation of broader violence, and we're producing results on that we'll disclose when appropriate.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me just ask you a few questions about that, if I could. Sure. Reports have suggested that the FBI is investigating a broader network of groups that may have had some knowledge of the shooter's plans. Can you give us any details on that, following up what you've already said in public? How's the FBI working to find other potential accomplices, folks who may have known about the shooter's plans, folks who may have encouraged him? Any update on any of that?
So in terms of what we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and reach out to the family and community immediately. And we've conducted those investigations and interrogations with local law enforcement, and we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and his beliefs and his ideology. On top of that, unfortunately, it has been leaked that there was a Discord chat, and for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room online that the suspect participated in. So what we're doing, what we've already done, is serve legal process, not just on Discord, so that the information we gathered is sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should we decided to do so. And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good.
Can we get that information? Are they going to leak the Discord group chat? Because the stuff that I've seen doesn't look crazy, so I'd like to see more on that. But okay.
Good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all of that to see if that's accurate, who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that, and we're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that?
Every single one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let me just turn to the broader question here of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence. Let me just give you a few stats that I'm sure that you're all too familiar with. Every person of faith in America certainly is. Major report this past year found that there have been over 400 instances of hostility against churches in the United States in the year 2024. Those included arsons, bomb threats,
He just said 1800.
shootings,
That's
and firearm incidents.
See.
One other organizational report found that there were 500 attacks on Catholic parishes alone. So that number 415, that's all Christian churches in 2024. Another organization found 500 separate attacks on just Catholic parishes since May of 2020. Of course, we had the Covenant school shooting, the Annunciation school.
So there was 500 attacks. How many Catholic parishes in America? I wonder how many there are total, because he says there's been 500 attacks, which attacking anything is not good. Um, 500 attacks just doesn't seem like a lot to me. Maybe that's a lot, but I don't know. Is 500 parishes really? Is 500 attacks on parishes really a lot? Okay, so there's 6,000 to 6,500 parishes. Oh wait, no. There's 35,000 parishes. Kill me. There's about 35,000 parishes in America. Okay, I hate to be this guy, right? But there's 35,000 parishes since 2020 would be, let's give the 5 years. So there's been 170, if you like take it like a per capita thing, right? This is still even just so stupid. 35,000 divided by 5. No, it'd be 35,000 divided by, is it 500? Fuck, what's the per capita? But 500 attacks on 35,000 parishes is so small. That's such a small like per capita amount. Okay, wait, here's the statistics they finally pulled up. Jesus Christ. For anti-Christian incidents, there's 150 incidents per million people. That was like in 2000. Oh, in 2024, there's been an increase of up to 180 from 150 per million people, which is really that's significant, right? 30 incidents. Meanwhile, 2000 there was 1,100 anti-Jewish incidents. Today there's as of 2024 there's 1,900 Jewish incidents per a million people. Oh my god. Like when it comes to for Christian per capita it's 0.68. Yeah, 0.68. And then for the per capita for Jewish incidents would be 28.9, and Muslim per capita 79.53. Spare me the fucking like crying, Mr. Hawley. As of from last year to this year, from 2023 to 2024, there was a drop per capita in anti-Christian incidents. Like, why are we even going down this retarded line of argumentation? Oh my. Sorry. Hey, Zanuck. Real quick, buddy.
What up?
This retard just asked KASH PATEL about the rise in Christian anti-Christian extremist like violence that's going on in America. Oh my fucking pearl clutch.
The anti-Christian?
Do you want to know the per capita anti-Christian incidence in America?
What is it?
0.6. It's 0.68. If you had to guess, what is the anti-Jewish incidence? If you had to just guess, it's 28.9.
Holy shit, that's
No,
a lot more.
no. What do you think what it is for Muslims? You had to guess.
What?
79.53.
Oh my god.
And we're gonna talk about boohoo Christians. Eat my fucking ass.
Oh, and then don't forget Jewish and trans and gay.
Yeah,
everything's higher than Christians. Everything, every other attack on every other ethnicity, religion, creed, sexuality is higher than Christianity attacks.
Yeah, 100%. It's so stupid to sit here and pearl clutch over like Christian violence.
They just whine because they go on Discord and social media and they hear
No,
people
I'm talking about Mr. Hawley here, the senator, this Republican senator from.
They just see the attacks online. That's all they do. They see what's on Twitter and what's on TikTok comments, and that's it.
True, sure, but I guess just the point I'm making though is that this guy was like, there's 500 attacks on Catholic parishes alone since 2020, and it's like, man, 500 attacks, that does seem kind of crazy. And then I think, like, no way, that's not crazy. There's like fucking 3 parishes in the bumfuck town we lived in alone.
Well, Llama, just look up how many attacks transgender people face. Go look up the.
I know it's bad. I'm not talking about trans stuff right now. I'm not talking about it right now.
I'm simply pointing out the fucking bumfuckery with that, where they don't want to admit that Christians are the least persecuted minority in the world.
They're not even a minority.
Yeah, that's my point. They're the least persecuted majority in the world. That they're actually more respected than fucking Muslims, Jews, or Hindus.
Fair enough. But like, it's just so ridiculous to me. 180 incidents per a million. It's just. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm so stupid. Is that the total incidents?
Yeah.
180?
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's the per capita. Anyways, it's just anti-Islamic hate crimes have a rate of 100 times higher than Christians in some years, but generally lower than anti-Jewish. But like, no, they're definitely higher than Jewish. Oh, okay, I guess some years they kind of flip-flop on who hates who more, or who gets hated the most in America and gets attacked.
But unfortunately, Christians just want to be the victim.
Yeah. That's the point that I'm making. I was just in response to with what he was saying.
They just want to be persecuted so bad.
It's true. So I guess we're going to listen to him talk about what KASH PATEL is going to do to curb the anti-Christian
I'm just going to post this if you want to pull this up on your stream.
I will look at it first. Jesus. Right-wing extremism, I want to force 10-year-olds to give birth and work minimum wage dead-end jobs. Left-wing extremism, let's not do that, actually, you sick fuck. No, I don't really like operating in memes, but...
Yeah, but that's accurate, though. It's accurate.
Yeah, semi-accurate, I agree. Anyways, back to being deafened, I'm going to continue on. Just listening to Mr. Hawley here hand-wring about anti-Christian hate crimes. So silly. So fucking retarded.
He's so good. He's such an influential and persuasive speaker.
Now, also, Llama, can you pull this one?
No, I'm not pulling up. I'm not pulling up memes. I don't care. No, I'm not doing the joking toxicology report on Charlie Kirk. I don't want to do it. I just want to talk to Zanuck real quick.
He overdosed on fentanyl.
There was 500 parishes that had a crime committed or a hate crime committed against them from 2020 to 2025, Zanuck. Catholic parishes. There's 35,000 in America, so in 5 years there was only 500 incidents. I don't even know what that has to be, like, disgustingly low. the per capita
That's
statistic
not a
on that.
lot.
It's such a insignificant, like, oh, you probably have a higher, actually, I don't know, there's probably not that many school shootings. I don't know if the per capita is that terrible on school shootings also, but I don't know.
But no, I know what you mean though.
Yeah. Anyways, back to Mr. Hawley. Seeing
Yes,
a
sir,
second,
gay
buddy.
boy.
School shooting in Minnesota where 2 children were shot dead as they were praying in a pew. Here's my question: What is the FBI doing to take on this rising tide?
Shot in a pew while praying? Why are we? You're just so fucking disgusting. God, you're vile.
Of violence that seems to be motivated by anti-religious hatred.
Specifically, sir, we have 60 anti-Catholic hate crime incidences reported to us that are being investigated. Publicly, I can tell you we have 5 hate crime investigations with anti-Catholic bias ongoing currently in the states, in the cities of Kansas City, Louisville, Houston, Nashville, and Richmond. That's what I can say publicly. But any ideologically based attack against any faith, as a man of faith myself, will not be tolerated, and the full resources of the FBI are committed to all of it.
Are you investigating any domestic cells that instigate or encourage or fund or in any way support attacks on churches or other houses of worship?
Senator, you raise an incredibly important point that most people don't look at. I've always said we follow the money. And whether it's terrorism or attacks based on ideology or attacks on institutions of faith or people of faith, someone's paying for it. And we are reverse tracing those steps. We are not stopping at the perpetrator themselves. We are reverse engineering to hold those accountable in our investigations to who funded them and knowingly funded them. And we will bring the appropriate steps against them with our partners at DOJ.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. We look forward to hearing reports on that progress. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Let me just ask you this in the same vein, Director. Since the Dobbs decision, the FBI has advertised $25,000 rewards for information on attacks on abortion clinics. Will the FBI similarly offer rewards for information on attacks of houses of worship?
Yes, when it is appropriate, the rewards are any reward, whether it's an attack on a house of faith or on a homicide or whatever, is determined by a group within the FBI, but we will work with them to make sure that rewards of monetary value are put out for all ideologically based attacks.
Good. You just rattled off some statistics, which I was glad to hear about the number of investigations you have open, the incidents you're tracking against Christians, against houses of worship. Let me just ask you if you consider designating a senior official as a liaison to houses of worship, to Christian and other religious organizations, to publish metrics on investigations and...
True, Daniel Liddick. It's also just like interesting to see that this guy has such a huge focus on like just anti-Christian hate crimes, when it's so weird to bring up a focus on that. Because I think he understands the majority of Americans, or like if you look at all the religions, I'm pretty sure it's the most practiced religion in America still, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it's been taken over. I'm pretty sure it's still Christianity, right? Yeah, it's still... Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was. Maybe it isn't. Either way, yeah, why? Because he knows that it appeals to them and it makes them feel like, oh, they're doing stuff to help me, when they're not even the ones that are facing the majority of religious like hate crimes like in America. It's just they're not getting like really impacted by it. Like less than one anti-Christian incident per capita per 1 million. Less than one. It's 0.68. Like as of 2024. It's weird. Whereas like being a Jew in America, you're like 28 times more likely. Actually, it's probably way higher than that because it's 0.68 to 28.9. Let's say minimum 30 times more likely to receive to have something happen to you. And if you're a Muslim, you're at 80 times more likely. It's fucking absurd. Why the fuck is the virtue signal going towards Christians? There's no... it's just whatever. I don't care.
Arrests related to church attacks, church threats.
There shouldn't be any religious violence in America, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a really weird thing to fixate on when it's not really that big of an issue compared to bigger fish that we have to fry in America in terms of like violence on immutable traits, classes, or protected classes in America. But it's fine.
That's vandalism, arson, etc. Will you set up a system for liaising and then reporting so that everybody can see, this committee and the public can see just how many attacks we're talking about, just what the level of threat and violence is, and what the FBI is doing to combat it?
Senator, you're speaking my language. The private-public sector partnership on this specific issue, just like the other ones we've talked about, is equally transformative to finding those involved in these criminal activities. And with your assistance, and I would ask you if you're able to identify someone who's an expert in that area, we will work with them. We will take their information because as great as the FBI is, we're only as good as the information we can get, and we don't have the reach that the private sector does in some of these areas.
Very good. Happy to help on that. Let me ask you about something specific to the FBI, because sadly, as you know, the FBI, when it comes to anti-religious animus, has been part of the problem before you got to this agency. And I know that you remember the infamous memo generated by the FBI that attempted to recruit informants in houses of worship, in particular in Catholic parishes. Your predecessor testified when this information, I just want to reiterate, this memo became public because of a whistleblower.
You mean like when the priests were like fucking kids and they were trying to stop the scuttling around of priests that the Catholic Church was intentionally engaging in to cover up what they were doing? Are we talking that's what we're upset about right now? Interesting. When we look at those three stats of them, only Jewish people. Oh, yep. And with Jewish and wait, so having research. Oh yeah. And with Jewish anti-Semitic attacks, it doesn't matter if you're religious or an atheist Jew. It's one size fits all. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. True. But I think even removing the non-practicing Jews, it's probably, well, that would probably make it even fucking higher. Or it could make it the same. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Maybe anti-Semitic hate crimes in America aren't that bad when you look at the Hasidic versus non-Hasidic. Because isn't that like the difference of practicing versus not practicing? Or is that just one of the different, like, would be like a sect of, like, Islam where, like, they have Sharias and then Sunni Muslims or whatever? I don't know. The point I'm making is maybe it isn't that bad with Jewish people? I don't know. But I mean, if you get attacked because you're a Jew, regardless of you being, like, a practicing or a non-practicing person, it's, like, anti-Semitic. It's still probably, like, a hate crime, right? I would assume. I don't know. I guess just the weird thing is that, what did this guy just say?
Recruit informants.
Oh yeah. Anyways, this guy right now is upset that the FBI used informants to go into the Catholic Church to. If I had to guess, it probably has to do with the child sex trafficking stuff. Not child sex trafficking, the shuffling around of priests that the Catholic Church, what they were engaging in order to move priests that they were confident had sexually molested children, in order to not have to face the scrutiny in the public eye in terms of that. So I'm thinking that's probably what he's crying about right now, which, ask anybody if they're upset about the FBI engaging in trying to stop the moving around of priests. I'm pretty sure most people aren't going to be upset about that, Mr. Hall, even though you're trying really hard to railroad it into a narrative of the FBI unfairly prosecuting and unfairly going after Christians.
Of worship, in particular in Catholic parishes. Your predecessor testified when this information, I just want to reiterate, this memo became public because of a whistleblower. It was not turned over to this committee. It was not disclosed to this committee. In fact, we were told it didn't exist, and then a whistleblower published it, showing that indeed the FBI had recruited informants, attempted to, into Catholic parishes. Your predecessor then testified, sitting right where you are today, he testified that this, I'm going to quote, was a single product by a single field office, end quote. That was a lie. Because we then had additional whistleblowers come forward and say, no, actually, multiple field offices contributed to the drafting of the report. And indeed, there was a second anti-Catholic memo that the FBI generated. And indeed, those memos were distributed to over 1,000 FBI agents across the country. You know all of this. You and I talked about it when you were here for your confirmation hearing back in January. I just want to follow up and see, have you been able to determine how this memo got written and distributed? How is it that the Federal Bureau of Investigation...
Oh, I lied. It was for... looking at the links between racial traditionalist Catholics RTC and racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, such as white supremacists and far-right groups. This stemmed from a leaked internal memo that he's talking about right now by the FBI's Richmond, Virginia field office. Interest of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists and radical traditionalist Catholic ideology almost certainly presents new mitigation opportunities. Oh, so you're upset about the FBI seeking to stop extremism by sending in essentially probes to look for it? I guess isn't that like the whole point of the FBI? Is to like investigate stuff like that? Oh. Even that I'm not upset about. What's wrong with that? The whole goal of the FBI is to stop extremists and terrorists and violent extremists, especially organized violent extremists in America, like groups. So okay, all right. Even if that's the case, I'm still not upset about it.
In Christian
Hasidic is like ultra orthodox sect, but it's small in comparison to a lot of secular Jewish people even go to synagogue. Not so much for the religious nature of it, but the community aspect. Over the course of history, the synagogue was the hub of social activities, not just religious service in the diaspora communities, because they had to stick together. True, like that's the whole thing with them like doing that's what Jesus was all pissed about, right? When they were doing, the merchants were at the Temple Mount or whatever, and he like flipped the table. I don't know. My religion knowledge is not quite as high as it used to be. But I remember that being a thing in the Bible when I mean I was raised Catholic, so fairly confident that's what had occurred. But anyways, so he's pissed that the FBI was sending in informants to the Catholic Church. Also, isn't it kind of important if you're doing like a informant related investigation that you don't I guess expose that? Like, isn't it good that there's some secrecy involved in that? Because then people are gonna obviously like, if there was no problem with doing it out in the open, why would you ever have informants? What a fucking retarded. Anyways.
In churches in this country.
Senator, we did dig in, and we are doing our investigation simultaneously with Congress. And just to put it in perspective, we provided 700 documents on the Richmond Catholic Memo specifically to this committee, whereas my predecessor provided 19.
If you hate God.
And not only that, but we looked into how the source recruitment structure at the FBI was conducted during this time. And we made adjustments and permanent fixes to ensure that sources are not put into houses of worship unless there is an actual, ongoing criminal or international terrorism threat. We will not use sources at this FBI to investigate and cull information just for the sake of culling information in houses of worship.
Has anybody been fired for this?
There have been terminations related to this and resignations.
Good. There need to be, because if this is going to be standard at the FBI, nobody can trust the FBI. You want to talk about violating the First Amendment? This has got First Amendment violation written all over it. It's one of the most revolting chapters in the FBI's history. And
wait, like Pam Bondi saying that we need to go after hate speech? True.
Considering what we're seeing more broadly in terms of the acts of violence against people of faith, this has absolutely got to end. The FBI has to lead the way. So I count on you to do that, Director. Let me just, in the minute or so that I have remaining, let me just shift gears and ask you about something else you said earlier. You said that protecting our youth is maybe the FBI's top priority. It's great to hear. Let me ask you about the role of AI chatbots in that, which you've talked about a little bit already today. Are you investigating any cases of AI-generated child sex abuse material? You issued a PSA earlier this year warning that synthetic child sex abuse material, that's where the AI generates it using maybe a real kid's image, but then generates sex abuse material.
Jesus.
You warned that was illegal under federal law. Is the FBI investigating any instances of this synthetic CSAM material generated by AI that you can speak to?
We are investigating dozens of those matters because, let me just say this, as far as the FBI is concerned, generative AI that produces CSAM, child sexual abuse material, under our investigative authorities is treated as equally as if it were actual child sexual abuse material. There's no difference for me and the FBI on this.
Let me just ask you one other thing in this vein. I'm sure you've seen the reporting that Meta's AI rules, their own internal guidelines, allowed their chatbots to have sensual, that's their word, sensual conversations with children. We've had multiple instances of children, minors, taking their own lives at the behest of chatbots that instructed them with specificity.
Several men jump out of Chevy Suburbans.
Chevy Suburbans, hello my fellow Catholic friends. Nothing to see here. They all just roll out in suits and fucking shades with the fucking earpiece sticking down.
On how to do it. What's the FBI's role here in investigating what is going on with these chatbots, with these AI companies encouraging? I mean, listen, if an actual person did that, we would say that's grooming. We would say that's child abuse. These companies are doing it. Their own guidelines allow it. What can we do about that?
You're referring to NVE, nihilistic violent extremism, and 764. It has been made a priority of the FBI because they are targeting children, and these chatbots and these generative AI are getting coupled with actual humans who are using them and releasing them because they can do the work faster and quicker than humans can and get into spaces like social media where humans have a difficulty in engaging. And what we're doing is treating any extension of generative AI as the criminal themselves. And we have, I think, I've got to get the number back to you, but over 1,000 investigations related to NVE. We've had numerous takedowns and arrests of 764 individuals, and we are educating. This may be the most important part. I'm directly engaging with the social media and media companies, the internet service providers, to find a way to shut down. There's nothing I can do at the FBI to force them to shut it down, but work with you in Congress to find a way to work with our partners to get that shut down permanently.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Thank you, Chairman, for calling this hearing. I'm grateful we're continuing this committee's long tradition of oversight, and in particularly today, oversight of the FBI. Director Patel, thank you for being here. There's a number of issues I hope that we can speak to. I want to start by reading something you said to me during your confirmation hearing under oath. I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI. Then you looked me in the eyes and said there will be no retribution actions taken by the FBI should I be confirmed as director. I told you that in your office. I tell you that again today. I'm concerned that that's not what's happened, that since you took over as director, you've cleaned house or forced out senior leaders across the Bureau, in particular targeting those that work on investigations of President Trump. The former acting director has just sued you for firing him for political reasons. So did a leader in the D.C. field office.
Yowza.
And the well-respected leader of the Salt Lake City office was pushed out last month, leaving that office shorthanded at a particularly difficult time. I'm worried that these actions compromise the Bureau's ability to keep Americans safe. Hundreds of agents have resigned. You are lowering application standards to fill vacancies. You've reassigned large numbers of agents to work on immigration and street crime, issues other law enforcement agencies can handle, perhaps more effectively with the FBI, but I'm concerned that this compromises the Bureau's ability to address national security risks, uniquely its capability. In fact, you've shut down the Office of Integrity and Compliance, which makes sure that agents act in a lawful and ethical way, and reassign staff away from domestic terrorism investigations exactly at a moment I think we are all concerned about it. I also have to ask, you came before the Appropriations Committee in May and told us you wanted a $500 million budget cut for the FBI, literally an effort to defund the police. I am grateful for the work of the men and women of the FBI. They've done great work this year in Delaware, partnering with the Dover Police Department to support human trafficking victims, partnering with the Middletown Police Department on armed robbery and carjacking. And it's urgent, I think, that we fix the direction and the prioritization within the FBI. And I wish we could focus on those efforts today. But I'm seeing an FBI leadership more focused on social media clout and on political revenge than on fighting crime. Director, have you ever ordered that an FBI employee be terminated because he or she worked on an investigation into President Trump?
Senator, thank you. One quick correction for the record. There's 280 NVE investigations. I gave the incorrect number to Senator Hawley. Thank you.
Understood.
As far as a lot of your statement, I disagree with it. I'm happy to address it. But the only way, generally speaking, an individual is terminated at the FBI is if they have violated their oath of office, violated the law, or failed to uphold the standards that we need them to have at the FBI.
So those who say that they've been fired because of working on investigations into President Trump are lying or misrepresenting?
Well, those matters are alleged in litigation, which is ongoing, so I can't comment on those specifically.
Could you comment on why you fired former acting FBI Director Driscoll?
I can't because it's ongoing litigation.
Could you say now?
He is such a weasel. It's disgusting.
Definitively under oath that the rank and file agents who were assigned to work January 6 cases will not be terminated because that's what they were assigned to do?
I've said it before and I've said it again. Your case assignment, as I was given case assignments when I was a young prosecutor, does not dictate your career or your termination.
Thank you. Then let me go to the appropriations question. In May, you testified before the subcommittee on which I served, defending the president's request that we slash the FBI's budget by about $500 million. The day before, you testified the opposite in front of the House. Where are we in terms of the budget request? Senator Graham earlier said if you're requesting more funding for more agents, let us know. We're nearing the end of the fiscal year. In front of the committee on which I serve here in the Senate, your request was for a reduction of hundreds of millions of dollars. Where are we?
Where we are in the budget cycle is we at the FBI are in support of the president's budget, and we are in support of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. We've already identified tens of millions of dollars of duplicative contracts that the FBI
Oh
is
my
spending
god,
on
Cash
software and
PATEL. Make sure you clean that fucking orange fucking tan line off your fucking mouth, you fucking sick freak. Oh wait. Maybe that's not what it is. Fuck. Maybe it's on his ass. Who knows? Oh wait, back to him talking.
engagements. The FBI are in support of the president's budget, and we are in support of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. We've
It's so fucking gross.
already identified tens of millions of dollars of duplicative contracts that the FBI was spending on software and private sector engagements. We've also identified duplicative workloads. So we are transitioning those folks out of doing the same thing twice over and into the field. And that's my focus right now. And the move of the FBI headquarters is also going to save the FBI $3.5 billion in the American taxpayers. So we're focused on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. And as I told Senator Graham, if we're, I'll go back and talk to my team, and if we need more, we'll let you know.
Are you planning any additional reductions in force, Director?
No.
How many vacancies are you currently trying to fill within the agency?
In terms of the 1811 ranks, there's a few hundred open vacancies that we have funded, and so we're filling all of those with our hybrid 1811 program and our new recruitment program, and I think a lesser amount of IAs and SOS.
So if hundreds of agents have retired or taken the fork in the road offer, and you have vacancies, but you're requesting $500 million less, how does having fewer FBI agents help you tackle violent crime and address our national security issues?
Just to put it in perspective, Senator, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If we had this $500 million, we've done the math. It would take us 14 years to onboard every vacancy that's on the books currently at the FBI, because we can't hire these folks and train them overnight.
Ooh.
It's a years-long process. So we are currently focused on recruiting.
So maybe you shouldn't have fucking fired them, retard.
The best and filling the positions to the best of our needs. And we, even if we had this extra money, wouldn't be able to hire them overnight. We're looking for where the need is greatest, where in the country we need to send them, and how we can change the training requirements, which is why I'm thrilled to have police officers. They might not have a college degree, but they got the street smarts and the cop smarts to become FBI agents. And that's
So lower quality in
Let me
FBI
turn to Section 702.
training.
When you testified in front of the CJS subcommittee, we talked about this issue. You told me you were in favor of reauthorizing FISA Section 702 when it expires next year, so long as the reforms implemented last year, reforms like better training for agents and real consequences for inappropriate searches of Americans' communications, were maintained. You also said that you had some ideas about how to make Section 702 better going forward. Can you give me an update on the FBI's implementation of these reforms and the direction you think it should go?
Absolutely. I think you're referring to the query process, and if you're not, let me know. But any instance of abuse or mistakes that were made in the query process have now been changed. It used to be you can make multiple mistakes and continue to access the query database system. I've changed that. If you make a mistake, you're immediately sidelined, a review is conducted, and if it was an actual mistake, i.e. there should have been S on the end of that name and there wasn't, then we put you back in. But we have to review those matters. So that's happening. And if there was an intentional mistake, you have no more access to the 702 query system and its database. So we've also done an audit of the entire 702 system and the query databases, and now we are nearly 100% of the audit. And I think we found one or two, I'll have to get back to you, quote-unquote mistakes within that system, which are currently being reviewed.
Thank you. You had told me in May that you'd send me updated statistics about the Section 702 searches of Americans' data. I haven't received it. When will I get that?
I'll work with my team to get that to you, Senator.
And frankly, in May, when you were testifying that you were implementing these reforms, you were also closing down the Office of Internal Auditing at the FBI. Now, that was the office created in the first Trump administration to improve the Bureau's compliance with Section 702. How is that working out? How can you continue to advocate for robust civil liberty protections but shut down the office that was created to enforce those safeguards? Help me understand this.
Absolutely, Senator. This is a great example of sort of duplicative work. Both, there was two divisions in the FBI working on this, and all we did was the inspection division, which is the leader in this query system and this audit system, has now been given the single source mandate to conduct these. So the OIA, its elimination, is just taking folks who were working there and were experts in it and folded in under the inspection division, and then taking other folks that we didn't need because we had enough manpower and pushing them elsewhere in the FBI.
I'm concerned about the rise in threats against members of our judiciary. What are you doing with the U.S. Marshal Service to help protect our federal judges and with state and local judicial systems to help provide some of the expertise of the FBI in protecting them as well?
I share your concern, Senator. We have 35 open investigations, 17 against federal judges, and the remainder against state court judges and threats that they have received. And as you know, federally, there's a specific statute which prohibits that. So we are working up those cases and referring them to prosecution where we can meet the threshold for evidence.
In your written testimony, you referenced how counter-UAS legislation expires, and we need to resolve the conflict in jurisdiction and authority. I agree, this is an urgent concern. I've heard from state and local law enforcement about it, from the folks responsible for major events, whether it's sports or concerts or public events. Given the tragic increase in political violence, I'm very concerned about the misuse of drones and the potential of there being a catastrophic event. What could we do to address this challenge?
Well, obviously, reauthorizing the capabilities that we have under the counter-UAS program. But just to highlight what the FBI is specifically doing, we've been given the mandate to work with DHS to secure not just the Club World Cup that we had, by the way, which occurred in 32 matches across the country without any significant incident, which we're proud of, and we're taking that model for the next World Cup and also the Olympics. But the reason I bring that up is because we pushed out our counter-UAS programs to address the security needs, and that's where our focus is on events like that.
Mr. Director, thank you for your testimony. I look forward to working on actually solving criminal problems and reducing the extent to which what we're going back and forth about is more political and partisan point scoring and more actually solving crimes for the American people.
Yes, sir.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Director, you and the FBI, working with state and local law enforcement officials in Utah, have caught the assassin of Mr. Charlie Kirk. Is that right?
Oh my God, bro.
We have a suspect, yes, sir.
And you did that within 48 hours, did you not?
33 hours.
33 hours. Congratulations. We've had other political assassinations. Back in June, an assassin assassinated Representative Melissa Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, Senator John Hoffman, and Mrs. Hoffman in Minnesota. You and the FBI and Minnesota state and local law enforcement officials caught the assassin within 48 hours, did you not?
I believe that timeline's correct, Senator.
Congratulations. Sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. Good work.
Kash Patel. Kash Patel. Oh my God. Oh my God, Kash Patel.
Did Mr. Kirk's
I'm sorry, it's just so fucking.
As I've said,
it's so gross and partisan and embarrassing, dude.
And I can't speak to the state charges
disgusting.
for the state to address on their own.
Whoa.
We're providing them with the same investigatory findings reporting to the department. And as I noted to Senator, I believe it was Cornyn or Hawley, that there are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So we are very much in our ongoing posture of investigation.
So others could have been involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I asked you this last time you were here. Cash, you remember Mr. Peter Strzok and Ms. Lisa Page?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strzok was an FBI agent. Ms. Page was an FBI lawyer. They were both very aggressive anti-Trump political activists who allow their political opinions to affect their work at the FBI. Is that a fair statement?
I believe their text messages and the testimony that was secured by the OIG and DOJ speak for themselves.
In fact, Mr. Strzok and Ms. Page were having an extramarital affair, and at one point, Ms. Page texted Mr. Strzok, quote, "Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right?" And Mr. Strzok replied, "No, he won't. We will stop it," end quote. Ms. Page resigned from the FBI. Mr. Strzok was fired. They promptly sued the federal government and the FBI and Justice Department for releasing their emails, which revealed all of this. The FBI settled that lawsuit for $1.2 million, gave Mr. Strzok $1.2 million cash, gave Ms. Page, who resigned. She wasn't fired, she resigned, she quit. Gave her $800,000. Who at the FBI made that decision to give them money?
That settlement was reached in the Biden administration when my predecessor was the director.
Who? Are you saying that Chris Wray did?
The only people that can decide that settlement are the Attorney General in conjunction with the director and the administration.
Okay, so you're telling me that Attorney General Garland and Director Wray decided to give them the money. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you took over the FBI, Did you find instances of where, under the Biden administration, the FBI had weaponized the agency to push
True.
President Biden?
Sorry, the last part.
When you took over the FBI,
People gonna
did
love.
you find instances of where the Biden administration had politicized the FBI to prosecute its political agenda?
Well, I won't speak for other people. Haven't been a target of that weaponization, haven't been a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, having had the Justice Department weaponized against me for making the findings and leading the investigation of Russiagate. I know what that feels like, and that's why as the FBI director, I'm committing to not ever have that ever happen again, but I'm also committed to fully investigating what was done, and that matter is still ongoing.
So I assume, I take it your answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're firing those people, is that right?
Anyone that politicizes their job at the FBI will not work at the FBI.
With ScribeHow.com, you can create documentation.
Work at the FBI.
Okay. You've heard some of my colleagues either implicitly or otherwise suggest that you have politicized the FBI to prosecute the political beliefs of President Trump. Is that true?
I don't know how that can be true when the stats that I cited, to include the 23,000 arrests, 6,000. Weapons seized, 1,600 gang and criminal enterprise organizations, 4,700 children found and rescued, more enough fentanyl seized to kill a third of America. The men and women of the FBI are now in an apolitical mission, and this is why the numbers are historic.
Have you fired people because they voted for Vice President Harris?
I don't ask people who they vote for, and neither does the FBI.
Okay. But you've given people polygraphs, have you not?
Many people in the FBI take polys.
The FBI does that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Is it not?
Yes, sir.
For a long time, is that correct?
Decades.
All right. I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing it. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders. And the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that. Cash, this issue's not going to go away. And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to.
True.
And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And
call him out.
I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the two prior administrations, the Obama administration and the Biden administration.
What a whataboutism that has absolutely fucking nothing to do with anything being talked about right now. Why the fuck would you randomly bring that up, as if that has any bearing on what you're doing currently? You know, they actually could have released it under the last administration. They had the ability to do it. They didn't do it. I just want to point that out. Okay, well, why don't you release it then? What a fucking random... That's a definition of a whataboutism. What about Biden? What about Obama? What the fuck? Weird.
They didn't release anything. And there was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but at the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so the that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. You'll recall well in January at your confirmation hearing before this committee, I raised the prospect of politically motivated retaliation, and you promised me, as you did other members of this committee, quote, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard and no one will be terminated for case assignments. You went on to tell me, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. And you assured one of my colleagues that you would honor the internal review process of the FBI. I'm not going to mince words. You lied to us. In the short time that you've been FBI director, you've presided over a rash of retaliatory firings. 3 FBI agents have recently sued you. They are FBI agents with 60 years between them of distinguished service, rescuing hostages, saving kids from predators, dismantling drug cartels, and their allegations, their civil allegations, are a searing indictment of your tenure as FBI director. But it's not just those 3. The FBI Agents Association has said that your actions, quote, distract agents from their work, foster fear that their assignments could cost them their careers, either now or under the next administration, and increase the risk of criminal and national security threats by undermining unity and morale within the Bureau, end quote. This association, as you know, is voluntary. It represents 14,000 members, 90% of all the active agents. These are your employees saying that your performance has been unqualified and unfit. And there is mounting evidence that these retaliatory firings were the result of direction from the White House. There have been instances in the past history of the Bureau of political interference and political direction from the director's office, but not the kind of institutional interference that we're seeing from the White House right now. I'm going to ask you, has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
I completely disagree with your entire premise. that I have lied or misleading the FBI. If I were, the results that I announced today by the men and women of the FBI and the historic records we are doing to keep this country safe.
The historic records, all the drug trafficking, we've curbed it all. We've curbed it all by 80, 100,000%, and the child sex trafficking by 100,000,000%. Like, bro, you apparently arrested 23,000 people in Washington D.C. like criminals or people committing crimes. There's been 23,000 arrests. Like, you're just like capping. I don't even believe any of the other statistics he's put out until we get like those numbers, the methodology, all the reporting, credible convictions. I just, this guy literally can just sit here and lie with impunity. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful.
Would not be possible. The men and women of the FBI are responding to our leadership and this administration's priorities. The only way people get terminated at the FBI is if they fail to meet the muster of the job and their duties, and that is where I will leave it. And you accusing me of lying is something I don't take lightly, but I'm not going to get into a tit for tat with you.
Well, let me just ask you to answer my question. Has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
Generally speaking, we always discuss with the White House, OMB, during the budget process, how many personnel we need, who we need where.
Answer is yes.
For budgetary purposes and
to fire people, agents, because they participated in investigations of the president.
I don't receive directions to do that.
Has anyone
I make the
suggested
decisions.
Has anyone asked you to do it? The best information is yes, you've taken suggestions and direction from the White House in firing qualified agents.
Any termination at the FBI was a decision that I made based on the evidence that I have as a director of the FBI, and it's my job, and I'm not going to shy away from it. And as you stated, those were allegations. And that is an ongoing litigation. So they'll have their day in court, so will we.
The allegations are not just in that lawsuit, Director Patel, and I think your testimony confirms that, in fact, you've taken direction from the White House.
I don't.
In those
it does
retaliatory firings.
It literally does
because you've acknowledged that, in fact, they have been in contact with you about personnel decisions.
The White House has been, do not put words in my mouth, we're on the record. The White House, like any administration, contacts its agencies on the budgeting process and where it needs personnel and where the mission priorities are. That always happens. If they didn't do that, they would be abdicating their responsibility to law enforcement. I will always work with my partners in the chain of command at the Department of Justice and the White House to ensure that this FBI is delivering the results we are delivering, to include the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history, to include the most fentanyl seizures in modern U.S. history, to include the most lives saved and the most children found in modern U.S. history. That is a working FBI. That is not a failing FBI.
Let's move on to a related area.
Little buddy crying.
White House discussions. Have you been?
He's getting butthurt that he's getting called out for stuff. He's just crying about it.
Asked or directed by the White House or others to engage in a crackdown on political groups or organizations, nonprofits, after the murder of Charlie Kirk?
To direct at political organizations? No. I've been asked by my chain of command to properly root out criminal activity wherever it is in whatever investigation we are conducting. That's what we're doing.
Have those distinctions about whom you're going to target been based on direction from the White House?
Nobody gives me a list on who to target. My targeting list is from the men and women at the FBI.
Have you talked about investigating certain groups, nonprofits, or foundations or institutions?
Whatever those investigations are, they're ongoing, and I'm not going to get into those.
Have you used polygraphs to determine loyalty of agents?
No.
Have you committed that you will respect the First Amendment rights of agents?
I have wildly committed to respecting the First Amendment rights of agents, but at the FBI, you have to balance your First Amendment rights with your mission.
Have you imposed any sort of loyalty test in the course of using polygraphs or in any of the other personnel decisions?
Polygraphs have been utilized at the FBI for decades. They will continue to be utilized in the fashion by the professionals that administer them.
Have you asked, under the polygraph test, about individuals' loyalty or about their voting records or any kind of past statement?
Just to make it abundantly clear, I don't tell the professionals how to conduct polygraphs or what questions to ask. They make those decisions. And I, as the director of the FBI, never ask anyone who they voted for.
Have you...
I, as the director, never ask anybody who they voted for. KASH Patel. Interesting.
Who investigated donors to a political party simply because they are donors?
Simply based on that fact alone? No.
have you investigated donors for another reason?
Many donors may be involved in criminal enterprises and criminal activities, and those individuals will be investigated.
Can you commit to make public the Epstein files that so far have not been released if this committee is able to review them on a classified basis?
I think this is an important distinction. The Epstein case file is not classified, to my understanding. So we are providing what we legally can, and we are going to give Congress what we are legally permitted to do so to the maximum extent of the law.
Will you enable the chairman and the ranking member to review them on a classified basis?
That doesn't make any sense. If the material in the Epstein file is not classified, there is no basis for a
Well, it
classified
would
review.
protect the confidentiality of them if they were able to review them on a classified basis.
If anyone in this room can get the multiple district court judges to lift their court protective orders in the ceilings, we will happily provide you with more information.
Are you in favor of merging the DEA and the ATF?
That's not something for me to comment on.
Well, those agencies work with you, don't they?
With me, not for me.
Are you in favor of orienting the FBI toward a national police function as opposed to the enforcement of federal law?
The FBI does enforce federal law across the country. That's what we do.
But isn't it a fact that you have told the leadership of the FBI that you view it as moving toward a local and state police function?
No, we are prioritizing working with our local and state partners, and they will tell you that that has never happened with this much engagement in the history that they have been serving as local law enforcement officers. I believe local cops are the best intelligence source and the best understanding of their communities, and I folded in my FBI agents under that direction to work with them to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the fourth time today, I want to remind people that my oversight has made clear that Director Ray's FBI was politicized. I've released a trove of records to prove it, not only today, but in past days. I've also said some FBI personnel who have been fired retaliated against my whistleblowers. And I don't remember my Democratic colleagues defending my whistleblowers when their careers were ruined. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into the thrust of my comments and questions, Director, I want to thank you. In our meetings prior to your confirmation, during your confirmation, we talked about your desire to get more agents out into the field, out of Washington, and take on violent crime. And you fulfilled that. St. Louis received the largest permanent per capita infusion of FBI agents anywhere in the country. And I know it's not only an isolated event, but we certainly appreciate your honoring your commitment to do that. And I know there's a lot of great opportunities ahead to take on violent crime, which you've highlighted many of the successes in your introductory comments.
All right.
It's obviously no secret that this hearing takes place in the wake of a horrific American tragedy, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. For those of us who knew him, I know you did too. It's still sort of difficult to put into words what a tragic loss that is, not just for his family, but for our country, for free speech, for a
True.
belief that we can have a
So it's
free
criminalized
exchange of
hate
ideas, and he was quite
speech.
literally shot in the throat. And
Yes, keep
his life.
keep
And so you
describing
have
it more
this staff
viscerally,
now
more vicious. Keep describing it. Yes, yes. Fucking go into grotesque detail, Chairman.
this investigation. There's been an arrest. But I think that we face an even larger crisis that law enforcement alone can't tackle alone.
Online
it's
internet.
a crisis that is culminated. in the assassination
Social
of Charlie.
media, all internet
But
hate.
it doesn't end there. It's I think
Internet,
every bit
social
present
media.
right now.
Let me get something to do with the internet, social media, like maybe violent video games. I don't know.
And the challenge is greater than quite frankly, I would have imagined. Seeing some of the comments that have taken place after the assassination, it's something that I think as a country we have to reckon with. And it's something deeper, much deeper than a rejection of law and order or the norms of civil society. We've entered a very dangerous time, I think, in our country. And that should be clear to everyone. Political violence is a sign of a deep and corrosive sickness in any society. But in America today, the problem is just not political violence in the abstract. It is a specific kind of political violence which is overwhelmingly driven by a specific set of actors and groups. None of this emerged out of thin air. Over the past week, leaders from across the political spectrum have come out and forcefully condemned Charlie's murder and political violence more broadly. For that, we're all very grateful.
Oh, Political leaders on both sides have condemned political violence for Charlie Kirk. They've condemned political violence on both sides unilaterally across the board. We've seen political violence get get shunned, get disavowed. Okay. If someone tells you Republicans need to tone it down, that is a time to unite and come together. Please show them this. Unity is not possible with people who laugh and dance on your grave. Senator Melissa Melendez, California Senator, 28th District. She might be a retired senator. Okay, wait, let's go to a different one. She might be retired. I'm not going to say that she is 100% one, but I mean, I have current sitting members I know for a fact who are so into turning down the rhetoric and disavowing violence. Sorry, there's so much slop. True. There's someone. Representative Jamie D. Allard. Mom and daughter married to Hot Green Beret, follower of Christ. Representative for Eagle River, Alaska. She has a small following, but she is like an elected official. September 10th, 2025 will go down in history as the start of the Civil War. Representative Jamie D. Allard. Ooh, not bueno. Gotta love this, by the way. Not to mention...
My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then, by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political...
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his...
Wow, some raging leftist lunatic, before we even knew who the fuck did it. This is really disavowing, definitely bringing down the fucking temperature in America. That's cool. It's cool. It's good. Love to see where the priorities lie.
Grateful, we should be grateful. They're broadly, across the political spectrum, have come out and forcefully condemned Charlie's murder and political violence more broadly. For that, we're all very grateful. We should be grateful. There have been calls to unite and come together in the wake of Charlie's murder, and I want to do that. I do.
There have been calls to unite, but it's not coming from you fucking retards. Maybe like 10% of like Republicans. I mean, maybe maybe I'm just seeing what I'm seeing, but if somebody wants to compile all the responses from this from like Republican elected officials and then all the responses from Democrat elected officials, I want to see the skew of who has messaging that's in line with unity and who has messaging that's in line with we can't unite with these people. They are not a part of there's no place for them, blah 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 blah. All the anti-left messaging that's been occurring as of recent.
Someday I pray that we can be united as a country again and go forward together as a one people and under one flag, but we are not united. Upstream from the dehumanization and demonizing political violence and rhetoric tearing apart our country is a divide on how we view America and Americans. Is America good? Is America evil? Is there something inherently special about Western civilization, or is this 2,000-year project rotten to the core? And if it is something worth fighting for, which I believe, how do we do it? With words and ideas like Charlie did, or with firebombs and assassins' bullets? Political violence is always wrong. Period. Full stop. It doesn't matter which side, in the name of any ideology or cause, it's wrong. But in America today, political violence is not a problem that falls equally upon both sides.
Oh, it's not.
We have to be honest about this. We must reject an attempt to paint it as some kind of random phenomenon with no particular creed or ideology, a kind of spontaneous insanity, which takes place outside of any broader social context and has no pattern at all. That's wrong. So free speech, yes. Political violence, no. But we have to be honest about what's happening. Already, we're hearing people talk about Charlie's assassination in those terms. We're told that we can't possibly know what drove a killer to plan and carry out a murder of the most prominent conservative activist in America. But that's a lie. We do know. The facts are plain and clear, and we have to speak truth in this moment.
Wait a minute. Are you going to provide any evidence of... Holy fuck. This guy is just pontificating about how there is not an equal distribution of violence between the left and the right. He's not going to provide any source of it.
Things going on.
He's literally not even providing anything. No stats on it, no nothing. He's just saying it. He's just saying that. But when you look up all the data that looks at political violence per political affiliation or political leaning, it's demonstrably on the right. It's just absurd to sit here and like pretend. Why are we lying? Why are we making shit up? It's not even hard to find this information.
Because we're stupid. I don't get it, bro. I'm watching the JD Vance on the Charlie Kirk.
Kill me. I got 5 minutes through it. I couldn't keep watching. I was about to...
It's
my
rough.
fist was about to go through the TV if I had continued watching that.
Honestly, bro, he's boring as shit, too.
He has no riz. He has no riz. God, I hope they run with him. They're cooked if they run him.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, some guy posted, stop watching porn, stop smoking weed, they're distracting you, find Jesus. I responded with, you need a cum dog. Is that what you look like 24/7? I put a video of a guy straining his face. I promise it won't fall off if you touch it, LMAO.
That's funny.
It won't. It'll be aight. Alright. Anyways, back to this retard.
Okay.
Just lying.
How's the Anno?
I haven't been able to play, I've been working.
You're gay.
Yeah, eat my ass.
Work, boy.
There's no other side of the mountain. The vast majority of Americans are against political violence, but there is a vocal, active minority that encourages and celebrates it, and that minority is overwhelmingly on the left.
You know, I don't even know if I disagree. No, I don't know if it's the left that even, is this like vibes based, or do we have some... Okay, maybe he'll get into the data on it, right?
Just last week, a YouGov poll found that a full 25% of those people who describe themselves as very liberal say it can be justified for citizens to use violence to achieve political goals. Less than 3% of very conservative Americans say the same. That's too many. That is 3% too many. But we are lying if we think that this is a both sides thing. It's not. We have to confront it.
Wait, this is just people... Why are you just looking at surveys of what people think? Why don't we look at the actual political violence data? Who's actually committing it and their affiliation and leaning? Because, like, if 100% of people on the left are, like, saying it's okay to commit political violence, and then the right is, like 100% the ones committing the crime, the political violence, do we blame the left because they're the ones that are vocal that it's okay, even though none of them are committing any of the political violence? Like, that's pretty much the argument he's making, because the overwhelming majority of political violence is committed by the right.
And you're going to have an important job of rooting out these terrorists. This is an ideology that runs very deep.
Based.
The numbers are virtually identical to the ones I just noted when it comes to whether or not it's okay to celebrate the deaths of people whom we...
You can celebrate the deaths of people. There's nothing like... It's free speech, buddy. I mean, you might not like it, but unless you want to criminalize that type of speech, I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is.
Disagree with.
Oh, wait a minute. Celebrating people's deaths, celebrating political violence, it's not good. Shouldn't be doing it. It's not good. We shouldn't be doing it. Where's my favorite meme? Not my favorite meme, but my favorite... Oh, it's so beautiful. Wow. Celebrating political violence. This is from Donald Trump Jr. This is the a guy who's currently in the administration who celebrated political violence. Like, it's just. But I guess random people on Twitter are celebrating it that have left-leaning affiliation. Okay. Anyways.
And while large majorities in both parties were opposed to celebrating political violence, Democrats overall were nearly twice as likely as Republicans to believe that it is usually or always acceptable to celebrate the death of a public figure they oppose. What in the hell is going on? Earlier this year, a poll found that more than 55% of people on the left believed that it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Donald Trump.
Based.
These are not just some abstractions.
Oh, wait, no.
These are
Don't murder.
How
Don't
can we
kill
come
people.
Together with people who believe these things. We've all seen the flood of posts on social media over the past week, not just a fringe few, but thousands upon thousands of people gleefully celebrating a father of two young children getting gunned down in broad daylight.
It is what it is,
I wish
nerd.
I wouldn't have seen that video. I wish my kids would not have seen that video.
It is what it is. It is
Blue
what
Sky,
it is.
the left-wing alternative to X, was so overwhelmed with these posts that the platform was forced to issue a statement warning
Really, do we have some data on this?
its users to stop glorifying the murder. And it wasn't just random social media trolls. It was journalists, elite college professors, and even politicians, all but saying Charlie's assassination was justified because of what he thought, because of what he said. We saw the flood of hit pieces, the most powerful media outlets in the nation dishonestly attacking and villainizing Charlie for the most vicious possible terms. How can you ask us to unite under that? There can be no unity between good and evil. Somebody has to win this thing. And as a country, we have to absolutely reject it. And don't tell me it's both sides. It didn't happen in a vacuum. Over the past decade, we've seen an explosion of political violence, not just one-off lone wolf attacks, but organized, systemic political violence at a mass scale. It is not organic. It is the offspring of a dark and clandestine system funded in part with our own tax dollars, winning with a large network of foundations, NGOs, activist organizations, and front groups.
Can you cite those?
This system lurks behind every radical leftist movement in our nation.
Can you cite
today.
those?
The George Soros empire has financed a vast ecosystem of radicals, all working
Can you
together,
source this?
dropping off bricks.
Can you
at
source
riots
this? Oh, can you source
to unleash
this?
a tidal wave of violently anarchists on our streets.
Can
and
you
to prop
source
it up
this?
An army of researchers and experts and journalists and propagandists who downplay the
Could you source any of what you're saying? He is just lying.
political violence. I'm going to ask you, because I don't have a ton of time, and I would point out, we've heard years of the left, their loudest voices calling anyone on the right extremists, MAGA Republicans.
True. That is what they are. They are extremists. That is correct.
Fascists, Nazis, and
You guys, do you want me to roll the tape of Republicans calling Democrats fascist? Is that what we need to do here to prove a... Do we need to, like, prove the point that you guys aren't special? That you guys are just as fucking bad?
You know,
I mean...
all about that. Take away our energy, if you can believe it. No fossil fuel. Destroy our Second Amendment, attack the right to life, and replace American freedom with left-wing fascism.
Fascism.
We're going to left-wing all the way. Fascists. They are fascists. Some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. But they're getting...
Oh, well, if he said some of them but not all of them, then you have no problem with MAGA saying not all of them, but just some of them, just the MAGA ones. Like, it's fucking stupid, bro. Like, the double standard is so disgusting and apparent. The partisan, like, hack fuckery these people engage in is just vile.
existential threat to democracy. Check yourself. And don't give me this both sides bullshit.
Bullshit.
Mr. Director, I want to ask you.
Jesus.
Tell me if each one of the following perpetrators or alleged perpetrators were acting from a left-wing or right-wing political violence. The man who tried to kill Republican congressman at the congressional baseball practice, nearly killing House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Left-wing or right-wing violence?
Sir, I believe it was a left-wing ideology.
Okay. Burn down cities during the Summer of Love in the George Floyd riots. Left-wing violence or right-wing violence?
Sir, I'll rely on you on these. I don't have off the top of my head.
Okay. Left-wing. Christmas parade massacre. Left-wing or right-wing violence? Left-wing. The Lee Zeldin stabbing attempt. Left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Covenant School shooting in Nashville. Left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on President Trump. Left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing.
Wait. Butler County assassination attempt on Trump. There's no consistent political ideology, according to the FBI Congressional Task Force, and his motives are largely unknown. As of 2025, he wasn't clear left or right operative. The act appears driven by personal factors like mental health issues, rather than partisan directives. So then why is this guy just saying that? This dude's just lying. Dude, he's just lying. The senator, they just do that in congressional hearings? They just lie?
Oh yeah, no, because they don't actually have to tell the truth.
He unironically just said Butler County assassination attempt on Trump's life, left wing. Like, bro, the FBI Congressional Task Force found that there was no political ideology in it. Like, there's no. It was.
Just make shit up.
That was the key takeaway. That there was no consistent political ideology, and his motives were largely unknown. It appears primarily to be driven by personal factors like his mental health issues, rather than partisan directives. So why is this? He's just capping. Just lying. And he's also naming off like 10 events of political violence, saying it's all left wing. So the majority of political violence in America is left wing. Do we have to go down the list of all the right wing political violence? If you go down the list, it's longer. If that's the retarded game we're gonna play in Congress. But he probably knows it's like it just looks good if he does that. He gets his little win in on the floor, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So gross. It's such disgusting behavior. Anyways, sorry. Back to this.
No, you're good.
The Trump International West Palm Beach assassination attempt, left wing. The Abundant Life Christian School shooting, left wing. The United Care CEO's murder, left wing. Tesla's burned, keyed, damaged, firebomb, left wing, left wing. The murders at the Israeli embassy, left wing. The ICE facilities firebomb, left wing. The Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left wing. The anti-white Charlotte and North Carolina stabbing, left wing. The attempted Utah News State firebombing, left wing. And now, of course, the culmination of this vile trend, a left-wing assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Also, they still have yet to get the political motivation behind Charlie Kirk getting murdered, if there even is one. And he's just saying that's what it is. It was left wing. So why the fuck is he just speculating? And not even just speculating, he's stating it as fact, as part of his argument. Okay. Sorry.
I don't know, bro.
So don't give me this both sides. If we want to get to unity, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
I would love for you to be honest,
retard.
retard.
No, but let's be honest.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, just like the rest of the federal government, there have been significant personnel changes at the FBI since President Trump took office. I want to better understand the scope of the turnover and the changes occurring at the FBI. Since January 2025, how many FBI employees have retired, resigned, been fired, or otherwise separated from employment? I need a number.
We'll get you a number.
What is the number? You don't have it?
Not off the top of my head, and I want to get you the right number.
Would it surprise you to know that it's probably in the thousands, like 5,000?
I don't think that number's accurate.
You don't know. Next question. How many special agents or analysts have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Say, we will get you the numbers, and anyone that retires is of their own volition, and anyone that is terminated at the FBI, as I've said before, is done so because they have failed to meet the standards and uphold their loyalty and oaths to the Constitution.
So you say. Next question. How many executive assistant directors, or special agents in charge have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Again, people leaving on their own accord or terminations were done by the standards set at the FBI that have been carried
With
out
this question, I'm getting to the leadership of the FBI, and you don't have that answer. Next question. Which field office, division, or directorate has lost the most personnel since January 2025? And do you have the answer to that question?
Yeah, actually, every single field office in the country, including Hawaii, has received a plus-up of FBI agents because we're pushing them out to the field.
Okay, so you're telling me that no field office, division, or directorate has lost any personnel since January 20th, 2025. That's your answer?
In Hawaii, there's been a plus-up. In every single state that I'm looking at, we have allocated a plus-up for field offices across the country so that the FBI can continue the historic achievements it's done in these last 7 months. When you're talking about firings, you're looking for a media hit and a fundraising clip, and I'm not going to give it to you.
It doesn't matter under what basis they left. I just want to know how many have left. And I think your testimony is nobody has left. Next question.
Nope, that's not my testimony. You asked it one time. I answered it one time.
Okay. Back to what she asked. Sorry.
Continuing the historic achievements it's done in these last 7 months.
Has lost any... Okay, so you...
No, it's good.
Of FBI agents because we're pushing them out to the field.
Okay, so you're telling me that no field office, division, or directorate has lost any personnel since January 20th, 2025. That's your answer?
In Hawaii, there's been a plus-up. In every single state that I'm looking at, we have allocated a plus-up for field offices across the country so that the FBI can continue the historic achievements it's done in these last 7 months. When you're talking about firings, you're looking for a media hit and a fundraising clip, and I'm not going to give it to you.
It doesn't matter under what basis they left. I just want to know how many have left. And I think your testimony is nobody has left. Next question.
Nope, that's not my testimony. You asked it one time. I answered it one time. You didn't get the answer you wanted for your clips. So you keep asking it, and I told you I'd get you the numbers. But you can keep asking it.
Which field office, division, or directorate has gained the most personnel since January 2025? You noted that there have been plus-ups. So which offices have received these plus-ups?
The greatest allocation that I believe was given to California and then Florida.
Where were those offices?
California and Florida.
Thank you. Director Patel, you often refer to FBI agents as cops. All of us, Democrats and Republicans, support the police officers who keep our communities safe. But while our states, cities, counties, and towns all employ police officers to protect our communities, Congress has empowered...
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head how many people have been fired from the FBI. Oh, okay. Well, in what areas have you had? Then they're just shuffling around people. He knows. Oh my God, this is so hard to it's just so cringe. Okay, so let's say you go to your store owner, the guy who owns those stores, right? Those 3. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say that each one of those had like 30 people, and he fired like fucking 45 of those people. And then you asked him, how many people have been fired? Oh, I don't have the number off the top of my head. So then you would say that there's been a decrease in your staffing? Well, no, there's actually been a plus up at one of our stores where we've allocated more people to go assist there.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, that's exactly what he just did. He just said, well, you do realize that overall there's less people working amongst the three. We want that number. The American people want to know how many people you fired from the FBI. Oh, kill me.
Jesus Christ.
Also,
That is
they've
so
lowered the
fucking
hiring
stupid.
standards, by the way, for being an FBI agent. They lowered the requirements.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
What is it? You have to graduate elementary school now?
True. No, you just need some sort of prior law enforcement background.
Jesus Christ, that's fucking it.
That's
for the
it.
FBI?
That's it. That's all you need to be
Yeah, no, that makes
eligible.
sense.
I just thought you'd get a kick out of him like talking in circles when he's being directly asked how many people were fired, and he doesn't have those numbers off the top of his
This
head.
is why I don't watch congressional hearings anymore.
Dude,
That's all it
it's
is.
disgusting.
That's
It's
all
so
it is.
disgusting.
Over and over again. I don't even want to. It's gross.
Yep.
Forward
I'm having a good
and
time.
equip the FBI to take on missions that local police cannot, especially taking on terrorists, hackers, and spies. I'd like to assess how well the FBI is able to handle its specialized missions under your leadership. The FBI is the nation's lead federal law enforcement agency for investigating and preventing acts of domestic and international terrorism. And yet the executive assistant directors in charge of the FBI's national security and intelligence branches were both forced out at the beginning of the year. Who replaced them in those positions?
Excellent qualified personnel to lead the mission of arresting 23,000 violent criminals this year alone. That's twice as many as before.
Who took the places of
I'm not going to give you any names so you can attack them.
Why not?
So you can attack them. I'm not doing that. The
You're not
people
gonna
sitting
give
in
me the
those seats
names
are
of-
extremely qualified to handle the job.
You're
We
not
would
gonna
not have
give
the
me the names
results.
of
We would,
personnel who
we would
should
not
be
have the
on your-
reduction
Right,
of
fine,
violence in the
moving
state
on.
of Hawaii if we did not allocate the
Earlier
resources we
this
did.
year,
I
FBI
refuse to answer
counterterrorist
your
special
questions.
agents and investigators were reassigned
Oh, kill
to
me.
assist with immigration enforcement. Reportedly, these counterterrorism experts were returned to the jobs they trained for in late January after Iran threatened to retaliate for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. Have those experts remained in the jobs they trained for since that time? Yes or no?
FBI agents' primary responsibility is exactly what they are assigned to do. We always work with our
So since they
interagency
returned
part.
to their
If
positions,
you're
are
not
they
going to let
still
me
in
answer,
those
why don't you
positions?
just do your soliloquy in the 4.5 minutes you have
I am
left?
not asking for a soliloquy. It's just a yes or no. Are those people who were returned to their jobs still on those jobs? Yes or
They
no?
never left.
What was that?
They never left their primary job. It is a surge of resources in law enforcement working with the interagency to combat violent crime and reduce
They were
violent
never,
crime in
okay, they were never
historic
reassigned to do
proportions.
immigration. That's your testimony. Okay, Director Patel, the FBI is also the lead federal agency for investigating cyber attacks and
Yes.
cyber intrusions, both by foreign nation states and by non-state hacker groups. Since President Trump's inauguration, the executive assistant director in charge of the criminal and the cyber branch and the head of the FBI's cyber division have both left the FBI. What are the names of the people who replace them in those positions?
The cyber branch is one of the most impressive at the FBI. 409 arrests this year, 169 convictions. That's a 42% increase from the same time last year.
It's that
So
branch,
any
Mr.
suggestion that
Patel.
the FBI cyber division is not operating at full capacity and better than ever before, the leadership at the branch is implementing these changes necessary to attack the cyber and ransomware infrastructure operators
You know
for Iran,
why
China,
they're
and Russia.
important? I want to know who has those positions, since the people who originally were there
Supremely
are no longer
qualified
there.
individuals have those positions.
Are they?
Supremely qualified
Who
individuals.
are they? What are the names?
You're not
You
getting
don't
them.
know. Special agents who investigate cybercrime were also reassigned for immigration enforcement. Have those expert investigators returned to their duties? Yes or no?
All agents remained on their primary duties while surging to allocate resources for interagency operations to the Homeland Security task forces across this country.
So are you?
Am I what?
See, I'm not getting the yes or no answers. I get all this explanation. So there you go.
No, you get the work that
Are
the men
you
and women of the
planning
FBI are doing. You
Any
don't want that.
additional personnel cuts to the cyber division in the future?
The only people that will be terminated at the FBI will be those that violate their oath of office or fail to meet the high standards at the FBI.
Director Patel, the FBI is meant to be the tip of the spear in combating terrorism against the United States from both foreign and domestic sources. It's also our lead agency in fighting the hackers who target our businesses and critical infrastructure. But instead of a specialized role fighting these kinds of terrorists, hackers, and spies, you have the FBI playing the role of local police and helping with immigration enforcement. I'm going to move on to my, you've been asked some questions about changes to your hiring standard, and including college degrees and possibly the age. But, one question I had is that you are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So
are
are
being
you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy and put him in handcuffs, you better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is that there are concerns about whether or not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of FBI agents.
Doing one
Anyway,
pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
gravely
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I am gravely concerned by the state of the FBI under your control. And in fact, you are willing to take a cut on your agency of almost $500 million. So the FBI is losing dedicated employees, decades of expertise and specialization, leading to loss to early retirements, firings, and reassignments to immigration enforcement or conducting local police work. Thousands have already left. For as long as you remain as the head of the FBI, I fear the number of departures and summary firings will continue to grow. Mr. Patel, before the vote on your nomination of this committee, I noted that your most significant qualification, this is not just something that I noted, but others, your most significant qualification was your 100% loyalty to President Trump. And I fear that continues to be the motivating factor in your position as FBI director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor, Mr. Chairman.
Director Patel, did you
Yes.
have anything you wanted to say now?
That is an entire falsehood. You
It
can
is a
delete
false-
my
it isn't
16
a
years of
falsehood.
Government service to multiple administrations, all you want. The fact is that I was a public defender. I was a national security prosecutor. I was a House intelligence staffer. I was a deputy director of intelligence. I was a chief of staff to the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. I led the counterterrorism missions for the White House. Those are just some of the jobs I held in my 16-year career. There was no loyalty then. There's no loyalty now to anything but the Constitution.
Senator Britt.
Yes. Well, before I begin, I want to thank Senator Hirono for what she said, acknowledging that there are physical differences between men and women, talking about that women wouldn't be able to do as many pull-ups, and I think that she was making a case here that there should be different.
I already hate this woman. Hey, quick thing. Oh, you're watching, never mind, sorry, you're watching, JD Vance.
Lemonade stand.
Oh, okay, sorry, this gal just found a way to somehow make it about trans stuff, like, it's just cute. Anyways.
Oh, fucking course.
Sorry, I'll be back.
Standards. There's a thing called Title IX, and this is why we continue to say we should have biological men and men's sports and biological women and women's sports. And so I look forward to utilizing that to talk to all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Maybe they will stand with us in helping us protect women's sports. I think she made a great argument there for it. Moving on to today, Director Patel, thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment to making sure that America is safe again. Thank you for doing that coast to coast and within our cities. I certainly look forward to talking about that and talking about your historic gains in these areas. But I would be remiss if I didn't begin my questioning with you about the horrific events that we have seen over the last week. Obviously, our heart breaks. Not only for Erica and Charlie's two children and for parents and families, but for America and for those of us who knew him, you being chief among those. So just my sincere condolences and thank you for the steps that you and the FBI have taken to make sure that we have someone within custody and we're going to be able to move forward with that. But if you look over the last, since last summer alone, we had 2 assassination attempts on the president. We've had an arson attack on the governor Shapiro there in Pennsylvania. You have the murder of the state representatives, Melissa Hortman and her husband in Minnesota, along with the shooting of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Several anti-Semitic attacks, several attacks on Christians that were noted by Senator Hawley. We had the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers here in D.C., the June firebombing in Colorado. We could go on, and we saw a culmination, as Senator Schmidt said, with the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk last week. I appreciate you committing to both Senator Hawley and Senator Kennedy, talking about making sure that all that are involved are held accountable. I think that is critically important, and I think that America needs that transparency. I want to read you some words of Vice President J.D. Vance. He said, "If we want to stop political violence like what happened to Charlie Kirk, we have to be honest about the people who are celebrating it and the people who are financing it. My question to you is, in light of Charlie's murder and all of the things that we have just referenced and have been talking about today, what steps is the FBI taking to more aggressively crack down on those who promote, encourage, finance, fund these types of engagements and this type of political violence?
Thank you, Senator, for your kind words. So in terms of how we crack down on the root cause of this violence, for now putting aside the ideological motivations and how they got there, the monetary issue is a real issue. And as I've said before, we follow the money. So we work with our partners at the Treasury Department to trace where the money came from, how these individuals paid for the training they received or the platforms they were using, and also how these individuals collectively got together in whatever groups they were on whatever social media sites they were on, to utilize clickbait to make money
Bingo.
for their ideology. And so to trace all of those, we are using, not just in Charlie's investigation, but others, lawful process and serving 2703D orders on any entity that is related in any way financially to any of these criminal acts of violence. And we are going to hold them accountable with our partners at the Department of Justice.
Excellent. I would love to stay abreast of that, and just we must get to the bottom of it. We must follow the money. Someone is funding this discourse. Do you believe, obviously there are people here, unfortunately American citizens, that may be engaged in that, but do you also believe that some of this may be coming from overseas?
Yes.
Okay, let's get to the bottom of it, and let's make it stop.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you about the Dobbs decision. So we know that it was leaked in May of 22, and then we had the Marshal Service say we found nothing in January of 23. I find that absolutely mind-boggling, that we can't figure out who leaked that opinion. We know it was done in attempts to undermine the process, and then the intimidation of the justices occurred after that. Tell me what you can do as FBI director to help us get to the bottom of what happened and actually hold someone accountable for their actions.
So I can't speak to what the marshals did and how they conducted their investigation. I can tell you, generally speaking, the FBI has taken over the investigation on the leak because it was such a detrimental leak.
But you commit to getting to the bottom of it.
We are utilizing the full resources of the FBI as we usually do on leak investigations, and we will make sure our results are public at the appropriate time.
We need answers. I want to talk about child sexual exploitation. Thank you for making protecting our youth your top priority. We know that that is the greatest gift that we have. That is our greatest treasure here in the United States, is the next generation. And finally, we have an FBI director that is putting that at the top of his list. Can you tell me the steps and the different initiatives? I've heard you talk about a couple of them. You've mentioned 764 amongst other things. Tell me what you're doing, and specifically, I want to know about when it comes to sextortion. So as a parent who is raising children right now, teenagers, and you're looking at what's happening, whether people are snapping photos and then what's happening online. I have had a number of parents sit in front of me telling me terrible, heartbreaking stories about their children ultimately taking their own life because of being blackmailed. I want to know, what steps are you taking to get to the bottom of that and to absolutely end this? If this were happening in a storefront, Mr. Director, that store would be shut down, no matter where it was, coast to coast. And yet we continue to allow these things to happen, and we've got to have a more targeted approach when we're looking at this. And so what are you doing to protect children, and specifically sextortion?
So in our VCAC initiative, our Violent Crimes Against Children is our umbrella enterprise operations hub for things like Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Not Forgotten and Operation Justice. And in things like that, those are producing the results that I told you about. 1,500 child predators arrested, 300 human traffickers arrested, 4,700 children identified and saved, a 35% increase from year to date last year alone. But specifically on your sextortion question, Senator, that is a problem that we are seeing explode on generative AI in private sector and social media companies. And what we're doing is engaging with NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children, because this one stat alone should probably cause great pause. They have seen a 1,325% increase in generative AI leading to sextortion and child sexual abuse. That cannot be countermanded by the FBI alone. We have embedded people at NCMEC and have a great partnership with them. But what we need to do is what we did in the month of May, and we're doing it over and over again. We arrested 400 individuals in 1 month in 1 month search.
Wow,
These individuals have prioritized. The agents and intel analysts have never left that mission. They're doing multiple missions at the same time. That's what the FBI is called upon to do day in and day out, and we won't stop doing two things at once. But we need help from social media companies. We need help from the private sector and the internet service providers that allow this generative AI to be hosted on their platforms. We have got to get a resolution on that with our partners in Congress and the private sector.
Well, we are definitely committed to working on that. I know the people up here. So you let us know what tools you need, and I know we've got several ideas that we look forward to pushing forward. In my remaining 2 minutes, I want to talk to you about your historic results when it comes to crime. In particular, we've seen here in DC just a total transformation. You mentioned earlier 60% down in gun crime, 70% down in carjackings. You said 50% down in homicides, to name a few. We have a success story, and we appreciate President Trump's leadership on all of this. We have a success story in Alabama where the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, so ALEA, they just marked their 1-year anniversary of the Metro Area Crime Suppression Unit. There in Montgomery, it is a coordinated effort with ALEA, with our Attorney General, with Montgomery PD, and our sheriff, Montgomery County Sheriffs. They've seen a 30% drop in violent crime and a 19% drop in overall crime. So it is actually producing results. It's this type of interagency connectivity that I think ultimately is going to lead us to safer cities and safer streets. I know that you are committed to that, committed to working with your partners. You said earlier you've elevated sheriffs and police officers there to the 7th floor. Thank you for doing that. I am grateful for the men and women of Alabama in uniform that have made this happen, and want to know how is the FBI working to collaborate in these types of ways across our country to make sure that we have even greater success stories to tell.
Well, the collaboration's happening at our Redstone Arsenal in Alabama. We bring 4,000 students through our Redstone Arsenal for training every year. In terms of our future plans, in the next few years, we will bring 13,000 students a year through Alabama's Redstone Arsenal. And by students, I mean FBI employees, I mean sheriffs, I mean police chiefs, I mean cops, I mean intel analysts, because that is our future gem of how we're going to train local law enforcement. And we're so thankful for the dedication of resources to that facility. And I encourage everyone to go down there and take a look, because if you want to see where the FBI is going and how we're going to train the future, it's happening at Quantico and Redstone.
We are very proud of it, and thank you so much for your leadership.
Senator Booker.
Hey,
Paste.
do you want to start streaming? With all
Whoa.
access to hundreds of
Do
hours of
I?
videos, install them with
Do
just
I?
one click.
Sorry about that. No, what the fuck?
Future gem
Oh, there we
of
go.
how we're going to train local law enforcement. And we're so thankful for the dedication of resources to that facility. And I encourage everyone to go down there and take a look, because if you want to see where the FBI is going and how we're going to train the future, it's happening at Quantico and Redstone.
We are very proud of it, and thank you so much for your leadership.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to start off where we left off last time. I asked you whether you had any knowledge or discussions about removing FBI officials and installing political personnel before you were confirmed to that position. And I wonder, did you then understand or have conversations with the White House about the intentions to do so?
Before I was confirmed?
Yes, sir.
Did I have discussions with the White House to remove FBI personnel?
Yes.
No.
So you're saying that you had no discussions with the White House before you were in the position about the removal of any personnel from the agency?
As I was preparing for my confirmation hearing, I had numerous discussions involving the type of people that would be employed, and that those that were failing to meet the mark at the FBI would no longer be employed if I were
And I'm
confirmed.
assuming that mark had to do with loyalty to the Trump administration.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'd like to revisit another subject from that hearing. You did testify before the grand jury that President Trump had declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Is that correct?
I don't have the grand jury transcript. That's why I released it. Whatever it says is the best evidence.
You know, that's what you said to Senator Whitehouse, that your grand jury testimony was publicly released. It has not been. In fact, in July, a court denied a news outlet's bid to get that transcript.
Yowza, buddy.
But the court said quite clearly
Can't
that you
have
are
that.
free to discuss your grand jury testimony. So I ask you again, did you testify before the grand jury that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case?
And that is why I took your invitation to work with the department and the court to have that transcript released. And the transcript is the best evidence of what I said then.
So you're saying right now this committee can have access to what you said before the grand jury?
To whatever was released. And it's my understanding, Senator, that the Department of Justice
You and I both
released...
understand the law. Let me finish. I understand under Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, a grand jury witness, in this case you, is not barred from sharing their grand jury testimony. This is an oversight hearing. This is germane to your integrity and credibility. You know right now whether or not you testified that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Why are you refusing to answer that simple yes or no question right now?
Because the premise of your question is inaccurate, and
there is no premise to my question, but trying to get to an order of what is truth or not.
How do you know what was asked in the grand jury if you weren't there?
Mr. Patel, this is a mockery you're making of this hearing and simple questions.
It's a simple question. If you have
Mr.
a
Patel,
transcript, you
during
can
your
read the question,
nomination
but you don't have
hearing,
it.
you promised that, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. When I asked you, are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with the Trump administration, you explicitly said under oath that you were not aware of any plans to punish FBI agents associated with criminal investigations of Donald Trump. I don't believe you were truthful. Firing FBI employees based solely on the cases that they are investigating, their case assignments, is illegal, and you know that. A new lawsuit that's been discussed numerous times, filed by 3 FBI officials, alleges that you carried out Donald Trump's campaign of retribution, in quotes, against FBI employees for, quote, failure to demonstrate sufficient political loyalty. One of those plaintiffs has been discussed today, Brian Driscoll. Now, we know 20 years of distinguished service to the FBI before you terminated him. Special agent in charge of FBI's Newark field office, where he operated with distinction. Medal of Valor winner, Shield of Bravery awards. He's a patriot. You terminated Driscoll via a letter dated October 8th, 2025, and in that letter you said that you were firing him pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution. Well, you're not the President of the United States, and so I'm wondering under what authority you were allowed to terminate him.
That matter is under litigation, and I'm not able to discuss it.
Okay, well, discuss this. Did you have discussions with Stephen Miller about firing this particular person or about his continuance in the FBI?
Not that I recall.
How often do you speak to Stephen Miller?
Just against my will,
Frequently
Aaron.
on our Homeland Security Task Forces.
You frequently talk with Stephen Miller about subjects other than Homeland Security Task Force issues, correct?
Jesus.
I frequently talk to Mr. Miller about Homeland Security Task Forces.
Has Stephen Miller ever given you his opinions on how to run your agency?
Mr. Miller's interagency operations are invaluable to the success of the FBI. That's what we talk about.
So you frequently discuss your job and your responsibilities with Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, I imagine, as well.
Absolutely. She's the Attorney General.
Understood. Okay. Donald Trump promised to make us all safer. You have pushed out senior FBI agents with decades of knowledge and experience. In fact, this is the first time in FBI history that neither the director nor the deputy director have any experience with the FBI. You've shifted the agency's priorities primarily to pursuing Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. According to ICE data, the Cato Institute, which is a conservative think tank, found that 20% of all agents have been diverted from their work to assist ICE immigration enforcement. 20%. Part of this operation is the work of masked law enforcement who jump out of cars, snatch people off streets at churches, schools, and their jobs and hospitals. Have there been any FBI agents who investigate crimes against children that have been assigned to immigration enforcement, yes or no?
The premise of what you say is entirely
Have there been
false.
any FBI agents who investigate
no.
foreign domestic terrorism?
You don't get to say America is not safer under this
I am
leadership.
not saying
America
that.
is safer because of the work of the
Presumption-
FBI.
You're making a presumption of premise.
4,700 children.
Sir,
we have seen 6,000 weapons and
you are not
23,000 violent
denying
felons have
that
been
FBI
arrested.
agents who investigate human trafficking have been reassigned to immigration enforcement. You are not denying that FBI agents who are on the task force that fight against Russian oligarchs have not been reassigned. Public Correction Squad reassigned. People who defend us, defend children reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen
FBI
time and
agents
time
don't
again
get reassigned.
attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. I believe you have made our country weaker and less safe. I believe that we are more vulnerable to a major event, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. You've gutted the Bureau of Institutional Knowledge and Expertise. You fired or pushed out seasoned FBI officials, many with more than 20 years of experience, and were working on cases that were critical. You've been purging thousands of serious law enforcement officials who spent their careers keeping us safe, only to lower hiring standards in order to find anyone to replace them. And shockingly, you admitted in this hearing to Senator Coons that it would take 14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your purge. 20% of FBI agents are doing low-level immigration enforcement instead of their mission-critical work. You've disbanded entire task forces that stop election interference, foreign influence, public corruption. And who benefits from this? Well, corrupt people benefit from it. Criminals benefit from it. Vladimir Putin benefits from it. And it really makes me wonder who you're looking out for. It makes me think we can't trust you as a nation. You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents, yet you're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing as a leader, and that your failure does have serious implications for the safety and security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to hand the Bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is my
I follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tear
my
this country
time
apart.
to
There
address
should be a
your
unifying-
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this
to
country.
not take
It is my
responsibility
time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making
time
a
is
mockery of
over.
this committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what
you
my
tell-
time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my time's over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going
but
anywhere.
I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Senator Booker, I announced at the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth talking over each other doesn't work. And I said if that happened, I asked Patel not to respond, and I was going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr.
So
Chairman, one point of
Go
order.
ahead, Mr.
I've
Patel.
watched him talk over us, and you've never once criticized him for us not even being able to get our questions out.
Well,
he has been rude and disrespectful to senator after senator.
And when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer, I didn't stop the senator either. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yowza.
The FBI, under my 7-month leadership, we're failing this administration in this country. Why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A double increase in that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrest them? Why have we have 300 human traffickers in jail? Why have we found and identified 4,700 children? Why have we seen 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl in enough to kill?
What the fuck? Is there somebody watching me on somewhere? He's a bully, no lie. What the fuck? Are these bots? What the fuck? Hey. Casper, are these bots?
No, I think you're on the front. I think you're on the front page. You know, how
Oh.
sometimes it. So say hello to people.
Hey, how's it going? It says I only have 5 viewers though. Oh, I have 12
1,
viewers.
2, 3, 4, 5. No, you have more than that.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
What is that? What a random message. Okay.
Patel's dividing everyone. We're here for the better.
Stop Patel's shady moves. Do you pally games?
I'm sure they meant play games.
Oh. Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
how's it
hey
going,
guys.
everybody?
We just passed the Booker part, or is it Brooker? I don't know if its last name's Brooker or Booker. You guys want
Okay.
to see it real quick? You
Yeah.
can rewind.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
do
just telling
that.
you what to do on your own screen, but you know.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Alright. I'll go back into that other one. That other call. I'll be back. Or I'll talk to you in a bit. Sorry about that. I just got confused. Alright. Alright. Holy fuck me. Yo, do you see my kick?
I do. Looks not.
Did I get like pushed by
40.
somebody?
You got raided, didn't you?
Maybe, but no one said. These all just look so. Wait, just a second.
No. I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm looking at shit. I have no fucking clue.
Alright, everybody. Oh my god. The alerts. He was voted in. Vote no to Patel? What does that even mean? What the fuck? I mean, he is a bully, that is correct. Yo. True kings. No, Casper, it's the same notifications from before. It's from when I got like a bunch of followers like dumped. They all happened like within like seconds. This is true, but somebody actually say something real. No. Thanks for the follows. If there's any real human beings in there, thank you. Appreciate it. Preesh. Jesus. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait, are we done? My ear's not getting wrecked anymore? Literally, somebody just literally trolled me. They're probably laughing, like recording me right now, getting all hyped. Damn, that's unfortunate. All right, well, you can have fun continuing to listen to this Senate hearing. My supposed
He has been rude and
30
disrespectful
viewers.
to senator after
And,
senator.
and when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer, I didn't stop the senator either. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
True.
If the FBI, under
Cas-
7-month leadership, were
Casper, you're the OG. That's all that matters. I guess even if they are bots, they're bots, and it's cool, but it kind of sucks. Someone trolling me on X probs since I'm crashing. People are crashing out on me. If I had to guess, that's probably what it is. Anyways, I'm gonna play the video. I'll be right back.
failing this administration.
Share
in this
stream, share
country,
stream.
Why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A double increase from that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrested them? Why have we have 300 human traffickers in jail? Why have we found and identified 4,700 children? Why have we seized 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl, enough to kill a third of the American public, a 25% increase alone from last year? 88,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, 700 kilograms of meth seized, and that's just on our criminal operations in summer heat. How is it possible that we're taking 8 kilograms off the streets of the cities in New Jersey and preventing the deaths of 607,000 people this year alone, a failure of the FBI and my leadership? How is it that we have counterintelligence arrests already this year exceeding the numbers from the entirety of last year? 33% increase in PRC, 83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to Iran, and we haven't even talked about CT, the southern border, the northern border.
Before Senator Cruz, I kind of feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination, yet my colleagues showed no intent or interest in when my whistleblower suffered retaliation over the past years, particularly the past 4 years. Indeed, one whistleblower has alleged that Brian Driscoll's insubordination, whether an agent is on a hot button case or not, they ought to be held accountable for misconduct and weaponization. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I have to say, it used to be that to see theater, you had to go to the Kennedy Center. Now, apparently, you need only go to the Senate Judiciary Committee and see our Senate Democrats berating the director of the FBI, which, okay, it's not, partisan politics is not new in the United States Congress. But what is remarkable is what Senator Booker was berating Director Patel about. He wasn't berating him for failing to do his job.
I definitely got trolled by somebody. By the way, buddy,
What happened?
it's just they're obviously bots.
Oh, really?
There's no way they're not. Like, they're just they were spamming, like, well, for one, the chat stopped moving, number one. And number two, they just stopped saying anything. Okay, they stopped saying anything. What they were saying was, like, we can't let Patel wreck the FBI. Patel lies every day. Hands off our justice system. Resist this guy's plans. Resist this guy's tyranny. Like, this is, like, such weird, vague stuff. But my viewer count is just staying at 37.
Why not?
Hey, buddy, it's
Someone's
it's just weird. But weird, fake lefty stuff. Yeah, it doesn't even. Is it a commie fucking with me on X? I kept linking my Twitter after I called people retarded, so maybe that's what this is. Or my stream.
Do not be dragging me into this shit.
You're not visible in the stream.
Good. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
The last thing I want.
It's all good, buddy. I got you. I'll make sure not to dox you. But hey, I guess we got 37 viewer stream, so let's make the most of it.
Good.
But rather, he was furious for Director Patel for successfully doing his job. For 4 years, the Democrats...
Oh my god, Ted Cruz is yapping now? Kill me. Let me go back to that. I gotta go back to where he's yapping.
This year alone, a failure of the FBI and my leadership. How is it that we have counterintelligence arrests already this year exceeding the numbers from the entirety of last year? 33% increase in PRC, 83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to Iran, and we haven't even talked about CT, the southern border, the northern border.
before Senator Cruz, I kind of feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination.
Oh, I can finally play Anno, by the way.
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
That's so good.
Okay, let me move this on over. Full screen.
Showed no intent or interest in when my whistleblower suffered retaliation over the past years, particularly the past 4 years. Indeed, one whistleblower has alleged that Brian Driscoll's insubordination, whether an agent is on a hot button case or not, they ought to be held accountable for misconduct and weaponization. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I have to say, it used to be that to see theater, you had to go to the Kennedy Center. Now, apparently, you need only go to the Senate Judiciary Committee and see our Senate Democrats berating the director of the FBI, which, okay, it's not, partisan politics is not new in the United States Congress. But what is remarkable is what Senator Booker was berating Director Patel about. He wasn't berating him for failing to do his job, but rather he was furious for Director Patel for successfully doing his job. For 4 years, the Democrats under Joe Biden had an open border that undermined the safety of every single American. They allowed 12 million illegal aliens to come into this country, to invade this country, and every single day Americans were murdered, women were raped, children were assaulted by violent criminals that Democrats released. Now, Director Patel, I found Senator Booker's questioning really bizarre. He asked you, have you reassigned FBI agents from human trafficking to immigration issues? Director Patel, are the Mexican cartels that are bringing people illegally into this country engaged in human trafficking?
Yes, sir.
What the hell does it mean to reassign someone from human trafficking to immigration? The greatest human trafficking that in the world has been over the last 4 years at our southern border. It is modern-day slavery that the Democrats still defend. They still defend those open borders. Mr. Patel, he also said...
Ted Cruz, Democrats defend open borders where? Who? Which Democrat?
All of them.
I don't even... Is there a single Democrat that actually defends open borders? Is that a real thing?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Okay, back to Ted Cruz lying and yapping.
Assign FBI agents from protecting children to immigration. How many children have you found that were victimized by the open borders of the previous administration?
4,700.
4,700. And yet, oddly, I don't hear a Democrat here saying, gosh, thanks for protecting those kids.
35% increase year to date last year.
All right, I want to shift.
So fucking stupid.
And I want to shift topics to what happened last week.
So dumb.
Charlie
Jesus,
Kirk.
Ted Cruz. Oh, time to get emotional. Time to virtue signal Charlie Kirk. Yes. Please, Ted Cruz.
He was assassinated because of his political views. We're living in a time of enormous division and tragically hatred, and hatred that manifested in evil that we saw last week. Now, the FBI, working in concert with state and local law enforcement, apprehended what appears to be, in all likelihood, the murderer. And you did so in just 33 hours. So I want to start by just congratulating you and the FBI agents and state and local law enforcement for successfully apprehending the murderer in less than a day and a half. In the wake of that assassination, we have seen far too many people on the left celebrating the assassination. We've seen Democrats, we've seen activists cheering it on. We've seen, tragically, teachers in high schools, teachers in elementary schools, university professors cheering on the murder of Charlie Kirk. You and I both knew Charlie well. He was a good friend. He was an extraordinary man. And I will say there's a great deal of discussion about what to do about it. Under our Constitution, under the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, speech is protected. And that's true even for vile speech. Someone can stand up and say the most hateful thing, and it's protected by the First Amendment. Nazis and Klansmen can march in the street, and even though their speech is bigoted and horrible and racist, the First Amendment protects it. Conduct, however, is not protected by the First Amendment, particularly conduct that is violent. Violent conduct that is threatening others, that is harassing others, that is injuring, or in this case, murdering others, is most assuredly not protected by the First Amendment. And so I would encourage you and the FBI to focus on conduct. Now, speech can direct Speech can guide you to those engaged in conduct. And I will say one question that I have and many have, and I recognize this is an ongoing investigation, so I don't want you to say anything that would compromise the investigation. But what can you tell us at this point about what evidence there exists of other individuals who may have had prior knowledge of this assassin's plans to murder Charlie Kirk on September 10th?
Generally speaking, we've interviewed numerous people, family members and friends, including the partner, to provide us with a detailed history of the knowledge he may have had, the suspect may have had prior to. We're still mapping out who, if anyone, was involved as an accomplice. As I said, the investigation is ongoing. We're also speaking to and going to interview numerous individuals online who were part of a chat group that was involved in this heinous assassination. And we're also going to work with our state and local partners out in Utah to find out what community organizations, if any, participated or had any foreknowledge of this information. But it's very much ongoing. I remind everybody that it's not even been a week since Charlie's tragic death.
Is it accurate? It's been widely reported that the assassin's roommate was a transgender man who was transitioning to be female, and it's also been reported that they may have been romantic partners. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator.
And I assume the FBI is investigating. It has also been reported that there were transgender chat rooms that may have had some awareness of the plan to commit this murder. Is that accurate as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
It's been reported that there were chat rooms of transgender activists that indicated some degree of potentially a foreknowledge of this murder.
We're still developing that.
Do you have any information? The bullet casings had on them both Antifa and LGBT wording on them. Do you have any indication of the source of those engravings and what inspired them?
As to the actual source, we're still developing that.
I want to encourage you in the course of this investigation, absolutely go after anyone who aided and abetted. But I want to more broadly encourage you, follow the money.
Follow the money? Ted Cruz, do you think he got paid to kill Charlie Kirk by somebody?
That's kind of crazy.
What is he yapping about? Oh, kill me. Oh, gross.
The violence we are seeing is not purely organic. There is, I believe, significant money that is spreading dissension, that is spreading violence. Antifa. Do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization?
I believe Antifa is associated with a lot of violence in this country. As to its designation, I'll leave that to the appropriate authorities.
So I would encourage the administration to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, to go systematically after Antifa. They've committed acts of violence all over the country.
Please go after Antifa. Who the fuck
cares? And the shell
cares?
casings have multiple references to slogans that Antifa has popularized. I believe there is considerable money funding it. I would note that I've introduced legislation called the Stop Funders Act. Stop Funders Act would add rioting to the list of predicate offenses under RICO. I believe the money should be tracked and prosecuted under RICO. And both the Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots of a couple of years ago and the pro-open border riots in Los Angeles and other cities of this past year.
Sorry, I gotta turn my brain off of ANNO. It's too much for my brain right now.
Riots. I'm not the only person who noticed at the anti-Semitic
I can't.
and violent protests on college campuses that many of the tents all met.
My brain is not like ANNO-minded right now. My brain is fried from listening to this congressional testimony or the Senate hearing. My brain is fried. I have nothing left.
What are we nothing?
Let's just play Satisfactory. That literally requires 0 brain power. There you go, Ted Cruz.
And so I would ask, would it aid your ability to prosecute these matters if Congress passed into law the Stop Funders Act and if rioting was added to the list of predicate offenses for RICO?
Yes.
Talk to me about the efforts of the FBI to go after the funders of the anti-Semitic protests on college campuses, the pro-open border protests in cities, and potential LGBT violence. Talk to me about the efforts to go after the money of those who are funding and promoting violence.
As I've always said, Senator, money doesn't lie, and we've been following the money. And so that's what we're doing, issuing lawful process to organizations involved with criminal activity, because the money's got to come from somewhere, and it has to be funded somehow. So we have extensive investigations ongoing into numerous organizations that are related to violent criminal activity.
Cutting off the money will make America much safer, and that is the core job of the FBI, and I thank you for doing your job.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, glad to be on this committee and take our responsibility seriously to conduct oversight of the FBI, obviously one of the most critical law enforcement agencies in the country.
Hell yeah.
As Senator Klobuchar and
such a brave soldier.
Us, the last several months have provided far too many
braver than the
reminders of the political violence crisis in America today and the gun violence crisis in America today, including the tragic killing just last week. Director Patel, this committee takes seriously its not just oversight role, but recognizing the FBI's important role in protecting the public from gun violence while respecting constitutional rights. If you recall, this was a significant subject area of my questioning during your confirmation hearing. The Bureau plays a central role in enforcing federal firearm laws, ensuring the accuracy of background checks, and monitoring trends like machine gun conversion devices and lost or stolen firearms. Now, during your confirmation hearing, you pled that the FBI would enforce firearm laws fully and fairly, consistent with the Second Amendment. Yet we continue to see a sharp rise in lost and stolen firearms reported by federal licensees.
Lay Twitter is lay blowing up, buddy.
Enforcement results like arrests,
lay
not just
Twitter,
arrests, but also prosecutions or task
it's like
force
non-stop.
Since you became director.
Getting spammed. I need to probably turn off notifications on my phone.
Get the full list to you.
I woke up with my phone at like. I woke up with my phone at 4%.
Yeah, don't.
You came unprepared.
Didn't realize.
Or you can filter notifications too.
True, especially if I'm going to be getting potentially in the tens of thousands of views and engagements. You probably need to have it be chilled out.
Can you at least reference what resources you're dedicating to this threat?
Absolutely, Senator. Part of tracking ghost guns, as you alluded to, is having a sustainable database, which is hubbed out of our CGIS division in West Virginia. We've allocated more resources so that FFLs can track and trace firearms that are stolen and make sure they don't get into the population. That's one of my primary concerns, that we don't want stolen weapons anywhere near.
The numbers continue to go up as reported by federal licensees. Let me get to my next question on this topic. You previously stated that you hadn't reviewed FIX-NIX, a federal law that improves reporting to the National Criminal Background Check System. 8 months into your job, what concrete steps have you taken to ensure that NICS records are complete, accurate, and timely?
That's actually a great question that we have dedicated a lot of resources to, again, at CGIS. The NICS system has been trying to get to 100% within 15 minutes. We are currently at 93%, with 87% of those being responsive in less than 60 seconds. So we got more work.
Do you think additional resources would be helpful in getting to 100%, or do you still argue that less resources are necessary to get from 93 to 100?
No, I just think we have to work on how fast our actual infrastructure processes these things.
On to a question about resources. The FBI's core mission is to counter terrorism, espionage, and major criminal threats. Now, recent large-scale reassignments to immigration enforcement or politically motivated investigations cause me concerns that other critical missions are being neglected. One example, in March of this year, you created a Tesla-related task force and diverted personnel from the domestic terrorism operations section to work on that task force. What risk analysis justified that decision, and do you still consider domestic violent terrorism to be a lower priority?
What a great question.
Any form of terrorism, domestic or international, is the highest priority at the FBI. And
but
when you say
divert resources away from those missions,
I don't believe that's accurate. We did not divert resources away when cars were exploding and people were being set on fire. I directed resources to address it.
I'll suggest in your follow-up, and we can make this more explicit in our questions for the record, that you provide accurate information about the diversion of resources. Because, again, when I understand that you authorize large-scale agent reassignments from counterintelligence and cybercrime to not just immigration cases but others, it has an impact on the other priorities like nation-state threats and ransomware investigations. Moving on to a different subject.
Nice to meet you.
Safeguarding our elections is
where you been?
FBI responsibility. The public needs confidence that election security work is driven by facts and free from political influence. Mr. Director, do you agree with Attorney General Bondi's decision to disband the FBI Foreign Influence Task Force?
The disbanding of that task force did not in any way reallocate or take away resources from that critical mission set.
So then how are you mitigating the risk of foreign actors interfering in U.S. elections heading in?
As I've highlighted through our cyber programs, which have seen a 40, 50, 60% increase in arrests for cyber threat actors looking to not just harm our critical infrastructure systems, but also interfere in our elections. We've had multiple arrests this year of individuals who are interfering in that process.
Did the Department of Justice's election integrity task force seek statewide voter lists and driver's license data?
I can't speak for the Department of Justice.
You're a member of the Department of Justice.
I can
Did
speak
the
for the
FBI play a role in those requests?
Whatever requests that we had pursuant to the department's direction were provided.
So then you can speak
for the
to
FBI.
Those actions.
For the FBI.
So you can speak to those actions.
For the FBI.
So what role did you play in those requests?
Whatever requests we get from the department, I don't have those details in front of me. We provide whatever requests they have.
I have not many details in front of you on a lot of the questions coming from this side of the aisle. So I do hope that there are substantive and accurate responses to our questions in writing. In my time left, Mr. Chairman, I just want to call out a couple of observations. The director before us has tried to explain, I won't say explain, tried to explain how he doesn't need another $500 million to do the job. And specifically that even if the FBI had an additional $500 million, it would take years, and he referenced 14 years, to fill the vacancies. But in the meantime, relying on partnership with local law enforcement to fulfill the mission of the Bureau.
You're good, Casp.
As we've discussed in other hearings and in other committees, by the way, given this immigration mass deportation agenda of the administration, the FBI is not the only one leaning on local law enforcement to do the job. ICE has made it clear that they're doing the same. Other law enforcement agencies within DHS is doing the same. So much so that ICE's recruitment, because they're not only not advocating for cuts, they're actually requesting additional dollars and have issues about policy with them. But if ICE's plan to do the job is not just hiring up significantly, they don't seem to have that as a concern, but the FBI does. Both ICE and the FBI are citing partnerships with local law enforcement, which, look, partnership and engagement is great. But having come from local law enforcement at the outset of my public service career, I also know that capacity and resources at the local level are strained, particularly in times like this. And when ICE is going on a hiring spree, and you have local law enforcement agencies worried about their ability to recruit and retain local law enforcement officers and not losing them to the federal government, then our reliance on those local law enforcement agencies is a perilous strategy to take and could undermine local law enforcement's ability to address crime at the local level, whether it's white-collar crime, organized retail theft, violent crime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in my final minute, I will also suggest this. Director Patel has referenced earlier in the hearing that one of the most significant value addeds of partnering with local law enforcement is that they have the best intelligent, they are the best intelligent source. Is that correct?
For on the ground.
Yet, when local law enforcement is put in a perilous position of being in a role with this mass deportation agenda, which is consistently overreached, has been found to violate the law and the Constitution, and has undermined public confidence in law enforcement, not just by immigrants, by the way, but especially immigrants. When immigrants are victims of crime and are afraid to come forward because they don't know what law enforcement is going to do with their information or not. When immigrants, legal or undocumented, are witnesses to crime and are afraid to come forward with that information because they don't know what's going to happen with their information or not, that undermines the credibility of law enforcement with the community and undermines the intelligence, Director Patel, that you say are the best source of intelligence when it comes to law enforcement. So it's shaky, it's worrisome, and in my opinion, overall, you are failing to live up to the role and responsibility that you have been confirmed to, and I associate with myself with everything Senator Booker said earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before we go to Senator Blackburn, without objection, I want to introduce into the record a recently declassified document thanks to Director Patel. The document is a Director Wray FBI analysis of Nellie Orr's false statements to the Congress. Orr never suffered consequences for advancing the phony Trump-Russia narrative and attempting to cover up her involvement in the hoax with false statements. Yet time and again, the American justice system has been weaponized against President Trump and his associates, such as Peter Navarro, with reckless abandon. The DOJ's inaction on Nellie Orr's criminal referral, despite the obvious incriminating evidence provided in the FBI's own analysis, undermines public trust in the rule of law, thanks to Director Ray's utter failure. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Patel, thank you ever so much for being with us today. And I want to thank you for your commitment to fight violent crime in Memphis. And when you first came to meet with me before your hearing here, I gave you the stats on Memphis, Tennessee, and their crime rates. And then you committed then and again at your confirmation to help us. You have been true to your word, and we are very, very grateful. Operation Viper has been such a success. The 500 arrests are important. These are gang members and gang leaders out of Memphis, Tennessee. There are over 100 gangs in Memphis. So the impact of these arrests, the impact of 100 indictments of these gang members. And now we have a U.S. Attorney's Office that will actually prosecute violent crimes and actually take up and prosecute federal gun crimes. This is helping to make Memphis safe again. And yesterday at the White House, to have
let's just not solve any of the underlying issues.
The second phase
Queen.
of this,
Why would you?
with bringing in the Guard, and
You don't need to, just
ATF
ignore
and
them.
DEA and the
I
U.S.
was here with you.
Marshals and
She's
Homeland
just
Security
yapping.
and the work that you and General
Always
Bundy and the
fucking
President
yapping, man. Shut up.
have done is
So useless.
appreciated
Such a waste of
by
time.
the people of Memphis, Shelby County, West Tennessee, and I am ever so grateful for the work you've done. You know, one of the things, as we talk about Memphis and what a vibrant and wonderful historic city it is, it's important to realize Memphis is one of the logistics hubs in our country. You have I-40, which goes East Coast to West Coast. You have the Port of Memphis. You have FedEx. You have all 5 Class A railroads that are there, as well as so many companies that are important to Memphis. And I have found it so interesting that some of my colleagues want to complain about agents being taken out of the DC office and actually put to work in the field because they've been needed in the field. And you can look at the stats from Operation Viper and see the difference that they have made. And we so appreciate that. I do want to drill down just a little bit on the issue of cargo theft, which ties into the logistics hub in Memphis. We've got a lot of companies that go through there. IMC is a big logistics company. People in Memphis know what it takes to keep America moving. But what a lot of people may not realize is that many of these criminal gangs have been focused on cargo theft. This is how they pay for their activities. So in addition to the carjackings and the home robberies and the smash and grabs and some of the human and sex trafficking, they've gotten into cargo theft, and cargo theft in Memphis has increased over 5,000%.
Yeah,
5,000%. That's what you saw with a Biden administration who wouldn't drill down on this. So having these agents out in the field, having an interagency
She's so brave.
is something that is going to help us with getting our hands around this cargo theft. So talk for just a minute about what your team has done there and the importance of having that interagency approach.
Absolutely, Senator. So Operation Viper nests under Operation Summer Heat, and in multiple cities and mid-major cities across the country, we have surging resources based on crime. And Memphis, as you know, Senator, had the highest per capita homicide rate in the country, and that was simply unacceptable. And so what we did was what we call Phase 01 of operations at the President's direction. We went into some of these cities quietly to collect the intelligence that was necessary to start these operations, to start seizing these firearms, which we seized, I think, over 115 firearms off the streets, to start taking narcotics off the streets, and also to infiltrate the gang network, the criminal street gang network.
Just the fact that
is
he's willing to
providing
admit
these guns
that
and
is
drugs to the
just
public
so
in these communities,
disgusting.
allowing for these shootings. And so what the FBI is good at, what the FBI is great
Like at the president's, it's just anyways.
yeah, is partnering with our local authorities in places like Memphis and Miami, in Chicago, and so many other cities across the country to start the work, because you can't do the work on a dartboard basis. You need ground level intelligence, and that's what we do working with our state and local law enforcement. And the results, I think they said over 100 indictments federally just in this 3-4 month surge, and now we're going to go in there with more resources to finish it.
And we are grateful for that. And I think it's so important for my colleagues, what we have seen in Memphis, you mentioned something very important. Your agents go in and they go in quietly. There was no press conference. There was no fanfare. You went in there to work. And very importantly, you gathered the intel. Who are these gang leaders? Where are they? Figuring out who was doing what, and then setting up the process
was
to
doing hot. God, boomers.
apprehend these individuals.
What?
And it requires infiltrating those networks and having that data to work from so that you are working in partnership. And as I have talked with elected leaders in Shelby County and Memphis, as we have talked with those in law enforcement, they have been so grateful to have this support and this additional education that comes, because local police are learning from your agents when they are learning how to track these gangs and infiltrate these networks. We know that phase 2 of this operation is going to kick off. The Guard is going to be there to support the Memphis Police Department to help them kind of catch up, because they still have a lot of people on their board. They know who they are, where they are, what they're doing. They want to apprehend them and bring them forward. So talk a little bit about how phase 2 is going to continue to work to support the law enforcement efforts in Memphis.
Well, just like what happened here in Washington, D.C., it takes a whole of government interagency approach where we're working with the Attorney General, the DEA, the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, Department of Homeland Security, because each one of those agencies has specialized capabilities. And when we surge together to work off of the ground level intelligence was collected, you see what happened in Washington, D.C. here. And that's the next phase of it, because you are able to utilize the National Guard to set up border perimeter operations. So when you go into an area, you have the secure workspace to get in there and stay in there. The key here, Senator, is sustained criminal investigations and sustained prosecutions that clear Memphis, like we did Washington, permanently, and leave behind a blueprint for what local law enforcement can do with our federal partners to sustain that. We don't want to go backwards, and that's critical, but we're in the next step. Sustaining it will be the last one.
Well, and we certainly appreciate that. I do want to touch on Operation Restore Justice. And Senator Britt mentioned some of this very briefly, and I know that you and A.G. Bondi have done a tremendous amount of work in protecting children. I appreciate that. And we passed My Report Act last year, and President Biden signed it, and this does require social media to report to NCMEC so that we can have these perpetrators followed up with and apprehended. That's a good start. We're still trying to get the Kids Online Safety Act passed. That has been a bipartisan effort. We have looked with disdain at what has happened with Discord and
Discord
alleged killer. Talk for a moment about what else Congress ought to do in order to give you all the toolbox you need to.
Republican senators, get Discord out of your fucking mouth. What the fuck am I listening to right now? Oh my god.
I don't know why the fuck they're talking about Discord.
Why are you yapping about Discord? Jesus.
These predators and pedophiles.
Well, I think we need to go after the monetary backbone of this infrastructure like we discussed earlier. I think we also need to make parents across the country aware of how invasive some of these social media sites are and how much criminal enterprise is going on and how easily these kids can be sucked into it. And also, the only way, in my opinion, to do that, as Senator Klobuchar and I believe Senator Graham had stated, was, we need to work on Section 230. It's been too long since we've addressed it. Nobody's being held accountable. They're making money, and our youth is dying. And that's just unacceptable.
Well, we have that reform bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Welch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just at the outset, I just want to say what I think all of us believe, and that is that the political violence that is so afflicting our country, it doesn't matter whether it's from the right or the left. I mean, all of us have an obligation to fiercely advocate for our point of view. All of us have an obligation to respect people with whom we disagree. The folks we disagree with are our opponents, but they're not our enemies. And I hope all of us keep that in mind and do the best we can to set that example. I want to congratulate the FBI. I want to congratulate the Utah state and local law enforcement for the very good work that it did in apprehending the violent assailant of Charlie Kirk, and that is a terrible, terrible tragedy. Director Patel, at one point you made an announcement that the suspect was in custody. We got our man. It turned out that was not true. In fact, I think that was about 27 hours before the person now in custody was apprehended. Why did you make that statement?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you letting me address this. What the FBI does is not just locate and find suspects, but we also participate in eliminating subjects. And what we had at the time was a subject in custody in relation to this investigation. So in my commitment to work with the public to help identify subjects and suspects, I put that information out. And then when we interviewed him, I put out the results of that. And could I have been
Yeah, okay, anyways.
more
just don't
careful
keep
in
me
my
happy.
verbiage and included an a subject instead of subject? Sure, in the heat of the moment, but I was doing the best
without,
I could.
In all candor, I don't quite get that, because if we have our man, that would suggest to the public
Are you still
that
watching the
everybody
KASH PATEL
can
shit?
rest
Of
and
course.
relax and not then
Cringe.
continue to provide
God
information
damn,
to local
that's
law
Less than
enforcement.
less
and
than
to
an
you.
hour
So
left.
that was a mistake.
I don't see it as a mistake. I
God.
see it as something working with the public to identify that there was a subject
So if
in
you put out
custody.
if you put out a statement that says we've got our man, and in fact it turns out that you didn't have your man, that's not a mistake.
But that's not what I said.
Well, I'll go on. That's my understanding. A second thing that is really important in the FBI, but it's important in every agency, is that the folks who are doing good work get supported for the work they're doing. And a number of highly successful FBI agents have been let go. And I want to just ask you a little bit about that. You know who Brian Driscoll is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And my understanding is he served at the FBI for over 18 years. You agree?
I believe that's accurate.
Special agent in charge of the Newark office. He was commander of the FBI's hostage rescue team. That's a very prestigious and responsible position. Correct?
It is.
Section chief of the Critical Incident Response Group's tactical section. You've got to be pretty good to get that high responsibility. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
He oversaw 55 SWAT teams, and they're like the elite of the elite, right? They go in to the dangerous situations, right? He got a Medal of Valor for his participation in a raid on ISIS terrorist Abu Sayyaf, who had kidnapped American citizens Kyla Mueller, right? Mueller? Is that
Yeah,
right?
I know.
You're in agreement, right?
I know Kayla Mueller's family. Yes, I know this.
Okay, and he got Kurt Meyer, somebody who had barricaded himself in a bar after he killed 4 people and wounded 2. And Driscoll was part of the team that went in there and took that guy out, right?
I don't have all the details, but I'll take your word for it, Senator.
And he got into trouble when Emil Bove demanded a list of FBI agents who investigated January 6th, and was apprehensive that what did happen ultimately would happen, and that is those folks would get fired. I mean, do you agree with me that a boss who stands up for his subordinates when they did the job that was asked of them is a stand-up person and somebody to be admired?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
But Driscoll got fired, right?
Again, that matter is under litigation, and the matter you referenced occurred before I was
Okay, but
director.
let's just keep it really narrow here. He's fired, right?
Yes, he was terminated.
And he has to be, there's somebody communicates to him that he's terminated, correct?
That's my job.
That's your job. So you communicated to him that he was fired.
I did.
So, I have a hard time with this, because that record suggests to me that this person is like worthy of consideration for the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and he got fired.
But there's also a record of other information that was available, and now that this matter is pending litigation, we will get that out in due course. But as
Okay,
you can
the
agree.
so-called, so you've got, quote, other information that you see as a valid basis to fire somebody who, from what I can tell, had an absolutely outstanding record and who crossed the threshold of getting in trouble because he was standing up for agents serving under him who did work that was assigned to them that happened to be related to the January 6th uprising.
Again, you're correlating based on your information the reasons for his termination, and I'm telling
No,
you.
that's right. Let me ask you another question. When you were here, you were rightly critical, not here actually, I guess it was on Cash's corner. You were rightly critical of the way that the previous FBI director used the FBI jet. And you said you wanted to ground Chris Wray's private jet travel that he pays for with taxpayer dollars to hop around the country. Let me ask you this. On the weekend of, according to flight tracker data, on the weekend of March 7th, an FBI plane flew round trip from D.C. to Las Vegas, and you attended a UFC fight with Mel Gibson, and I'll show you that. Is that you, and is that true?
Yeah, you want to know the difference? I live in Las Vegas. I'm allowed to go home. I didn't leave a congressional hearing early on an FBI jet to dodge questions.
All right. Then on April 5th, you attended a hockey game in New York City. You don't live there, right?
No, I don't.
By the way, everyday FBI agents who are assigned in Washington don't get to fly home on a private jet.
Well, this is a great point. Do you know why I have to use a private jet? Because Congress made it mandatory.
Okay. In April 5th, well, we didn't make it mandatory that you go to UFC games with Mel Gibson.
Are you telling me I can't go home?
You got to use some judgment here.
So when I'm at home, I can't do what I'm doing when I go home. Everybody else is allowed to go home.
Let me
just not
keep going. No, I'm glad you go home. I love to go home, but I don't go home on a private jet. On April 5th,
They're not mandated to do so.
You attended a hockey game in New York City with Wayne Gretzky, and Flight Tracker says the FBI jet took you to and from New York City, where you don't live, right?
That's correct.
And on April 12th, on the following weekend, you attended a UFC fight in Miami, also on the FBI.
Yikes!
Right?
They're calling him out for all of his using private jets to like go do the FBI private jet to go to like hockey games, UFC games, blah blah, UFC fights. Ooh. And no one would have cared if he wasn't calling that other people out for doing that in the past. And he goes ahead and does it himself. Aww. Turns out you kind of like the private jet when it's available to you, buddy.
Don't you? You like private jets, Hannah.
True.
What's the cost to the taxpayer for those 3 flights?
I don't want to.
I pay the commercial equivalent per the regs and the law.
Fuck.
And so, just so you know, when you are comparing me to prior directors,
I asked what the cost was, and you don't know. I take it.
Yeah, and what I've done with the use of the private jet is use Andrews Air Force Base versus Reagan National as what the other directors have done to save the taxpayer dollars.
Bottom line here, you flew home to Las Vegas. There's nobody else in the FBI who gets paid. They have to pay their own way if they want to go home, right? I mean, right?
Well, that's not accurate. Depending on where you're stationed, the FBI covers the bill to get home.
So are you telling me that FBI agents who are assigned in Washington, but who may live in Charlotte, they get paid by the FBI?
Sometimes they do, yes.
Right. Another thing I want to say is this. Our local law enforcement has been stiffed. About $500 million in cop grants have been taken out of the budget. Those really help us in Burlington. They help us in Rutland. They really are important. And why in the world would we be cutting those cop grants when we need that local law enforcement, in part to partner with you?
Well, I think
you support that?
I think you're speaking to the Department of Justice grants, which I don't adjudicate, but also Vermont, just like every other state, has received a plus-up of FBI personnel.
Well, I'll tell you, that's not what we're seeing. The other thing, my understanding is that there's a requisition or an effort to get another plane for the FBI that would cost about $72 million. Is that right?
That's inaccurate. The FBI, because the jet, as you call it, is not my jet. We use it for operational needs. We use it for FTOX. We use it for HRT.
But that's the one you fly in, right?
We have multiple fixed-wing assets, and one of them is on a wildly expensive lease that I deemed a waste of money, and I'm looking for a replacement in which the government can procure assets permanently.
Well, I would welcome you submitting to this committee the cost information about the jets that are under consideration. And according to our research, the specifications that are included in this request would result in an expenditure of between $72 million and $80 million.
That's inaccurate, but I'll happily get you the right numbers.
I welcome getting the specific information.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Get cooked, Kash Patel. He just destroyed you.
Destroy that big old pussy.
He literally just used like
get closer.
the memes to destroy him too. It was great.
Comey became
kind of funny.
FBI director 2013.
Look how much you're spending on your fights.
Like
look how much.
when
Oh, you
I
want to
became
buy?
ranking
It's just
member
like
in
the
the middle
meme
of a
stuff is
Congress.
great.
That's kind of funny.
Or I was ranking member.
Because they yap
Comey
about it all the
needed an
time.
excuse to come
Democrats
to
wasting
Iowa,
money.
someplace in Iowa for a family
Your guys'
reunion.
turn to get hit.
He wanted to meet with me in Waterloo, Iowa.
You guys don't do that often.
True. All right, just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Hello, hello. For all the bots and maybe real people that exist in this stream, I'm going to go make dinner. Have fun.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna grab my groceries soon.
Hell yeah.
Coming in about 20 minutes, so.
Coming?
Coming in 20 minutes.
Coming?
I'm coming everywhere.
Come. Based. Alright, we'll see you in a bit,
What are
buddy.
you gonna make? What are you making?
Spaghetti.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah,
I'll
buddy.
talk to you later.
Talk to you in a sec. Bye. Alright.
I'll just mute myself.
Oh, sweet.
Whoop whoop. Hey, hey, buddy.
Instead of they open instead of an untraceable, unhackable phone being out there, what they do, they label it as an enemy asset, and then they basically pushed it away. Like, look what they did with the Huawei phone, for example, right? The Huawei was apparently being monitored by the Chinese government, right? And they pushed that out the public spotlight, blackbarred it from most government organizations from using it, and all of a sudden it was out of the public spotlight, and everyone went back to using Samsung, right? An American puppets company, right? Or Apple, an American puppet company.
Based.
Yeah.
I love American puppet companies.
Okay, I don't need the American dick suck here. Okay, we're talking about conspiracies right now.
Based. I'm with it.
Now, DARPA, for example, right? They're a very shady company with a very shady list of donors, but no one knows exactly where they get their funding from. But apparently, they're a non-profit. But they're also a U.S. government agency worth $4.37 billion, working on the most top secret fucking projects known to man. Including when they were openly accused back in the 1960s, as I mentioned before, with Jonah, whatever his name was, specifically where brain chips, inserting in the base of your cerebral cortex, specifically. For the main purpose of whoever fucking knows, because the project was apparently not a real thing, and then all of a sudden, it gets, out of public perception. The people who try and whistleblower at these things, all of a sudden they're labeled as conspiracy theorists and crazy people, and then all of a sudden 2020 rolls around and Elon Musk unveils something that no one was talking about. Something known as, what is it? The Neuralink. The Neuralink is is very shady on its own, and I would never be getting one.
I mean, even OpenAI was founded by Elon Musk and this other guy.
And artificial intelligence pops up overnight, despite the US government having it for over 40 years at that point.
Oh, is it a conspiracy chat? Oh, it is actually.
It's actually a conspiracy. Holy shit! I thought that guy was in my room immediately. I was like, golly. Hey Casper, how's it going? Oh, also, why am I so low? Brother, give me a second. Let me do the crop. Let's do like 125 maybe? Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at that. I want to talk about conspiracies. Conspiracies make me want to die, though. Like, internally, I'd rather meme on Twitter and debate people about Charlie Kirk. You know? You know what I'm saying? So 37 viewers is wild. Oh, so no conspiracy theories right now? Fair enough. Fair enough. No, I don't want to make you feel like I feel. Do you want to join your room? Do you want me to join your room, or I can stay and chat? It's up to you. You can join in if you want to debate. There will be people that will join in. It is a matter of time for these fools. They can't help themselves. They're gluttons for punishment, you know? If you want to join in on lambasting them, you're more than welcome. Is what I would say to that. Shit, I might just get off of, I might just stop playing Satisfactory. I might just play something that requires a little bit less effort. Shit, I might just play some Helldivers. Oh wait, no, let me play some Schedule 1. Duh. Based. That's fine if you don't want to. You're more than welcome. Do what's best for you, you know? Never pressure you to do something that would put you in a worse mood. Hey, what's going on? Hello, hello? Damn. Llama Meth Gang. Casual. Stand blue pilled. I'd feel better fucking maggots' heads, but that involves me leaving the cold part of my house and the hot part to the hot part. You're good then, Casper. They'll come in. You can what's the word? Live vicariously through the through the stream. Not a problem. Holy buckets. What do we got? Lol keck. Is that all the meth? Oh, it is. Bless.
That would be great, yeah. It'll be good once the maggots start joining my room. Let me make it a little bit more tasty for them to want it. /name or /name or no, it's ..rename. Charlie Kirk debate /status. That would be hype. Yeah, it's random. My view count just stuck at 36. It's so weird. Who's our head of state? Not head of state, Jesus. Wow, libs of TikTok just FAFO'd. Fucking Jimmy Kimmel. They really want a person on the left to get murked. That's what they want. Why is Trump tweeting out? Why is he commenting about media anchors or like media like talk show hosts getting fired? It's such a weird thing for the president of the United States to be yapping about. It's so weird though. It doesn't even make sense. Like at least you'd think there'd be some like semblance of like sanity with what's going on. I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. More great news, another horrible person unemployed. Yeah, it's just God, they like celebrate getting people fired is just so weird to me. Sweet. Hell yeah. Good shit. McClintock. Fuck, I spelled his name wrong. Doc and Mills. Y'all are respectable peeps. That's how you be nonpartisan. Good shit. At least they have the stones to be.
Oh my god, are the bots back? Wait, he's suing Jimmy Kimmel also now? Or wait, was he already doing that? Trump, ABC, Jimmy, Kim lawsuit. No way. Okay, he threatened Jimmy Kimmel over his concerted effort to lie to the American people by claiming Charlie Kirk killer was a supporter of Donald Trump. Holy shit. Carr, during an appearance at the Benny Johnson show on Wednesday, said that FCC may need to pursue remedies against Kimmel if ABC does not discipline him first. The Trump-appointed chair said he can certainly see a path forward for suspensions for Kimmel at minimum. Frankly, when you see stuff like that, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, Carr said. Okay, let's just do the simple video. Let's just watch it. Jimmy. Okay, MSNBC. Let's see what you guys.
Breaking news: ABC has just announced here that they will be preempting the very well-known show Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely. That's confirmed by ABC, and it comes at a very tense time with many of the issues we've been covering tonight.
Holy shit!
There was a backlash on the right because Jimmy Kimmel, after the Charlie Kirk shooting, made the statement that he viewed, quote, new lows with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and with everything they can to score political points from it, end quote. I've just read part of what Jimmy Kimmel had said.
Okay, if this news anchor doesn't, if they're just, this is just like a purely reporting thing, and they're just reporting on what's happening that's cool. No, I'm gonna be annoyed. He better say this is fucked up. He better say this is fucked up.
Which includes what sounds like an inaccurate reference to the shooter. We've followed, of course, that case closely on this broadcast. Andrew Weissman, DOJ and FBI veteran, is here with me. And I kind of want to start with saying this is a pretty big piece of news when you look at the backlash or punishment of speech, something we've been covering. Right. Also, I would say in a news broadcast, if that were on ABC, you would be probably expected to issue corrections or deal with any material that, deliberately or not, over time became inaccurate, right? I don't actually have the exact date of that statement. I just wanted to let viewers know that. And the FCC leader under Donald Trump had also publicly called for this outcome. So there's been both public but specific government pressure. Your reaction to this news?
Well, one, it's worth taking a pause because we will learn more about exactly what the statements are and sort of how this came about. When I hear this, I divide it very much as you said. What has the government done versus what has a private actor like ABC done? So first, with respect to the government, that's where it's exactly the conversation we were just having with Katie. The government needs to be really respectful of different viewpoints, even when you think that what is being said is inaccurate or deplorable or both. And so that to me is the more problematic thing, where you'd want to know exactly what were they doing, because you really are not supposed to engage in sort of viewpoint discrimination. Now, a private actor is a very different story. The private actor is entitled to voice their opinions and what they have to say. But a company can also have certain, restrictions on what they do. But again, news organizations, they both have to be accurate. They have to be fair. They, as you know, from time to time will issue retractions and corrections. But also, news organizations should be the first to be defending the First Amendment.
Yes, and while we are just getting this is brand new. Yep. We know that Brendan Carr, the FCC chief, had talked about this and talked about potentially using government power and fines. He said they really should pull Kimmel. We've been covering what has been both the widespread condemnation of the terrible political violence connected to the Kirk shooting. At least the governor and others have discussed it in that manner. That case goes forward. But then you have the fact that Donald Trump has agitated against Jimmy Kimmel for years around the Colbert ending of that show, which the parent company said was a business financial decision. Trump darkly posted Kimmel is next. They have been feuding for years. And so even for those who might be very justifiably concerned about any statement or misstatement about that violence or Kirk, how do you view this from the oversight perspective of whether or not this has to also be reviewed for whether the government was trying to do the political bidding of the president to get rid of a critic?
Yeah, well, look, CEG Lisa Cook, where that is exactly what she is saying, which is that she is being targeted.
So this guy's like, they're rolling over, they're showing their stomach to Trump, and makes sense, I guess, that they would do that. So fucking, it's just sickening. Alright. Oh. Dean Withers, Destiny. What's that guy's name? Shit. Oh. There's 3. Easy. Eat my cock. Based. Alright. Done with Twitter for a bit. I need to move on with my life. Yowza. What's going on?
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much, man. It's popping.
Nothing much. How's your day going?
Pretty good, man. Streaming.
That's cool.
Yo, what's up, Cosmic? What do you wanna chat about?
So, I saw, like, what do you mean by Charlie Kirk debate? Like, what did you want to debate on?
Anything. What are you? Are you interested in defending Charlie Kirk? Are you a fan of Charlie Kirk?
You know, I did like some of his views, but, you know, I didn't necessarily agree with everything, because, it's not, I mean, it's possible, but it's not realistic to have the same exact views as somebody, precisely down to the penny, but...
Of course, you never
I mean,
can be, otherwise they'd be you, right? Props.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that, I guess my thoughts on that would be, I think taken as a whole, he was, like, reprehensible. That's what I'd say to that. What's up, AFK for life?
What's up?
Nothing much, just trying to yap about Charlie Kirk. If you're interested.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Do you want to debate on it as well? You want to hop in or just listen?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. What do you, guess what are you yapping about? I guess I can just listen, you know, interject or whatever.
Are you guys? We were just, Shingo was just explaining why he thought he was, like, okay.
I mean, I definitely did agree with a lot, but I also did, like, go against a lot of what he said, too, because I do think that he did have some questionable views, but another thing, a lot of what he was said was taken out of context, and that did make a lot of people not like him because they didn't understand why he was saying the things that he was saying.
Like what, for example?
So you know when he said, whenever he sees a black pilot, he hopes that they're, like, licensed or whatever he said?
He hopes they're qualified, yeah.
Yeah, the context of that, I believe he was talking about how whatever airline it was, they were trying to implement something where it had to be 40% African American pilots.
Yeah, United Airlines, yeah. Yeah, he was referring to DEI, yeah.
It's just a lot of different things, just like that. A lot of it was taken out of context, and people were using it to pay.
What's the taken out of context on that?
He was talking about this airline that was trying to implement a thing. It's specifically 40% black day, which could have been used in a sense of like, oh, they could just be hiring random people.
Do you think that they're gonna hire people that aren't qualified just because they have to have like a?
Yes, it's United Airlines.
Yeah, so no.
They'd
So
be
what
hiring
he's saying
incompetent pilots?
No. So what he's saying is that whenever DEI is implemented, the amount of experience one has, merit, whatever they call it, it like falls down. It's like he said relax.
But that's not true, right? That's not what DEI actually aims. It doesn't lower the standards at all. It more or less just makes their. By the way, I don't like defend DEI or whatever. I'm just saying like all that DEI did, especially like the affirmative action thing in school, it didn't make less qualified people take those spots. It just said, hey, you need to have like X amount of people per, I guess, category or race or whatever. Which I'm not even a big defender of DEI, but like, the people aren't less qualified. They're just saying like, hey, you need to have more of this race, for example, like more African American pilots. It has nothing to do with their qualifications. That's just like a dog whistle.
So I'm kind of confused. So let's take affirmative action, because at its core is like, it's similar to DEI. So we have a bunch of qualified individuals, right?
Yes, everyone's qualified that's applying. Everyone. Like, you do realize that if you're getting into Harvard, for example, you're qualified. They don't just throw somebody in there with like a 3.5 GPA and a 28 on their ACT.
Yeah, but I think his argument was that certain individuals were more qualified than others.
How would you know that? Would you look at all the applications of students?
No, but I mean.
So then, how could you say that or think that?
I mean, it's like that's what it entails, though. Like this affirmative action.
Would you be able to show that anywhere?
Well, because I don't have any data.
Well, you're the one who's making the claim. Why would I need to provide data to counter your claim?
Yeah, but it's entailed. Cause,
it's not entailed.
That's what, affirmative action. Yeah, that's what affirmative action stands for, no?
I'm not a defender of affirmative action, but like you obviously don't know like what it is. Like affirmative action doesn't say, hey, you have to pick people that are less qualified to do this job. All it says is like, hey, you have to have like a split where there needs to be X amount of people that are. I guess,
so whenever that happens, so whenever that happens, it's obvious that all the things are so it's like this, okay? It's a racial quota, right?
Correct. You need, but just because there's a quota, it doesn't mean those people aren't qualified automatically.
Yeah,
the implication when you're saying that is that they're hiring that black people could never be qualified enough to do those positions.
No, that's actually not true, because even Charlie Cook stated, "I hope he's qualified." Does not mean he isn't qualified.
That's the implication, though. That's what the implication is saying, that due to DEI, it removes the quality of the people that are. Yeah, that's 100% what it's saying.
It's because standards are going to be lower.
Why would standards be lower if there's still you still have to meet certain requirements to have the job?
How do you know that? How do you know
that? How do I know that? Because they have like certain standards that you need to meet to be hired to do the job.
Oh, okay. If that is the case, right, we have, there's certain standards that one must have in order to be considered qualified.
Yep,
okay?
That's correct.
And then we have people who are like overdoing it, right? They're overqualified, right?
Yeah, there can be people that are overqualified for jobs. That's true. That can happen.
Yeah, I'm saying perhaps, suggesting that those individuals that are overqualified are, disregarded, right?
Why would you want someone who's overqualified for a position? Wouldn't you want them to do a different job that would utilize their talents and their economic output better?
Why wouldn't I want the really good pilot?
So you're saying that okay, so by that logic, every person who flips burgers, it would be ideal if all those people had a bachelor's degree, because overqualified means that you'll have the best quality of burger from McDonald's, right? That's essentially what you're saying.
That is right, actually.
That's stupid. We have low skill jobs, we have medium skill jobs, we have high skill jobs for a reason.
So you're saying that it wouldn't be better for someone to be overqualified in a certain job? You're saying that wouldn't be a good thing, right?
If somebody was overqualified, I don't necessarily think that. No, because that would be bad to have someone who's overqualified. It'd be bad if positions in your economy were being broadly filled by overqualified individuals, because their qualifications, their skill could be put to better use economically in other positions and other sectors in your economy.
Yeah, I agree, but okay, what about a pilot who's overqualified? That's such a specific thing.
Well, how can you be overqualified to be a pilot? What would make you overqualified?
So hold on. So you're saying we should only be aiming at the minimum?
Did I say that?
Well, that's what you're. No, that's literally what you're saying.
No, you're the one who's saying we need to have overqualified people doing jobs.
So when I say overqualified, that can mean many things. That can mean a little more above the minimum, right?
Well, yeah, then they wouldn't be overqualified if they're a little bit above minimum.
They're so if someone is at the minimum, that means that they're qualified. If they're a little above the minimum, that means that they're overqualified because they're past that qualification, right? What is the minimum? They're doing above that.
How do you know that there's people who are overqualified that are losing those positions? So we're talking there's entry level positions in for pilots that are that were given to people who didn't have any of the entry level requirements?
Yeah. So
I just think that would be illegal. I think they would that entire company would have been given a cease and desist if they were having people who were not qualified to fly planes flying planes.
Yeah. So no, that's not what I'm. No, obviously they're qualified if they're flying planes.
So then what's the issue? I don't know what you're yapping about right now then.
It's because we want the best, right? Naturally.
We want the best? What makes you think they're not the best?
That's literally the context of what Charlie was saying.
That by definition wasn't the context of what Charlie was saying.
I literally just watched
the context of what Charlie Kirk was saying is that, well, if they're doing DEI, it's implicitly implied that these people will not be. Of course, I've watched the entire clip. Do you think I'm a little out of context, Andy?
Yeah. So can you? I assume that me and the other guy would appreciate it if you just didn't speak whenever someone tries to speak. True. Because you've done that. No, you have done it. You've done it a couple of times. Can you not do that? Okay. I'm talking to the guy who's Natty or whatever his name is. Yeah, anyway.
Natty? What are you yapping about?
That's your name.
Oh, Llama?
Nah, Llama, yeah.
Oh. Okay. No, I'm gonna keep yapping. It's my room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Along like a fat?
Yeah. It's crazy how that works, isn't it? This isn't a freedom of speech room.
Oh, so you don't care about freedom of speech?
Not in a private Discord call. Probably not.
Wait, this is private?
Yeah, it is.
Privated by who?
Me, the owner of the room. Do you want to do this cringe autistic thing right now, or do you want to keep talking about what we're talking about?
You said private. I mean, dude, come on. You wanted to do it, so.
Are you gonna keep whining and crying, or are you gonna keep going on your point?
No, it's fine though, bro. I just So what do you disagree with Charlie?
The whole DEI thing, like the whole people being unqualified just because they sought to do like certain quotas for pilots.
Yeah, so, and that's it? Like, that's the only one, or can you, like, list a couple of things? I actually want to know.
List a couple of things about what?
Like, the things you disagree with.
I thought I already made the point about his comment about black pilots.
Yeah, I'm asking. Yeah, okay, I understand. So that's it? Just like his comments about DEI?
Of course there's other things. Do you want me to, like, go down the list?
Yeah, I would like that. That's what I said.
No, you came in midway through the conversation and butted in. That's what you said. There was no...
Oh, that kid was hardly talking. Okay. That kid wasn't even talking.
We were literally going back and forth until you came in.
Highly doubt it. They were being quiet.
Okay, you ready? I have a very, very radical view on this, but I can defend it. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 has led to a permanent DEI-type bureaucracy that has limited free speech.
Alright, can you, like, tell me what that is? I'm a non-American.
The Civil Rights Act is where we essentially gave black people the right to vote and other rights. I think it made everyone able to vote, regardless of race, color, religion, sex.
Okay,
there was no discrimination on those immutable traits in terms of being able to vote and, like, being granted labor, like laws applying to everybody, regardless of those immutable traits. Like, you couldn't discriminate, basically. Do you defend that?
So, defend what?
Do you defend that comment?
What? Sorry, you said, like, something Civil Rights Act that gave everyone rights. Yeah, what about that?
He has a he said, and I quote, "I have a very, very radical view on this, but I can defend it. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 has led to a permanent DEI-type bureaucracy that has limited free speech."
Oh, well, like what was he, like, saying? Like, what was he referring to? That's kind of like...
You think that what's vague about it? If you don't know what the Civil Rights Act is...
No, I understand, but I would need that to be, like, he needs to elaborate on that.
I think that there's not much elaborating to go on for that. I think him even saying that is abhorrent.
Well, how would you know? He might have, like, some...
There's no good explanation for that. No. That's like saying, I have a radical view, but I think discrimination against Indian people being illegal, I think that's fucked up. There's no defending that. That's a horrible racist position to have.
Wait, Indian is a race?
What?
Yeah. Is Indian a race?
Is Indian a race?
Yeah.
Like Native Americans in America. I mean, yeah, technically Indians. Native Americans?
Oh, when you say Indian, I'm thinking, like, people from India.
Well, I'm talking about America. I don't know why I'd bring up a... I mean, I guess Indian, or like people from India probably make up a good percentage. I don't know what the percentage breakdown is in America, but either way, it's still besides the point. There's no defending, you don't need more context to understand that point if you say something like that.
Yeah, but so he's saying that they've contributed to the bureaucracy of something DEI? What?
The Civil Rights Act has led to a permanent DEI-type bureaucracy that has limited free speech. So he's saying the fact that we're no longer allowed, that act that made it to where you couldn't discriminate based off sex, religion, race, ethnic origin, he believed though that created a bureaucracy that limited free speech. So boo-hoo, it sucks that we can't discriminate. It's limited our free speech.
Wait. Oh. Wait, so he's basically saying that because of that act, now he can't say whatever he wants.
No, he
Well,
can.
he's
No,
welcome.
that all that act does is it does not allow you to discriminate based off those things in terms of like labor laws, like voting laws. Like you can't not hire somebody on the basis of their like sex, their religion, their race.
Well, he was maybe confused. I don't know.
No, he definitely
'Cause
wasn't confused. He literally, in his own words, he even said that he had a radical view on it, and then he proceeded to go on and try to defend it, which I think he fell short on. If you want to watch the video on that, you're more than welcome.
Yeah. Can I see that? Like, was he debating someone or?
Yeah, you can look it up. If you
Really?
think I'm
Okay,
taking, if you think that I'm making this up, then that's a you thing. I'll link it in the side chat for you.
Oh no! I trust you. Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's your question?
Do you value human life?
Do I value human life? Probably sometimes. Just depends.
Well, what does it depend on?
Depends on, like, do I value people that are on death row for committing, like, heinous, like, crimes? No, I don't really value their lives. Not really. Do I value somebody do I value the life of a person who's brain dead, who's hooked up to machines to keep them alive? Probably not. Probably not really. Do I value a 10-cell fetus in the womb? Probably not. I probably don't value that human life. Probably not.
Yeah, so can you give me like
moral consideration is given based off of certain things.
Yeah, can you give me like a list of those requirements?
How about you just ask me examples if I would value that human life, and then we can go off that. I'm not going to give you this huge moral. You're asking for me to give you like a book. You give me an example, and then you can maybe give me some examples, and then you can map on those to like, and then try to find some inconsistencies. How about that?
Yeah, like, okay, so so like whether you value human life or not depends on the example.
For sure, there's like things that would.
Whoa. So I mean, like, isn't there like requirements? Like,
of course, there's requirements when it comes to whether or not we give human life moral consideration.
I have a specific question. I guess. Do you think that Charlie Kirk deserved to die?
I don't think anyone should die like that is due to like political violence. No, that's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, you know, the guy apparently had like a trans girlfriend. That's what I heard.
You mean boyfriend?
Anyways, are we ready to like?
Yeah, that's his boyfriend.
Are we ready for the next question?
Yeah, okay, I'll give you a scenario. So we got someone who's like mentally disabled, so obviously not as conscious as.
I'm sorry, continue. What would you say?
We have someone who is mentally disabled or someone who has, I don't know, dementia, and they're obviously not as conscious as you, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yeah, so would you grant them, like, would you give them moral consideration?
Do I grant people with dementia moral consideration? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what about someone who's disabled?
Like, what kind of disability? Are they on a ventilator, have no brain activity disabled? Or do they have, like, are they missing an arm disabled?
Oh, so it's like based on a degree.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Everything's based on a degree.
So, okay, so where do we draw the line?
Where do I draw the line on granting someone moral consideration?
Yeah, when it comes to consciousness, is your requirement.
Probably when there's like the cessation of brain activity, that's probably when I would no longer grant that moral consideration.
You said sensation of brain activity.
Yeah, the complete and total cessation of brain activity, yes.
Yeah, so what does that, wait, what does that mean?
I don't know, Chief. Maybe you should, like, look it up.
That's it? You don't know I should look it up? Wow.
if you don't know the cessation of like brain activity, what that means, you're probably not capable of having a conversation like this. Is what I would say to that.
Yeah.
It's like talking
Yeah,
basketball and you don't even know like what a foul is. Like you don't even know what traveling is. Like why would I even bother having a conversation like that with you? Why would I even bother talking ball with you?
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
True.
Yeah, you're always right. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. What is that? Can you say what it is again?
I think the words I use in the sentence that I put together in telling you the total cessation of brain activity kind of describes exactly what that means. If you don't have those words like in your vocabulary, then that just sounds like a skill issue, dog.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Meaning brain dead. Brain dead.
That's what it means?
Maybe you really didn't have those words in your vocabulary.
Wait, brain sedation? What?
Do you want me to give you a definition of every word I use in that sentence to help you put it together?
I mean, you can just put it simply.
That is as simply as I can. The other user in here literally said, like, brain dead. That's probably about as simple as it gets.
Oh, okay. So there's this degree of brain dead.
No,
right?
there's no
how many
degree. It's either you're brain dead or you're not brain dead.
Really? So how is brain deadness? How's that measured?
In the total cessation of brain activity. The total stopping. The complete stop, halt. It's over. Brain no longer is sending signals. Other than like typical like bodily responses, like you'll still have your heart. You still have your heart pumping. You don't need your brain for your heart to pump.
Yeah. So that brain dead.
Well, technically you do, but you have machines that you'll be hooked up to that will continue that.
Yeah, so
you might need to be on a breathing machine because you need your brain to breathe, but
and machines to force you to force feed you, so your body gets the nutrients it needs. Yeah.
All right. So according to you, right? Since that brain dead individual, so according to you, a brain dead individual, if they were killed, there would be nothing wrong with that.
I think it just, well, nothing wrong with that. Killed, like unconsensually killed, like by whoever would be in charge of them, because you know there'd be someone that would be presiding over them, right? They'd have a guardian.
No. Let's assume they were just killed somehow by a murderer. I don't know. They died. They were killed.
They died. They were killed by a murderer. I'm assuming if they didn't get the consent of, I mean, yeah, that would be wrong because they wouldn't have gotten the consent of whoever was presiding over that person.
So, are you a vegan?
No, do you think I'm retarded?
Yeah, so you care about... Wait, do you see where I'm gonna go with this?
No, keep going with it. I'm waiting for you to, like, figure it out.
I'm not a vegan myself, but...
I understand that, Casper.
Really, why is that?
No, I was talking to someone in the chat. No, what did you say? What's the point you're trying to get to? That you're really struggling to get to?
There's nobody in the chat.
Continue with what you're saying. I'm waiting.
Okay, so we have an animal, right, who's...
I don't grant animals moral consideration.
Wait, why?
Because they're not humans.
Okay, what's a human? That's gonna be circular.
What's a human? No, I mean there's like there's like a scientific explanation. Do you need me to like Google the scientific definition of like what a human is for you? Is that what we need to do now?
Wait, so you're not granting them?
Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the like genome
and then like the rough phenotype for humans, and then we can. Is that what you need me to do right now? Or do we have some like, or can we have like a pragmatic like shared understanding of like what humans are, so we don't get stuck in like philosophy hell?
Yeah, so you're saying, well, I don't grant them moral consideration because they're not a human.
It's yeah, that's not
That's
human.
it.
I don't value non-human consciousness.
Interesting. Well, what if your mother's brain was?
I'm waiting.
Wait, what if
Just yap, dude. I don't know why you're like laughing. Like you're not. It doesn't make you sound smarter or like you're getting in one edgewise. I'm waiting.
Yeah. So, what if your mother's body, right? We took the brain and we swapped it with that of an animal, but.
We swapped the if I swap the brain of my mom and put it into a dog.
Yeah.
I don't. That's not like possible.
Yeah, but if
Like
it
what
were
you're
possible.
what you're saying like isn't possible though. Like in our current like.
Wait, is that an appeal to possibility?
Is it appeal to like I'd have to like really like think hard about that if I'd grant that moral consideration, because I don't know if that ever will be possible.
Well, how do you know that?
How do I know that? I mean, I don't know. Like I don't think the science has ever been able to indicate that we even would ever be able to technically make that happen.
Yeah, so you don't know.
So even if I granted you that, where do you feel like you're getting in edgewise in this argument?
So.
No, I'm asking you. Let's say I did grant you that. What's the next step to your dialogue tree? If I granted you that, I would give, like, if the mom's brain switched into the dog's body, and like I granted that moral consideration, what's the next part of that?
Yeah, so that just means you're not consistent, because.
Why is that? Why would I not be consistent?
Your so-called mother has animal consciousness.
Well, didn't you say the brain of her would be in the body of a dog?
Define consciousness.
Define consciousness? So you want to get into like philosophy, like hell, that's what you want to do. Like, okay. All right, let me look up human consciousness for you. Because I thought we could like have like to some degree shared understandings of like definitions, and then we could have like a pragmatic conversation about it, even though we probably have different like philosophical understandings. So that's fine. Consciousness at its simplest is an awareness of a state or object, either internal to oneself or in one's external environment. However, its nature has led to millennium analysis, explanations, and debate among philosophers. Like, roughly, awareness of a state or object, either internal to oneself or in one's external environment. And then, human. Do you need me to give you the definition of human? Is that what you need so we can, like, move on? Or do you disagree with that?
Yeah, sorry I wasn't listening. My bad.
Yeah, I think I'm done with this one.
Wait, but
you're just like bad faith.
Wait.
You're just like bad faith.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm gonna admit, yeah, I am. But.
And you haven't like pointed out any contradictions, also, or any flaws in my reasoning, or inconsistencies.
Well, your first reason, like when you said, what is it like? I grant the moral consideration because they're human. That is like a logical fallacy.
Explain why it's a logical fallacy.
Because, like, why? Because they're human. You're just gonna repeat the premise.
That is correct. Do you want to be like? Do you want to be like a like reductionist? Like, do you want to just infinitely like? Do you feel as though you need to infinitely reduce concepts and ideas down in order to like be? And that's what you have to do in order to be like consistent, like logically consistent.
I mean, yeah, Reductio is pretty cool. It's my favorite spell from Harry Potter. Reductio. Expelliarmus.
I think this guy is just like fucking retarded at this point and is not really actually engaging what you're saying.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm retarded.
He's pretty much just asking you to define everything that you say.
Yeah.
For the lulz.
Okay, wait. No, hold on.
But like he's like chuckling the whole time, like he feels like he's like getting one in edgewise. He just like sounds retarded.
No. Okay. Can I be honest? I have this chuckle thing going on because there's like a cartoon playing in the back, so.
I think you have the chuckle thing going on due to like maybe. I mean, I'll grant you maybe like a 95 IQ. I think that's probably
really.
I think that's probably the underpinning of that, if I had to guess.
Oh my god. So like, what does that mean? I'm level 1, like 95? Like, I'm confused. What does that mean? Like,
I know you're confused.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be consistent with that, because you probably think IQ is like, like, what's your opinion? Dude.
You're laughing at the cartoon again?
True.
Are you watching Ed, Ed and Eddie?
Okay. No, I'm watching a. Yeah, I am watching a cartoon.
You kind of sound like that guy Ed, but who was it? Ed, the one, the singular D.
True.
It's all goofy.
The like Sid the Sloth looking one.
He's like, hey, Double D. Yeah.
Really? Okay, man. It's not nice.
I don't think people should be nice to you. I think you should be bullied until you like act like a normal, like adult human being who knows how to like engage in like social interaction without just being retarded.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I would say to that.
Damn. Okay, I'll try that.
Be good. Probably be good for you.
Wait, what? What?
Probably.
Wait, you're agnostic? What are you leaning towards? Christianity or? Are you gonna answer?
I think that you've already demonstrated your inability to like have a good faith back and forth, and I don't know why I would entertain further conversation with you.
Yeah, I think you're scared.
True.
Scared little.
So terrified.
Scared little fella.
Damn, you
What
got
cartoons
me.
are you watching?
Sorry, what?
What cartoons are you watching?
I'm watching an anime. Yeah.
Oh my. Damn.
Is that funny?
No, kind of all just tracks.
Really?
That's what I would say to that.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh. So, what do you watch?
Really?
I just finished watching the Big Les show. Pretty good.
The big what? Big Lads?
Yeah, check it out.
Alright. Yo, what do you know about Dexter?
Never seen it.
Yeah,
But I hear it's about a serial killer. It's not a cartoon though.
Yeah, it's about well, like his moral justification for killing humans is that they've done wrong. Yeah, so yeah, he basically just targets criminals who have gotten away with it.
It's basically vigilante.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like Batman. Yeah. Yeah, and he's like pretty smart and like smirk about it. So yeah.
Be right back.
Do you think he would have killed Charlie Kirk?
No, so he has a moral code. Okay, so that's actually a really good question. So he has this code, right? And the person has to be like some sort of like a really bad person that affects others.
Well, then Charlie Kirk seems like he'd be the perfect victim.
Well, it depends, right? I mean, I don't know how exactly he does it, but like if he looks at a rapist or like a pedophile, yeah, he'll consider killing them.
What about
But he
debate?
also,
What
like-
about debate pedophiles?
Sorry, what?
What about debate pedophiles? Apparently Charlie Kirk was like a notorious debate pedophile.
What does that mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know.
Debating people who were like younger along in their debating career and journey, probably underage.
No, what is, yeah, well, what is? Yeah, so when you say young,
Raping them on the debates.
Raping them in
Yeah.
debate, that is correct.
Yeah, so in this context, when you call him like a debate pedophile, when you say young, that's arbitrary because that doesn't tell me anything.
Do you know what else is arbitrary?
What?
My nuts in your mouth. Do you know what else is arbitrary? My dick in your mom's ass. But you know, everything's relative if you really think about it.
No, actually, no, it's otherwise. No, I'm being serious. Like, if you think about, okay, I'm laughing, but if you think about it, every single definition is arbitrary, right? Because it depends on human perception.
Human perception on like me fucking your mom?
Yeah, that sentence is arbitrary. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's absolute.
Really? So would a Chinese person understand it?
I think so.
No, they wouldn't. Anyway.
See you later, retard.
No, I was gonna.
Finally.
Yeah, that guy was super fucking cringe. Jesus.
You were a good sport for a long time. I'll give you that.
Well, I wanted to have like a debate, and initially it seemed a little less fallacious, and it just like progressively, it just got worse and worse, and I was like, this is boring. So I started lolcacking, just memeing.
Yeah, I actually don't really know that much about Charlie Kirk. I've only like seen some clips of his debates and shit, and like heard like a handful of his points. And I'm not really religious. I don't really believe in the whole like fucking God and religion reasoning that a lot of some of these debaters make. But
Well, the problem with debating precepts is that it's all just circular and it's just boring. Because if you get down to like a meta ethics level, like you'll never be able to. You'll be at an impasse, which is what makes it so fucking boring. Like we need to have like to some degree like a shared understanding of terms and definitions, so we can have like a pragmatic conversation, irregardless of our like meta ethical views or whatever. Otherwise, what are we doing?
yeah.
Anyways, anyone else in here want to debate? Plus, I don't even know why we were having a DEI debate. That was stupid. What a waste of time. That shit got fucking... affirmative action literally got struck down by the Supreme Court, so like, who the fuck cares? Like, it's unfortunate, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought we were talking about Charlie Kirk.
True. Charlie Cuck, let's talk about him. Any thoughts, conservative?
Carly Chirk.
True. Did you watch the Senate hearing with KASH PATEL, conservative?
Oh yeah, that was horrible. That has to be like one of the worst Senate hearings I've ever seen.
Oh my god, I wrote notes. So
it's not my time. It's not your time. It's mine.
Oh my god, 21,000 arrests in Washington D.C. from August to September. which is fucking like the most retarded thing I've ever heard. But he actually updated that number midway through the hearing to 21 from 21 to 23,000. So that's cute. Just up those numbers, I guess, mid-hearing. Another 2,000 arrests happened during the course of like the hour and a half leading up to that moment. One of the Republican senators brought up apparently a secret room where Comey was hiding documents, computers, hard drives, soft and hard documents, which I don't know what the difference between a soft and a hard document is, that held information relating to Mueller and Comey. And then he asked, had these been reviewed, and would you be able to share what you have found? KASH's response, like everything, was, can't release anything as of now because they're still part of investigations, ongoing investigations.
I think at this point it's code for Daddy Trump won't let me release these, and so, you know.
Or there's just nothing, it's just like all bullshit.
I don't know, seeing how KASH Patel has like lied to people, I think what's in those documents is actually like pretty damning. And I think that he knows that if he releases this, then he not only does he lose his job, but also the administration like collapses down with it.
That'd be hype.
Are you talking about the Epstein files?
Not the the Mueller report.
The Mueller and Comey stuff, along with the Epstein stuff. Yeah, probably all that.
Hear what you said. You said what? Say it one more time.
All the information relating to Epstein, Comey, and Mueller.
I thought they released all the Mueller files. The fuck?
Nope. Apparently there was a hidden room that had a shit ton of stuff in it.
There were hidden Mueller files? The Russiagate conspiracy gets even deeper? Holy shit. Who could have guessed?
Hard documents, soft documents, hard drives and computers. All of it just hidden in a room in the back closet. I don't understand. To me it just seems like a joke meant to just stir up more agitation, and distraction from the real meat and potatoes, which is the Epstein files.
I love how they try to distract everyone and they're still talking about it. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I think it's just really funny. It's just so weird that all of the MAGA people just got super fucking quiet about the Epstein files. It's so weird. And if you talk about it with them, they get so angry. Like I was talking to some MAGA people a couple days ago, and I was just like, "Hey, what do you guys think about the Epstein files?" And they were like, "Oh, bullshit. If they would have released it, they could have released it under Biden. Why didn't they release it?"
Yeah, they just what about? They just a whataboutism. It's so cringe.
It's crazy though, because it'll be the same motherfuckers like here. They're like, release the Epstein files, release the Epstein files. They're all quiet now. They're all quiet.
Because it's irrelevant.
What happened?
True. They all shut the fuck up about it. It's so cute. It doesn't matter. They're all literally right now. They can't stand the fact that there's an orange tan line cock imprint on the side of their cheek from how much they've been gargling their leader's cock. And they don't even have the they don't even have the self-respect to like clean the cock stain off of their like cheek. That's what's the most embarrassing part of it.
That's crazy. Sorry, man. I'm gonna have to throw out all my Bill Clinton merch that I got. The hat, my shirt, all the shit I get from him. Yeah.
Fuck.
Bill Clinton in 1990, 1984, or 1981.
True.
What do you think, Collapse? What do you think about the Epstein files? I know you're.
Yeah, I mean, my position is clear. Him being a pedophile is like, it's irrelevant to the case that he is more than capable of being a good leader. That's all people care about.
So you're perfectly chill with Trump if it came out Trump was a pedo? Like,
of course.
Like if there's undeniable proof, you'd be like, it is what it is.
Yeah. I couldn't care any less. Yeah.
That's rough, dog. You should have some like.
When you vote for a president, you don't care about his morals.
You're so fucking wrong, and you're such a hypocrite because, yeah, that's just crazy. It's wild.
Why would unironically, if you're a conservative, let's just say you're like anti-abortion, like Trump being a pedophile is gonna like bring the kids back to life. So you think like Democrats are gonna murder babies, so obviously you're still gonna vote for Trump even if you think he's a pedophile.
True.
Look,
it's really bad though.
You don't have a stated position on anything. It's just whatever Trump does.
Wait, Collapse. Why would you? Wait, Collapse. Are you pro Trump?
Of course. He just defended, regardless of Trump being a pedophile or not.
Okay, so what makes it so that Trump is worth it? So if you have a pedophile and a non-pedophile, so I'm not saying Trump is a pedophile. I'm just saying the evidence thing to the case looks very strong. And if I was a betting person, I'd say maybe like 80% chance he's a pedophile. But I'm not saying he's a pedophile. I'm just saying I think it's very likely. Anyway, with that said, the hypothetical Trump pedophile, who's not actually a pedophile, but the hypothetical Trump pedophile, is running against Kamala Harris. Why would you pick the hypothetical pedophile over the non-pedophile?
Because it's not an Indian woman.
Yeah, I mean, we need a strong male leader who will unite the United States. And the fact is that demographics of the United States is becoming more diverse, and we need a strong leader to unite us together.
Are you even white, dog?
I'm Finnish. I don't know if that's white.
Are you like in America? Do you live in the United States?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Virginia.
Virginia?
Michigan?
Yeah.
You come like on a student
Because he's a
visa,
man.
or did you immigrate?
I just want to clarify this. The reason you would vote for the pedophile over
Wait, you're
the
an
non-pedophile
immigrant?
is because they're a man?
Yeah. But I'm the good ones, not the bad
You do
ones.
realize that like there's no
One of
such
the good
thing as the
immigrants.
good ones, dog. That like never has existed like throughout all time and every fascistic
Have you
like,
seen the
rule.
meme? Like, have you seen the meme where like
And every
if they're not that
fascistic
brown-
and every fascistic rule, the quote unquote good ones got.
Lamau,
worry about it, it's okay.
did you actually just say the reason you would vote for the pedophile over the non-pedophile is because they're a man?
Precisely.
The only reason you would pick the pedophile over the non-pedophile is because they're a man?
Precisely.
Your
and I
choice is
think
between
Trump
a
is the standard
pedophile and a woman, you choose the pedophile?
Well, you'd agree with me. Trump is the standard for good.
If being a pedophile would be the
Is the
absolute
standard for good?
would be like a standard for
What?
you
Yeah.
think being a pedophile is a standard for good?
No, I
You
already
think
said
being a
him
pedophile is the standard for good?
Well, I already said him being a pedophile is irrelevant. to
Why
his
is
capacity
that?
of being a
Because
good leader. Because
If-
somebody
no,
can
no,
be a
but-
I
pedophile
just
and be a good
asked you if you had two. No, collapse. You're not making any sense right now. I asked you. Wait, you don't. Wait.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I
What's
just
the
like
question?
was I way too charitable?
Yeah.
It's not that you think his policies outweigh him being a pedophile. You literally don't care that he's a pedophile. It's your view.
If he was a pedophile, yeah, he wouldn't care.
What?
It literally wouldn't
So
matter
what if
to
he
him.
was doing? What if he was doing more pedophilia as president? Like, what if he was like having kids on and off because he's a fucking pedophile president, or he was having the government look the other way for people engaging in pedophilia? You'd be okay with that?
Dude, if quality of life is going up, I couldn't care less.
Crazy.
Okay, so wait, now you're giving another reason. You're saying that you think quality of life would go up. Okay, cool. So that's different than what you just said. You said you didn't care. Now you're saying, well, actually, I think it's worth it because it's increasing quality of life. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, how is he increasing quality of life?
I don't know.
Isn't that pretty important to
You don't know.
if you're gonna be willing to
That seems
grant
pretty important
pedophilia?
for fucking pedophile. Yeah.
Look, all I need is TikTok to tell me he's gonna be a good leader.
All you
I
need is
don't
what?
care. TikTok to tell me he's a good leader. And
Oh, so you're just like memeing.
No, I'm serious.
So
I mean,
boring,
that's
dude. It's boring,
You could
dog.
ask
You're
Brad.
so boring,
Dude, you're
Collapse.
like
You're
not
such a
even
boring
like
person.
you're not a
Are you,
real
like, 12
person in
years
the
old?
real world, dog. Or you're like 16.
Okay.
There's no way you're an
Yeah,
adult.
just like 12. He gets his politics from TikTok. What an actual fucking retard. I'm waiting for TikTok to tell me who to vote for. Vote,
don't have
dude,
to
or
be
you're
so
in
mean, dude.
diapers? I don't have to be mean to the retard that just said they're gonna vote for a pedophile because TikTok told them to. No, I am gonna be mean.
Dude,
to you.
it's
That's
not a
fucking
big
hilarious.
deal.
True, you
Relax.
deserve to be bullied
It's not a big
incessantly.
deal
You
to
deserve
vote
to
for
be
a
outcasted
pedophile.
from
I think
society.
it's a pretty fucking big deal to have the leader of your country be a fucking pedophile, dude. Your leader of your country was fucking kids. You have no issue with that? You have no
Dude,
no issue with the leader of your
relax.
fucking country fucking 9-year-olds. You have no issue with that.
Just relax, dude.
Just relax. You're the one
Is
who
this
said
every
you don't.
American? Is
you-
every American
No,
just down
he's
with
actually.
9-year-olds being
Nah,
fucked?
he's
Holy shit.
he's Finnish. He's not even like an American.
He's not even a real American.
These Euro cucks. Yeah.
Yeah. we
Makes
like Trump.
sense. We knew that the French people fucked kids.
Based.
Well, Finnish, not French. Finnish,
He's
not
Finnish.
French.
He's Finnish.
Okay, so if it's Finnish and the French now, is it just F countries? Is that the rule?
True.
Big root,
Yeah, F countries, they love the pedophilia. Wait, Collapse, just out of curiosity, do you think pedophilia is wrong? Maybe we should just double check on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you do think it's wrong. You just think it's okay when the president does it. You're just okay if the president is fucking kids.
Oh no, I just don't give it a consideration. Doesn't matter if he does it.
No, you're just
Okay, so
memeing.
you
This
wouldn't give
isn't
it
real,
consideration
dog.
even if they were making it easier to be a pedophile? Like, even if they were making it easier to engage in pedophilia?
I would say no, that's wrong. That's it.
It's crazy because.
Okay, but that's not a reason to prefer the other candidate. Like, just look. Imagine both candidates had exactly the same policies, and one of them is a pedophile, one of them is not a pedophile. You'd pick the one who's not a pedophile, surely, right? Or you would be agnostic.
Yeah,
You
if they were
wouldn't
like
care
the
which way
same
one
thing,
way
but
they
I
go.
mean, we're
So
talking about
let's
Trump here,
say that like
Okay,
we
cool. So.
Isn't it interesting? Wait, hold on. If you think if he was making it was bad that he's making it easier for pedophiles to do pedophile shit, right? Isn't it bad that he's defunding child protective services?
Yeah.
I don't care.
There's no way you're a real human being. You're just not a person. This is a bot that got programmed to come into my room and cause a ruckus. There's no way. There's no way. And if you are, no, no.
Hypothetically, I'm talking about a hypothetical pedophile.
Collapse. You're the reason for two things. You're the reason for why two things should be implemented in America: constitutional eugenics and IQ tests to be able to vote. I think both those two things. You are a prime example of why we should have both of those things here in America.
That's not really nice, dude. Come on.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was kind of mean.
Oh my. What a crazy thing to say.
A guy who's defending a pedophile president? No, I think that's very based.
Hypothetical pedophile president, not an actual.
Okay.
No, it's not hypothetical. It's not that it would be a hypothetical pedophile president. He said it would not matter to him. It would have no weighing on his feelings towards that person. That to me is crazy. I don't care if a person is marginally bringing our country in a worse position if they don't fuck kids. They automatically get the win. They automatically get the dub there. Like, what a fucking retarded thing. You could easily just, like, take the L on that and keep it pushing.
Stop crying.
Oh, stop crying?
Yeah, stop crying over pedophilia, the pro-pedophile person said.
Yeah, I was the party that was all worried about their kids being trans or whatever. What the fuck?
Oh my god, they're transing the kids! Wait, the pedophile is literally... Wait, the president's literally a pedophile? Oh! Oh my god, they're grooming the kid! Oh, never mind. Shut up about grooming!
Yeah, stop talking about it! You just see MAGA become huge fans of, like, LGBTQ plus P. Jesus. P only for D though. It's P only for D.
It's easier to be a pedophile. Hypothetically. Wait, he's actually doing it? He's actually making it easier to be a pedophile?
It still doesn't matter to me. It's still irregardless.
Imagine if Trump all of a sudden went LGBTQ, and then all the MAGA people start being like, oh, yeah.
Dude.
LGBT.
Do you think they would? No, I think that's when the party would.
That's probably one of the things they would turn on him over.
I
they
think
turned
so.
on him over COVID.
Llama.
I can imagine they turned him over LGBT stuff.
Same with the vaccines. They were, like, not a fan of his initial stance on it.
Yeah, they were so mad. They were so mad about the vaccine. One of the few good things
Who's
Trump
the Trump
did was
supporter?
good.
Paw Patrol.
Paw Patrol? Where are you at? Oh, Thought Patrol. What's
Thought
up?
Patrol. Hey, Thought Patrol, mic up.
I'm not a Trump supporter. He conservatard thinks I am because I voted for him. Even he doesn't want any nuance as far as that goes.
Oh, what's the nuance on it?
Oh, you're not a Trump supporter.
Wait, whoa, let me. I want to.
The nuance is I voted against wokeness. That's the nuance. If you can't understand that, that's not my problem.
He voted for against wokeness.
You voted based off of.
I mean, it does make sense.
Well, you voted
really
based.
Are bothered by.
No, you voted based off your like feelings, like your emotions.
Yeah. Should we have like legislation to police the reasons people vote?
No, I think we should just have IQ tests. I think that should be the legislation.
I agree. Then even emotional people that are intelligent can vote. I'm fine with that.
That is correct.
I'm glad you are too.
And then Democrats will win, like across the board.
I don't care.
Based.
I care.
At least you can. Hey, if he doesn't care, he doesn't care.
No, I care.
I assume your tongue is firmly in cheek, but you know, smarter people voting is good.
Wait, hold on, Thought Patrol. What is like your biggest issue, like your biggest like political issue that you want fixed?
Wokeness.
My biggest political, was wokeness a political issue? Not exactly. I assume that what conservatard means is something that like policy and legislation could actually fix.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, like why did you vote for Trump? Like, what policies like proposing that you want fixed?
Well, like the guy said, it was emotional. I was lashing out emotionally against wokeness. Is what happened.
Yeah.
So do you? Yeah, that's.
Sorry, you go.
That's
Oh,
fine.
I can't really explain it.
You are like the hypothetical person.
Yeah, but then that's
like,
not like a
politics
really an
and
adult
others.
reasoning. Then I
Yeah.
think you have to concede that it's like.
Or like
kind
they
of
don't. If I'm like
petty, right?
They're going back and forth. Give them a sec.
Well, also I wanted to I wanted to vote because it was a historic election, and I don't like wokeness, and hey, there you go.
Yeah, but then that's not like adult reasoning though. Like if I was like back in 2008 and I said that like I wanted to vote for John McCain because wokeness is in Obama, everyone's gonna look at me like I'm fucking insane, right?
Do you guys just want to shame me for not having a good enough reason to vote, or do you want to like discuss something important?
Well, no,
like
you do need
Yeah,
to some
we can
degree.
discuss
It's kind of
issues,
your
yeah, what
civic. It's
issue
kind
made
of
you
your.
pick Trump over the alternative.
He already said it was wokeness. He had an emotional response when it came to voting. So I think you failed in your civic duty.
What does
That's
it even
what I
mean?
think.
What is
Okay.
wokeness? Paw Patrol, what is wokeness?
Actually, how about this? We'll dig deeper into this. What do you mean by wokeness? Like, what's the? How do you describe wokeness?
Yeah, what is wokeness?
And where in the Democratic Party and policy was this being affirmed?
Is not.
No, let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
9-year-old children.
And I wrote down a really good.
Is that woke?
I wrote down a really good definition for wokeness from a conversation like this a while ago. I don't think I have it on hand. I'm playing Night Rain right now. I don't want to like write another one, so I have a good one because I'm a writer. If you give me like a couple minutes, I could write something. But I'm playing Night Rain right now, so I can't.
I don't even need I don't need a definition. I just want. I just.
a hypothesis.
No,
about
I don't.
How people like this thing.
I don't want a definition. I just want like what are some policies, what are some things that pertain to wokeness that you didn't like, that you would tie to wokeness.
Yeah, that's actually a better question. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you a story of something that happened to me, but Conservatar thought it was hilarious.
I
last
think
time, so don't know
bringing
if I
up
should do it.
anecdotal reasoning for looking at the aggregation of like national policy and data is probably pretty fucking stupid. Yeah, that's what I would say to that.
Can we hear
Like,
the story?
you know,
I'm actually kinda curious
no,
about
my
the story.
no,
Let's hear the story.
no, my personal story for why I think no one should wear seatbelts is because I had a cousin who, if they would have been wearing their seatbelt in their accident, they would have died. And then everyone will look at you and look at me and say, well, guess what? When you look at the average fatality in terms of wearing and not wearing your seatbelt, you have a higher likelihood of dying if you're not wearing your seatbelt. So I think I'll just stick with doing that, even though there's cases where it potentially could have killed you.
Hold on, we don't even know what the thing is. That he has an issue with.
That's why
That's why
anecdotes and personal experiences are just super
stop
fucking
talking.
irrelevant. Just
The story was to give
Let's
an
hear a
example
story.
of the
Paw
things
Patrol,
he had
let's
a
hear a
problem
story.
with. The story was not like a way of proving that there was a problem with wokeness. The story was a way of
No,
giving
he
an
actually
example
does.
of there's a problem with.
Phenomenon.
kinda
No,
what I'm
he
asking
actually
him to
does
do,
think
prove,
that
like, there's like an issue
he
with, like,
thinks the
wokeness
story
nationally in our
actually
country.
is the cause of
Just
them
having
thinking there's a
pronouns on your
policy
like application paper is not really a good enough like political reason for him to be like, yep, I'm voting for Trump.
Like I can tell you the story. I expect.
We're talking
you guys
past
will
each other.
laugh, but-
Phenomics. He actually does think the fucking story
ahead.
causes the policy. He does think that.
Well, I'm not saying the story is evidence of like a broad systemic problem. In my opinion, it was a really annoying and upsetting. Well, I should say upsetting. That sounds dramatic. It was a really annoying and obnoxious event that I think is representative of a broader problem. And I think in terms of like describing wokeness, it's a personal story. It's systemic. It was at a workplace. It was actually at WPR, Wisconsin Public Radio. So in that sense, it's.
In other
It's
words,
not
my
like mom
interpretation is
and pop
entirely correct, and y'all are being super autistic. Anyway, thank you.
Not evidence, but it's representative. Okay.
I mean, do you guys want to hear the
actually
story?
do want to know about WPR.
I can. I'll allow it to be heard, but just
Hear the story now. Let's hear the story. Let's hear the
this as,
story.
like any sort of evidence here, because at the same, because if you can't prove, because
He
thing
didn't
is,
say it was evidence. He never said nobody. He didn't say it was evidence.
I know, but whenever he says, well, this is why I vote for Trump, I'm still gonna come back to the reasoning of like, well, this is kind of foolish, and really silly. Right?
After he's told us the story, let him
Like,
tell
but you
us
can
the
tell your
story.
story.
Okay. So I started this job at WPR in the city I live in, and it was basically a canvassing job for WPR. You just knock on doors and try to get people to. You're the people with the clipboards, knock on your door. Anyway,
Canvassing,
yeah, so I started that job, and the first day, what they did is they have their like morning ritual, and what they do is we all stand in a circle, and well, I mean, a lot of places have like morning rituals, like but anyway, like they all stand in a circle. And it was the first time I'd done it, and they all say, like, they have to say their name and their pronouns. and they're going around the circle, and everyone's saying their name and their pronouns, and they get to me, and I'm like, I don't want to say my fucking pronouns. I'm a man. If you're unsure, just ask. So they get around to me, and it's my turn, and I'm the last person to go. And so I just say my name, and I just figure I'm hoping they'll just let it go. And the guy's like, oh, and your pronouns. And I kind of hesitate, and I kind of look around, and I'm like, he, him. And I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to do that. And I didn't like that. And that angered me. And I think that's representative of a broader problem with wokeness.
Oh my god, what a baby. What a pussy little baby. Holy shit. That's why you voted for Trump?
Let him finish. Hold on, let him finish. I'll let him finish.
I want to hear this.
I was on your side, and then you told the story, and like, this is your example? Like, somebody asked you a question?
Yeah, you don't finish.
So do you guys like saying things you don't want to say?
I just generally don't. It doesn't really
you know what
bother
I like
me.
even less than that? I like 9-year-old children being pulled off of their cancer treatment
to be fair,
sent to a country they've never been to. A lot less.
True.
What? How was I objectively in the wrong? What do you mean?
Because do you know what pronouns are? It's like basic language arts.
Yeah. So I don't want to say my pronouns.
But you're a writer, so I
yeah,
presume you do,
You
right?
objectively do have pronouns. That's whenever they say you, what am I referring to as you?
So obviously, what I'm describing, that's a culture that I'm not a part of, and that's in the workplace. This is integrated in the workplace.
Culture. It's just basically
it's a systemic thing.
It's just
So
like it's just like it's just how you speak. You do real. It's just like do you get upset referring to somebody as like he if they're a dude or she if it's like a
I think asking people's well, here's what bothers me. What bothers me is asking people's pronouns by default as if it's something you need to ask to know. 99% of the time, that is not the case.
Do you think that's the majority of people that
that.
feel that way? Do you think the majority of people are asking for that stuff?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does matter because if you're looking at a very small like cohort of people who maybe are a little bit, I don't know, this is like something that really matters to them. Why would you base your entire like political ideology?
That's not okay. That's not why I based my entire political ideology.
Enough to vote.
Reason I shared
based
the story,
off of you voted based off that. So yeah.
Well, no. Let me remind you guys how we got here. So I said I voted for Trump because I was voting against wokeness. And you guys were like, well, what's wokeness? Explain what wokeness is. I said, well, I have a story. I told it before, and people didn't like it, but I can share it again if you like. And that was the story.
So are you out of curiosity? Are you comfortable?